and split into really two distinct parts of the organization. Street art we install with professional artists, be them local, regional, national or international talent that dovetails in an educational resource that we provide the public schools here in Lynn and after-school programs here in Lynn for free. And design response projects where we talk to a community, find out challenges of their built environment, and then try and take a creative lens to addressing those challenges. It's a very diverse team and a diverse board. I think many in the room will know many of these parties on this team. I'm joined tonight.
Excuse me, could you speak into the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You might want to sit down because it makes it easier.
I thought you were asking me to stand like that.
Oh,
It was
did I?
really awkward for me. I'm joined here tonight by a fantastic intern, going into her senior year at Lynn Classical, someone who I'm convinced we will all be working for someday, Andy, who I see here with her parents. So thank you, Andy, for being here. So. Just some of the design response projects. They've taken us to a number of gateway cities, Boston, Cambridge as well. It runs the gamut. It's based on what the challenges are of the built environment for these communities. And then with Beyond Walls and a group of partners, we look to address those challenges. But really what we're most known for and why I'm here tonight is our sort of epic, large-scale pieces of street art. We've now installed, this slide needs updating, almost 200 plus pieces over 13 communities, largely here in New England, many of the gateway cities of the Commonwealth. You'll be familiar with some of the larger pieces that we have here in Lynn. You may not have seen some of the pieces that we have in Holyoke or Chicopee or Fall River or Lowell or Haverhill or some of the other cities. But I'm just sort of speed rounding. These are on the way from Springfield to Holyoke. This is a Portuguese artist. This is actually chipped into the building. Vils in Chicopee, the Polish artist Best. Ernesto, this is our newest piece here in Lynn that we installed this last year, Cuban-American artist that installed this piece. But you'll recognize many of the pieces that are here in Lynn on this piece, but always the rules of engagement, family friendly, not overtly political. We curate to the demographics and the cultures of the communities that we're invited in to serve. We've done really large scale pieces. We've done wide walls. We've done vertical walls. We've done public buildings. We've done private buildings. The Bar Foundation shares that we've put up more public art in Massachusetts than any other organization in the history of Massachusetts. So we put up an awful lot of public art. We've done a lot of mixed medium pieces. So this is actually, you'll recognize that we did some smaller pieces with this artist here in Lynn. This is a 5-story plastic moose in Holyoke. We worked with the community here in Lynn to collect plastic for this artist to install his piece in 2019, and then 2 years ago in Holyoke for this piece there. But we've also, through this work, and I mentioned it before, the educational resource, as we've grown as an organization, we've been invited in to serve more and more public schools and after-school programs with installing art where the youth are, right? So actually going to them. And I'm just going to show some brief examples of that. The first installed piece on a higher education facility in the state was done here in Lynn, in North Shore Community College. Beyond Walls did this piece in 2020 with the artist Percy Fortini Wright. It's actually that exact intersection at night as you're waiting in line in traffic sometimes there at the light in Lynn, you'll see this. But just an awful lot of pieces, either at YMCA's, this is the Y here in Lynn, higher education facilities, this is at UMass Lowell, this is also on a nuclear reactor tank at UMass facility, the front facade of Middlesex Community College. An artist, Kevin Lito, that we've worked with, we did a piece here with youth from the YMCA in Lynn, and then facilitated through a collaboration with another nonprofit, a sister piece in Mozambique, did a video cultural exchange with youth in Lynn to youth in Mozambique. We mirrored this project and did this piece down at a middle school, Durham Middle School in Fall River, and with youth in Colombia. This is 127 portraits of Lynn youth. This was a temporary install at Lynn Community Health Center. That's a mixed media piece, a tile mosaic at Boys and Girls Club in Lynn. So lots of other Massachusetts cities are also doing this, and not just through Beyond Walls, but many others. Mayor Wu in Boston recently announced a $3 million investment in public art to go to 13 public schools in Boston. Powwow Worcester installed pieces at elementary, middle, and high schools in Worcester in 2017, 2018, and 2019. So, and this is just some of the recent sort of headlines coming out of Boston and how they're actually funding that. So we've taken it on ourselves, Beyond Walls, to figure out ways to support our work in Lynn without being a burden on the resources of Lynn. So we'll certainly take state and federal dollars when they come our way from the city. We've never tasked the city with funding any part of our installations or our work with youth. It differs when we go outside of Lynn. An example would be, and I was hoping he'd be here, Kevin Lido, the artist that I just showed, just installed a piece with Fall River Public Schools paying $28,500 out of their budget for an installation at their middle school. So it's fairly sizable investments to bring in some of the world's best street artists to do these pieces. What we've tried to do here in Lynn is to get more and more youth exposed to the arts. So we've now led thousands of youth from Lynn on public school mural tours, right? That we've worked with LPS and we're working with the superintendent now to really try and figure out ways that we can do this even better. So we've created 19 lesson plans around our art. Working with a number of educators, we've created these in 5 languages. They run the gamut. Some are for elementary, some are for middle school, some are for high school levels. Just some examples of the lesson plans. They're available digitally. They're available for free online on our website. And some of the school systems that we've worked with. What we've done differently this year is thinking about how can we actually curate a better experience for the educators and for the artists. And so it's a cohort. We're bringing in artists that we're then tying to Lynn educators. They're actually spending time together. So we're having meals together. We're doing a community cleanup together. The educators are informing the artists of some of the challenges of the school system, what their kids are going through. That informs the artwork. The output on the artist is to put up a new piece of art. The output on the educator is to create a lesson and a lesson plan that's specific for his or her students. That lesson plan will then be taught in the fall with Beyond Walls facilitating a street art tour for those youth. So these are the educators that we've been working with. We've brought in some additional resources to help on some of the creation of the lesson plans and some of the themes that have emerged. I'm here today to sort of share, our plans were to install these on private buildings, and that's how we're moving forward. There is an opportunity, and I would ask that I'm open to how we could facilitate this, and some feedback that there's a strong desire to install artwork on public schools, namely Reed Middle School and Lynn Classical. We've heard over the years that Breed Middle School would be advantageous to install art at. It's sort of institutional in look and feel. We feel it would be a great fit after working with many, many youth from Breed. But also Lynn Classical has come into the picture. Many of our lesson plans skew to that level of education and specifically to ESL learners at the high school level. I'm open for any questions or comments, but I really appreciate being invited in. I appreciate all the work that Lynn Public Schools and the educators have put into this program under the leadership of the superintendent and for the mayor for giving me this time today.
Mr. Reed?
Al, thanks so much. I think we're all big fans of your work, especially we see it every day as we go throughout the city. And I think this is a great idea, like you said, bringing the spaces to where the youth are already at, and engaging them in the process. I guess a couple questions. With a project like these, would it be student art, and would we have student artists from the actual schools where they're being built? Because to me, I think the engagement and actually ensuring that these students are there is probably the biggest piece to this all.
Yeah, I mean, we have a few things. We have a tight window here in the Commonwealth to install art. Effectively, anytime Beyond Walls has tried to install artwork outside of the window of June 1st to September 30th, there's challenges that arise based on weather. Either it's too wet or it's too cold. Our other challenge is we work with professional artists. We work with international, local, acclaimed artists. They have to be able to put up a piece on this size of a building, this sort of the epicness of the piece. There's some size and scale, and that requires machinery. OSHA, all of our artists are trained in OSHA certified lift operation. You have to be 18 plus to get that certification. So we've tried to work with educators, the salt of the earth, rubber meets the road, who is actually dealing with the youth and teaching the youth and to understand the youth. That's who we want to be informed in. Our brand of putting up art is to work with professional artists. That's not to say that we own the space, right? There's lots of other groups, including some fabulous organizations here in Lynn. Raw Artworks readily comes to mind, uses art as a means of therapy, and does do youth installed art pieces. And I would certainly push for them to be involved in artwork at public schools as well. That's just not our brand and not what we do.
Really appreciate it. Do you have any questions? I do, but do you?
We think, just to share, we think there's a power to the fact that we can install artwork here through our program, where our artists are then, many of these artists are making their, really good careers on installing in jet set communities. They come to Lynn because we have a brand, and they know the reasons why we're asking them to come to Lynn. We always pay our artists, but quite frankly, it's a pittance versus what they get elsewhere. We think there's a power to exposing youth to art of this magnitude with no barriers of entry, no cost of entry, no rules of engagement and how they take in that art. I think there's a power to doing that at schools. And we're hearing from Boston Public Schools and many of the school systems that we're working with in other gateway cities of the Commonwealth. They're having trouble getting kids to come back to school. They haven't seen kids come back from COVID. Truancy. They're having trouble on retention of public school teachers. So I think it's for a multitude of reasons that they're thinking out of the box and trying to bring art to schools. And they're either working with Beyond Walls or they're working with organizations like us to bring in these types of artists.
Absolutely. And I think the benefit, I think, is clear to most of us. I just think, one of the things that we hope that we can continue to work with you on is finding a way that we can incorporate our local artists, because we have so much talent within the Lynn Public Schools, and if there's a way that we can make them part of this process.
They've been many of the local artists that we've worked with, we've worked as sort of assistants. If they're youth, they worked as assistants with us, like Janaya, who I think we all now know, right? She was a long-time intern with us that we developed and then named her as a Beyond Walls artist. But it was taking her from the ability to do work on canvases to then larger pieces to then being able to get her certified in lift operation and put on a much bigger wall. So we'll continue to do that, but Michael Agahawa, you name the local artist, Anna Dugan, we've worked with them. Even the artists that were here in the 90s and the 80s that were doing this work long before Beyond Walls existed, Temp, Realm, we've worked with.
Member Gately.
So you said you have a tight window of time, June 1st through the September 30th, but this is the last school meeting?
We were
school
bringing
committee
in
meeting?
artists into Lynn.
No, that's not my question.
Oh, okay.
My question is, why didn't this presentation come to us in a timely fashion so that we could go out to the community, we could talk to the people around Breed, we could see what they wanted? We don't even know what you want to paint on the school. What are you planning to paint? You know, how is that selective? Is there any oversight with our school superintendent, with our deputy superintendents? These are the questions that I have. And then, like, after it's done on our buildings, these are our pride and joy, our school buildings. And ISD works relentlessly trying to keep them up. And the major question they have is who's going to maintain it afterwards when they chip off and they start to look old and worn? It's like, these are the questions that I have to answer in my community on this project. I love your walls. I'm not saying they're not beautiful. I understand the magnitude of them. But I would like to see more student involvement in the process, even if it was them drawing, making the picture on a small scale, and then your artists come back next year and paint it on the building because it's approved, it's given us time, we can get it done. But we have so many gifted students that, you know, like we just do cleanup day and we have the posters and we have it on a big bulletin board, what their poster looks like, and it brings them so much pride. And that's what I think on our schools, and as a school committee member, that's what I would like to see for our students. So that's where, you know, like, today I've been working on this and looking through all avenues and reaching out to people all day, and it's like really rushed. And what I find as a school committee member, if something is rushed, it's not good for me to move it forward because I always get bit.
That all makes total sense. That's very rational in thought and practice. This was not a plan to bring these to public schools this summer. The intent of this working cohort was to figure out how we can create an educational resource in a better way with the artwork being put on private buildings as part of our current tour, right? Within the structure of the tour. It was presented later as an opportunity to put artwork at public schools. Our artwork that we've installed in Fall River, for example, that was done with a principal desiring at the middle school, the superintendent agreeing, and us signing an agreement with the superintendent to install artwork there. Same rules apply to all our artwork. Family-friendly, unovertly political. That's it. We don't give a sketch. The way we're pulling in artists is because they want to work in the community. They have creative liberty and creative license. We use fantastic paint, right? Really good UV protection paint, but it's like any paint. They'll eventually fade. None of this work is permanent. None of it. None of it in Boston that they're putting up, none of it in any of these communities. The idea here is you've created a canvas. That canvas exists today for this artwork. Our license and our agreement says that we'll take on all liability to install that, and we take on all costs here in Lynn. It has to stay up for a year. Thereafterwards, if you want to paint over, you're free to do so. But it's then an opportunity for another piece of artwork and another artist, right? But it would be just like painting a rail, you know, like eventually it is going to weather and it is going to chip.
Yes.
And that is what you take on.
So you're not planning on doing it this summer, you're planning on doing it next summer?
No, we're planning on August 5th through the 21st. We're installing 2 new pieces of artwork here in Lynn. We're installing on, our plan was to install, like many of these pieces that I showed here, these are on privately owned buildings. And so that was our plan. It got brought to our attention that there was a desire to bring that artwork to public schools. And so I shared how that's been happening elsewhere, and I agree with the logic and the thinking of doing that. I think there's an awful lot of studies that have indicated that's has all sorts of benefits. And so if it was to the committee and to the Public Building Commission and to the mayor and to the superintendent a good idea to do that, we would happily do that. But we've been working with this cohort since January. You know, the idea of the school walls was brought up, I think, less than a month ago. And at the time, I brought it to different folks' attention, but it wasn't available to come to committee. And that's not anyone's fault, I don't think. I think it just genuinely has become more of a narrative. Certainly the Boston announcement has been far more in the public than maybe some of the announcements that some of these other cities had made in regards to their support to bring public art to their schools. But it's also, you know, it's the desire to bring in this artist, Smug, and his desire to feature a Lynn resident that was giving back to the community led to that piece. If I tried to dictate to Smug what that art piece was, he would have never come to Lynn. We would have never got that piece of art. So it's my job as an organization to figure out ways to fund the work that I can do in Lynn and to build a board that keeps me solvent and to figure out the team to do the work. But again, I don't own the space. There's lots of other groups that do different types of artwork. What you're describing just isn't our brand or our style of work, right? Our work is to work with an artist that, you know, that's 135 foot. He's on top of a boom working in aerosol off of a photo he took and live painting it. Okay. And I geek out at the skill that takes and what that skill then draws to the city, right? That draws an attention to the city. There's an economic output to that. There's a community development output to that. And a desire that I think enhances the city to be able to do all sorts of things. I think it's systemic. But I would welcome an opportunity to do this. This happens to be the last meeting of the school year, and I recognize that. We've done 200 plus pieces. If the school was to allow us to put it up at Reed or Classical, we could certainly do it. We've done it at a number of schools. Or I'd entertain coming back and chatting further and figuring out a way to do this in a follow-up year.
Member Castellanos.
Al, thank you, as always, for your presentations and just thorough explanation on trying to collaborate and enhance a partnership with us. You know, there are processes, I think Member Gately, that, you know, she mentioned earlier that are valid. You know, we like to vet certain student experiences or situations that could impact, you know, student experience in a way like this. Because there's buildings like Breed and Classical who, you know, when this art is on display, they'll be seeing it every day. Staff will be seeing it every day, so that's important. I think there is if you haven't been involved in beyond wall experiences, you know, there's reservations of what that looks like, you know, especially like the creative discretion that you're talking about. It does create a little bit of a suspense. I do like that you presented some other districts that executed the project. Can you talk about a little bit more about how that happened, like the projects in Worcester, Lowell, and Boston? I think you talked about Boston, but could you kind of elaborate a little bit more how they executed that project and what type of capacity that looked like?
Yeah, and speak on our end, you know,
And cost.
Yeah, we've done 3 years of calls for cities. Okay. So cities have applied for Beyond Walls to consider installing artwork there. So they've come to us. Our sort of rules of engagement on these collaborations is that we need to see residents, the business community, and elected officials and department heads at these meetings. And then thereafterwards, we try and tie into the school systems. We try and find the teachers, find the educators, find the administration. In all cases, these cities have paid Beyond Walls to then do their work.
All of them?
All of them. Average cost is $25K a mural. That includes us taking on the liability, us paying for flights, accommodation, all of their paint, their food, You give them a gift card that is preloaded. They have to use that money while they are in the city, meaning that they have to go to local coffee shops, local merchants, and spend that money. We've been doing it now for 6 years. So that's the way that we've operated. We've done 3 years of expansion efforts to go to these other communities, and we've served 13 communities through that. In the meantime, we've seen other groups.
Is it 25,000 per mural?
Per mural is our average.
Okay, so you're looking at 2 schools, which is a total of 50,000.
I mentioned that. That's our cost.
Okay.
I'm not coming for a line item
Okay.
sign off here. I'm not coming to Lynn asking for payment. I've figured out a way to pay for the work through foundation support. My biggest cost outside of staffing was with United Rentals. They're now a corporate partner of Beyond Walls. That's a huge pendulum swing in the right way. But at the same time that we've decreased costs on our lift operation, our other costs have increased. The cost for installing at Breed and Lynn Classical, I wouldn't be able to give you the exact specifics, but average across almost 200 pieces is $25K a mural. Powwow Worcester did similar work, although didn't provide an educational resource behind the art. They installed at an elementary school, middle school, and a high school in 2017. They repeated that process in 2018 and 2019. They no longer are in operation. Powwow is, just not Powwow Worcester. And then we've seen other organizations and other entities pop up, most recently just based on the dollar figures that Boston is putting behind artwork. It's gotten some notoriety in Boston, but in 20 minutes I'll be meeting with an artist that just got off a wall at a middle school in Fall River. Fall River Public Schools, as mentioned, paid $28,500 for that piece.
Student involvement. So I hear a lot about the artists, right? I'm hearing a lot about the process, the experiences, the results. See it 200. Again, I think remember Reed pointed. You drive through the city, we're very well versed in Beyond Walls results. But I think part of the discrepancy is allowing access, right, in our spaces that our students and staff are occupying. Mm-hmm. Could you elaborate on how this project will include student involvement and staff as well? Because I noticed you said you had staff involved in this process. I really want to see what this experience, right? Could you just discuss what this experience is going to do for our students, right?
Yeah. I should have given more shots of the amount of tours that we've done, but the logistics behind the tours are, we've worked with, in 2019 with Thurgood Marshall Middle School, we did we paid for 6th and 7th, either 6th or 7th or 7th and 8th graders. Take the train, we walked them back to the Swampscott train station. We took the train into Lynn. We did a mural tour of the art. We went back, we did an auditorium session all school with what the kids had learned. And then we did a scavenger hunt for imagery, cultural references from the artwork in a park, local park. That was our first venture with working with LPS. We thereafterwards worked with different educators to create lesson plans, which we have in 5 languages. We have 19 of those lessons. And these are the examples of that. So we're now working with educators as part of this cohort to understand some of the challenges that the educators are hearing from their students on what the students are going through in the classroom. We're curating to that. We're finding artists that want to work with educators, that want to work in some of the focus areas that are coming up, right? And engagement is, the youth on these tours see themselves in the art, right? We've curated to the demographics of Lynn. So the feedback from the educators is that the ESL learners who are very quiet in the classroom setting suddenly become very verbal and are educating their classmates on what they see in the art. So we think we're onto something here based on the engagement level. And so we want to further develop that. And the way, our thinking on how to further develop that is to actually work with the educators who are working with the youth and curate to that experience. And that's what this working group has been doing this year.
So build 2 murals on the schools and they'll be part of the process? Is that where?
The plan was to install 2 pieces in downtown Lynn on walls that we've managed to get wall agreements. Through this work and through this cohort, in the last month, it was sort of brought to our attention that there was a desire to bring this artwork to either Breed or Lynn Classical or both. And so I think that was the catalyst for me perhaps being in here today. I'm not, I want to make it clear, I'm not coming for a line item. There is no expense tied to this work. I'm not coming in here asking for a vote on those walls, right? It seems that it's just too quick. If we were to have permission to do that, Beyond Walls is readily available and would be able to do that work. We'd be able to install family-friendly artwork at the schools. But maybe it's better for another day and another year.
Member Gately?
Any other questions?
Member.
Oh.
Member Pagno?
Thank you, Al. Thank you for the presentation. As Member Reed mentioned, many of us are familiar with your work. We appreciate your work. I appreciate the work. I just have a couple concerns. Is that, like Member Gately mentioned, this is our last meeting, and I understand you have a brand. These are big murals. These are large-scale murals, and then you have a brand where you bring, like, world-renowned artists. I mean, there's another artist that did the YMCA. I seen his work in Miami, LA, so this guy's, that particular artist I know is very, famous and stuff, and my concern is just having student engagement. I know you were not there at that process yet, but maybe we could come back, bring, table this, come back, and maybe have some kind of survey, because we need to be culturally competent, understanding what are the needs, what kind of students, are majority, what's their focus. Maybe we can have a survey or something and have the artists come in with a civic group. We have some inclusivity panel groups that are part of Breed. They have a very good, and they're very outspoken. Maybe have the artists come in, sit down, collaborate, get some ideas, because these are our pride and joy. These are our institutions. These are schools, and once you put an art there, we want to make sure that it impacts, it influences, and I think this is something we could come back to the table, because I think it's too early, too soon to even make a decision on anything, because at the end of the day, the artists are great, working with educators, but we're all here in our common denominators. We're here for students. We have to be the student voice. And then I think having their input is very, very important. And that's something, I like to table this, maybe bring them back and
You have to be on the committee.
I would just say, the educators are the ones that are going in and working with these students.
Okay.
I enjoy being informed by them. I welcome the opportunity to come in. It's not about a brand, right? It's about, I have foundation support to do a certain type of work. And that work, I've figured out a way to do that work for free for Lynn, not free in other communities. But they then tie me to the outputs of that work for me to get another grant from them, right? Yeah. And so I have to work within a certain scope and a certain focus. And so this isn't my style of work. This is Beyond Walls as an organization. This is how we do our work and what we do.
Yes.
But I'd welcome the opportunity to do this. I think it's very likely that we do further work on school walls in Fall River and Haverhill, including this year. And there's an ability to get tied up in what ifs that stops forward momentum. And change is hard, right? It is. But art by committee never works. I'll just go on record and say it again, right, in front of a committee. Art by committee never works. It never has, it never will, right? It's subjective. You saw that artist's work in Miami, maybe it appealed to you. Maybe your best friend, your lifelong friend, that you agree on everything with, he hated it, right? The desire is to put up art that appeals to a lot of people that they can identify with. Certainly we take in all of these communities, right? The reason for that Portuguese artist in Chicopee is because of the sizable Portuguese community that's there in Chicopee. It's curated to that. I appreciate the time and I appreciate the invite.
Member Gately?
I would love to see you working with our student artists and maybe partnering them with one of those world-renowned artists, giving them their vision of Lynn, like what it's like with Lynn, in Lynn, and I'm sure those artists would love to try to draw or try to help them come up with that, and then they would be responsible putting them on. But right at this point, I think we're going to have to table.
I appreciate the time.
So I make a motion to table.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Gately?
Yes, table.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Gately, if I could just add, before we move on to the next item, just to thank
Oh, thank you very much.
Al for coming in, but also, it sounds like there is the really exciting project coming up here, which is the curriculum of students working with their educators who are working with world-renowned artists who are coming in this summer to our city. And I'm sure Al and the team will be keeping us posted about how that unfolds over the course of the next several weeks, so we can be witness to that as that unfolds, and some really exciting next steps in the fall as that curriculum is implemented and all those conversations happen. And it sounds like a lot of additional great conversations about how we continue to deepen and further this partnership to come. So thank you to Al. Thank you to the team that you put up there that's been advancing the work, and the funders that are supporting the work here in the city of Lynn. And look forward to the continued collaboration.
Thank you, Al.
Al.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on the Building and Grounds Committee is renovation request from Washington STEM.
Hi.
Oh, hi. I know, you're on center now.
You all look wonderful there, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I don't have a PowerPoint or a presentation. I do have an article. I know you don't have enough papers on your desk.
While Anthony is passing that out, the letter that Anthony submitted for ISD to consider renovating an area in the basement of the Washington School, which is now a community school, where they would like to create a space that parents would have access to clothing if they, kids grow fast and clothing is very expensive, and many of our schools do this, but they're looking for a designated space, that parents could get support of additional clothing for their children when they need it, food when they need it, but also the potential of, should it be approved, the potential of putting in a washer and dryer to help with families who are struggling with keeping clothes clean because of the cost of going to a laundromat or the cost of just not the access. I'm going to let Anthony talk a little bit about the vision of the school. The washer and dryer would be of no cost. They have been offered a donation, and ISD has shared with me that the work could be done with the use of our maintenance crew as part of the Inspectional Services Department. Anthony, if you want to share some of the...
Yeah, thanks, Deb. So again, thank you for having me here tonight. You've all been a part of kind of this journey in community schools with both Washington and Ford. As Deb said, this is an enhancement to things we're already doing. So we've been partnered. We just celebrated 5 years with Stop and Shop. They brought their team out to kind of recognize us as one of the kind of pilots for what they do now around the state as far as food pantries go. We've gotten into work with the United Way and their partnership. Kind of a funny story, but not funny. Like this stuff just lives in my auditorium, right? So I have the food comes in, we get the bags, we do the thing, parents come through. We have donations, our teachers donate, our families donate. We have housewares, we have all kinds of partnerships that we're developing because of need. And that stuff lives in my auditorium. So it's move it to the side, bring people in, set up chairs. We identified this space that hasn't really been used or occupied and thought of how could we creatively make this into our wolves' den. We just want to put some dry shelving down there, some Tupperware, to keep items out of place, make it nice, make it welcoming for our families. Then when talking about that, we said, it'd be nice to, there's water hookup down here. It would be fantastic to get a washer and dryer. I know in the letter that was shared, right, it talks about laundromat and, I don't know what else was the food. Thrift store. Nothing's being sold. Nothing's being, who's going to be using the washer and dryer? Probably Mr. Fry on the weekends, right? Probably me. We do what we have to do to support. I would love for a teacher to bring back in some clothes and I can wash and freshen them up, right? Fold them nicely. I would love to, get a donation of, curtains from a house and be able to wash them and dry them. This year, I had 4 families living in cars. 4. We talk about attendance and not coming to school. I had other families who were in shelter in Quincy, take a bus here, sleeping in the airport. If I could have a kid, I think back to my youth, my mom working multiple jobs, 4 kids. If I could have a backpack full of clothes and go to school and have somebody just hook me up real quick on the side, and I would come to school the next day and feel a part of my community, why wouldn't we do that for our kids? So Whirlpool has, a program that they do, and they actually donate things like that. So we're not asking for anything. We will get it, collect it, find it, run it by you all, and but I'm just here to try to keep the work going, all the work that you have all been a part of, right? Our journey in a community school, and really making us a place that, really supports the whole family. And that's really the vision of this app.
Any questions? Member Castellanos.
First of all, I want to thank you for just presenting your heartfelt, just testimony on why it's important. I think it's critical. I don't have much to talk about it. I'd rather just make the motion. That's how I really feel strongly about it that way. I don't even think, if folks want to comment about it, but I'll entertain a motion to move this forward.
Oh, I would second that.
Yeah. So I don't even think this. Thank you. First of all, thank everybody for being.
Yeah, and
However,
thank you.
Kim's leaving, but like all this, and Deb, and just the support. It's just been amazing. So keep it going.
I would also, but before we vote on that, I just want to make sure, because ISD can be a little bit temperamental about outside people coming in. So in this report, you have Robinson and Cole, a law firm, is going to be coming in 3 to 4 hours on July 9th to clean out the space. Is that still occurring?
Yeah.
Anthony, I'll take that.
Yeah.
So yes, they are still coming. I spoke to Mike Donovan today to ask if there were any issues with that happening. He expressed there are no issues with that.
Okay, and
So they're literally just coming in to kind of remove trash, clean up the space in order for ISD to go in and do the work that they want to do.
Okay, and the second thing is, I just want to make sure it is not going to be all the public around Washington. It's going to be Washington students, families.
this is by invitation, if you will, only. It is,
Yeah.
you know, going to be run through us, and we'll be running it, so
It's,
you know.
it's a
Yeah.
safety thing, and I
No,
just have to
absolutely.
make sure.
No, it is for, you know, the students that I talk about. You know, I don't anticipate running it 24/7 or that, but, you know, we do have cases now that it could have affected, and if we can do this and have this space curated for that, I mean, I just think it'll be a win-win.
And the last point, you mentioned a donation from Whirlpool. Did we already approve?
No, I'm just saying to acquire the washer and dryer, we are working on that, which
Oh,
will
you're
then
working.
come back through here once we figure out how we're
Perfect.
going to.
I love the idea.
The Whirlpool reference was in reference to the article that he shared with you around a program they do.
They do it. They've been doing it for a while, so there's
I'm
some.
not a speed reader.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Okay, that was all my questions. Thank you. Can we take a vote? Motion was made and seconded. The motion was to approve the Washington STEM School renovation request.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry.
All right, that's it. Wow.
Thank you, Anthony.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry.
Enjoy your summer.
Thank you.
Make a motion to adjourn the Buildings and
Oh,
Grounds.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Roll call.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
We will roll right into the open mic session. The open mic session is designed to provide an opportunity for citizens to express their views on matters of concern to the school committee. The sessions are not designed to encourage debate or lengthy exchange of views, but are to have the committee understand numerous points of view. The committee would appreciate speakers keeping their presentation to 3 minutes in order to accommodate as many people as time permits. The chair reserves the right to limit the number of speakers in the same topic to 3. All speakers must be at least 18 years of age or enrolled in high school in the Public Schools District and having discussed their views with a student government representative. The chair reserves the right to rule the speaker out of order if they feel that the speaker's comments are personal in nature, that if the speaker's comments are directed at a school committee member or a member of school administration in attendance, that member, through the chair, may address the individual. Anyone wishing to speak at open mic? Anyone for open mic? Last call for open mic, and we will begin the 12th regular meeting of the school committee. Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Present.
Member Dugan?
Present.
Member Gately?
Present.
Member Pena?
He's present, but he's not present.
Present.
Absent at the moment. Member Reed?
Present.
Member Sadowhite?
Present.
Mayor Nicholson?
Present. If all those able could please join us to rise for a salute to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next item is the minutes.
Motion to accept the minutes from the public hearing on June 13th, 2024, Committee of the Whole meeting on June 13th, 2024, and the 11th regular meeting on June 13th, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Next is appointments.
Good evening. The first appointment is for Jackie Gallo as Interim Director of Early Learning. Jackie has worked in the early childhood field for almost 30 years. She began her career as a preschool teacher assistant at the Little Red Schoolhouse in Lynn, and then a lead teacher at the JOI Child Care Center in Lynn, while attaining her bachelor's in educational studies in early childhood at Salem State. She's worked for Lynn Public Schools for 20 years, and she also has done grades K to 2 as an assistant director of curriculum and instruction for early childhood. It is my She will be fully overseeing the expansion of all the pre-Ks that we have across the district, as well as the pre-K grants. So your home will eventually fully be Bennett Street. Lots and lots of 3 and 4-year-olds. Very exciting. Congratulations. Our next appointment is Leanne Palmer, Interim Director of Virginia Martin Center for the Teams Program. Leanne has been the Assistant Director of Special Education in Lynn Public Schools and has worked in special ed for over 20 years as a teacher, chairperson, program specialist. She's been overseeing preschool testing and placement of students on IEPs for preschool and been overseeing the Teams program at Lynn Tech for the past 2 years. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of New Hampshire in Childhood and Family Studies and a Master of Science in Teacher of Students with Special Needs in Elementary Programs. She has also completed her principal licensure program through Merrimack Leadership Academy. She will be overseeing the entire program at Pondview, which we're very excited about. And so from now until the actual move that we're anticipating in January, all of the operations will go under Leanne. So congratulations to you. Thank you both. We have 2 nurse elections this evening. One is Lindsay Crowley. What is the will of the committee?
The will of the school committee is to elect Lindsay Crowley, BSN.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Lindsay Crowley.
Member Dugan?
Lindsay Crowley.
Member Gately?
Lindsay Crowley.
Member Pena?
Lindsay Crowley.
Member Reed?
Lindsay Crowley.
Member Satterwhite?
Lindsay Crowley.
Mayor Nicholson?
Lindsay Crowley.
The second nurse election this evening is for Rachel Ackley Morabito. What is the will of the committee?
The will of the committee is to elect Rachel Ackley Marabito for hire
Second.
approval.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Rachel Ackley Marabito.
Member Dugan?
Rachel Ackerley Marabito.
Member Gately?
Rachel Ackley Marabito.
Member Pena?
Rachel Ackley Marabito.
Member Reed?
Rachel Ackerley Marabito.
Member Satterwhite?
Rachel Ackley Marabito.
Mayor Nicholson?
Rachel Ackerley Morabito. Congratulations, both the nurses. Next item is a vote to approve the bullying intervention and prevention plan.
And I invite Mr. Charlie Gallo
There he is.
up to share the actual plan.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, Superintendent, members of the administration, and members of the committee. For the record, Charlie Gallo, Lynn Public Schools Compliance Officer. Thank you for having me today. You have in your packet a proposed revised, and it's really just a tweaked bullying intervention and prevention plan. That is policy JICFB. In your policy manual, there's a redlined version so you can see the edits. They are minimal. And then there's a clean version for proposed adoption tonight. Like Mr. Fry, no PowerPoint, no grand presentation. This is relatively brief. If I did have a PowerPoint, it would be one slide with 2 items. It would tell you this is about changing of the guard, and this is about corrective action compliance. In terms of changing of the guard, your proposed budget puts bullying with compliance. It now lives in curriculum. So this redraft simply replaces the curriculum seat that held it, which was Assistant Director of Health and PE, and replaces that with compliance. and a couple other minor changes, typographical changes, formatting, removal of some superfluous statements about what was done in 2010 and 2014. I've changed the language to make it gender inclusive, and I've also mentioned in the opening of it all protected classes, not just our LGBTQ plus community, but also race, national origin, disability, the list goes on. So just changes to make the language more inclusive. So that's the first point. The second point is that this is corrective action compliance. In 2010, there was a Mass state law that required districts to adopt a bullying policy. Lynn Public Schools did that. There was a revision to that law in 2014. Those laws require that the bullying policy be reviewed and readopted every 2 years. The Lynn Public Schools has done that from time to time, but not since 2020. And so there was a DESE corrective action item that surfaced recently, which actually gave us an opportunity to show the plan to DESE. They said it meets, the obligations of the law and intent of the law in full. The only issue is that it hasn't been looked at since 2020. And so that does need to happen to ensure compliance. And so I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and following any questions, if the draft ultimately satisfies you, would respectfully ask for a motion to adopt the proposed revised bullying intervention plan, which is policy JICFB. And I want to recognize that I spoke to Member Dugan and Policy Chair Dugan because of the nature of this ask, that it would come straight to the full committee, and there was agreement on that. So thank you.
We want to start with a motion and get it on the table, and then we'll do questions, discussion.
Make a motion to accept the bullying intervention prevention plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Questions?
I was going to make a motion.
Oh, okay. Seeing none? Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Attorney Gallo.
Mr. Gallo.
Thank you. Next is a vote to approve the new English Language Arts Middle School Curriculum Amplify.
So we had a presentation on the ELA middle school curriculum, and we would want now the school committee to take a vote for us to proceed move forward, order the materials, and begin professional development and implementation of those materials.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the New English Language Arts Middle School Curriculum Amplify.
Second.
Roll call.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. A request to accept miscellaneous donations to Skills USA in the amount of $150. It's a recommendation of the superintendent.
The recommendation is for school committee to accept the donation for Skills USA.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Request to accept the Margaret C. Wright Memorial Alumni Award of $10,000 from Gordon College to alumni Kimberly Thornburn, teacher at Hood School. Award is to be used to support Hood School. Superintendent?
The recommendation is to accept the alumni award in the amount of $10,000 for the Hood School.
Is there a second?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Were there any votes moving forward from the Building and Grounds Subcommittee?
Yes, there was a motion to approve the Washington STEM School renovation request.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Communications and information.
We have an update on the St. Catherine's partnership with the Celtics. I'd like to invite Dr. Gardner to share more about that update.
Sorry? Is it possible to put slides in? You have the slides on that? Yeah, I think it's possible.
Be quick.
City Hall IT.
I promise it's fast.
He does it all. Safety. Yeah, Americans too, brother.
Feel different, bro.
Long time ago. Watch Friday.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I understand what the babies and memories is like now, for real. Oh, wow, look at you in the front bag. Who's this?
Handsome.
Wait, why are you on that?
We're all. Yours is broken. Just think so.
You know, this was.
Okay, so this is just a celebratory update that LPS recently concluded our Pursuing Pathways partnership with the Boston Celtics and KIP with sponsorship from Amtrak. So this unique partnership involved 12 high school students from classical and 13 from KIP. A KIP college and career teacher visited on Wednesday early release days and delivered college and career exploration curriculum. Students were also included in multiple college and career events planned and provided by the Boston Celtics and Amtrak. The inspirational program included college and career speaker panels, Boston Celtics staff such as media specialists, Shamrock Foundation staff, business and finance staff, and HBCU graduates, historically black college and universities. Some interesting speakers included the videographer and media specialist for the Boston Celtics and Jason Tatum, who largely self-taught himself video editing, and a Harvard math major who shared his story of being involved in all the intricate cost projections that went into the surprise trade for Kristaps Porzingis. Students were mentored by Boston Celtics staff such as Cash Cannon, who took time to speak to students throughout the program and was a great mentor for them. The program also included excursions. The students made multiple trips to the Auerbach Training Center and several Celtics games. The Celtics and Amtrak sponsored a trip to Washington, D.C. that included a tour of Howard University with Cedric Maxwell, a tour of the National Museum of African American History, Washington Monuments tour, and Washington Wizards game with a pregame experience where students were seated on the floor and could watch Celtics practice up close with players Marcus Smart and Derek White, stopping over to speak with the students. The Celtics generously made personalized jerseys for the students at the start of the program and gave them iPads at the end of the program. And you can look at their post-secondary plans in the note below. We're very proud of all their work, and 100% of them completed FAFSAs. And we had one Posse Scholar with a full scholarship to Bucknell University. And I'm just going to show you a few photos. So we took trips to the Auerbach Center, which was the Celtics training center, and we got to see all the banners, and below the banners is like a state-of-the-art training facility. They have this word that is up over all their equipment that says Kaizen, which in Japanese means continual improvement. And it was just awesome for the kids to see. Deborah Giro visited at that time. Molly Cohen came for one of the trips. It was very inspiring, and they did lots of career events. This is an example of a career roundtable where at every table there were Boston Celtics staff who were in careers and were talking about their college experiences and their path to their different careers. In Washington, D.C., as I said, we went to a Washington Wizards game, and they had the pregame experience where they were right down on the floor. So here's Marcus Smart. This is one view of him. And here's the view where you can see how our students were reacting to meeting Marcus Smart. And here's Derek White before he got his haircut. And here he is speaking with the students, and they just loved seeing the Celtics. And out there on the floor was also Jason Tatum. It was great for the kids. The Howard University tour was accompanied by Cedric Maxwell, and this was a great experience. We had a great student guide who really explained everything it meant to be part of a historically black college or university. I took this picture because it was the Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall, and I just thought that was awesome. And they took a monuments tour. We have Martin Luther King Jr. and Abraham Lincoln. We walked up all those steps to see Abraham Lincoln. We went to the National Museum of African American History and Culture, which was a very moving experience. And so just in conclusion, I just want to thank our KIP colleagues, Justin McCarthy, who was the teacher, Katie Good, Becca Root, the Boston Celtics Shamrock Foundation, LPS Guidance Counselor Donna Doucette, LPS Early College Coordinator Derek Edmonds, who should also get some photo credits for this PowerPoint. And that's my update.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That's very exciting. Thank you to the Boston Celtics and Amtrak for the support, and to that team.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Gardner.
Great work, Dr. Gardner and team. Thank you so much.
Next is Patty Hebert will discuss the Rosetta Stone Summer Learning Program and actually the outline of implementation in phases that was shared with you a moment ago.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here tonight. So in front of you, you have the implementation plan for Rosetta Stone, and it's exciting to bring Rosetta Stone to Lynn Public Schools. It has been in existence for over 30 years, a fabulous program for students and families. Some of the benefits to using Rosetta Stone: students can progress at their own pace. It can be accessed at home. Students that go through the program, if they're secure with basic language, they can progress quickly through it. In other parts of the program, if they need more support, they can take their time, go a little bit slower with it. Rosetta Stone provides a balanced approach to language learning by integrating speaking, listening, reading, and writing skills. It incorporates real-world scenarios for students. It's aligned to the WIDA frameworks. Rosetta Stone offers professional development to teachers, equipping them with skills to help support their students. The program's fabulous. I have spent some time on it. There are a lot of resources available to teachers to use with students outside of just the students using the program. The analytics portion of the program is wonderful. There are a lot of reports that you can monitor usage for students, how they're progressing through the program, how much time they're spending on the program as well. Educators can tailor instruction accordingly to close specific learning gaps. So there are resources available. This is not a program that we're using as a common curriculum. This is just a resource. It's a support for students. It's to help with language acquisition outside of the core curriculum. The program can be accessed at home, which is fabulous, and the program is available to families as well. So families, community members, it's a great learning opportunity for all, and especially for teachers. I'm going through the program now. I'm on Unit 2, and I can see like how I'm struggling with it to try to learn Spanish. Teachers have that sense now to see what students are going through as well. We've outlined 4 phases thus far. The first one is just the planning and preparation that happened early on in the school year, December, January. Just the planning, is this something that is beneficial for Lynn Public Schools? When it was determined, the next part was, do we have the equipment to support Rosetta Stone? So looking at our laptops for students, can it be supported for everybody? The second part was the communication. So there's been communication with Lynn School Committee, with families. We immediately started with family and community coordinators to get them on board because they were spreading the messages for our families. They have gone through 2 trainings already. One was in person, 3-hour training with Rosetta Stone facilitators, and the second one was a virtual. And the family and community coordinators were able to push it out to our families. And then the rollout started with rostering our students. We have 16,000 students that are rostered, so it does take some time to make sure that everyone is in, that they have been assigned the appropriate communication. So that had been happening. It was around May that all students were rostered. Families started to sign on as well. So that took a little bit of time making sure that they were able to access the program. We have lines of communications open with our family and community coordinators. If anyone is struggling with logging into the program, we're available to help them. 2 staff sign-ups went out, and that was done purposely. It's very difficult to just assign everybody, especially for staff and families, because they can choose the language that they would like to do. Right now, it's set, anyone identified as an L student will be enrolled in an English course. Anyone that is identified as an English-speaking student will be enrolled in a Spanish course. However, there is accessibility to change that. So we will be working with students in the fall, I'll talk a little bit more about that, to change the language option for them. Families and staff members can choose through the 25 different languages that are offered. We put out some summer guidance already, how to log on to the program, and we suggested that it was probably about 30 or 40 minutes per day. Summertime, they have some reading. This is something they definitely can have access to. All students have laptops at home, so they can definitely access the program through ClassLink. So they're able to do that. We'll talk about how we're going to implement some guidelines for the fall. We also have some sessions running for families. The first one will be July 15th. It's a drop-in session. We have folks that will be here to help support any families with logging on and using the program. On the next page, you can see the enrollment so far. So students have been rostered, a total of 16,616 students. You can see the breakdown of students that are in English and Spanish courses, and then the usage for each one so far. So this was just since May, and we already have over 100 hours in English and 61 hours in Spanish, which is awesome. You can also see the breakdown with our families. 737 families from when this was printed have already registered. You can see the languages that they have chosen as well. There are 25 languages that they can choose from. These were the top 4 languages. There may have been others, but it was a smaller population that chose those languages. And then faculty and staff that have signed on already. The next one, it should be coming up as of July, I was told July 2nd. The next round of staff members should be up and running. In the fall, the plan is to schedule some PD for our teachers, and again, it's just to familiarize themselves with the platform, to see what their students are doing, and then possibly how can they help them as well. Our students, being a teacher for over 15 years, our students are eager to learn. So there are other resources that could help our students. Again, it's not going to be in place of a program, it will just be used to supplement. We are looking to establish a Rosetta Stone team made up of some teachers. I would love to see some students on there. I'm putting out feelers now who will be part of that, different departments, to make sure that we are using it correctly and appropriately for our students and for our teachers as well. Throughout the summer, I will be sending out a survey to our families and our students. What do they like about the program? What could be different? How do you see this being used going forward for you? So we will be monitoring. We're going to gather that feedback and monitor it closely, make sure we're doing the right thing for our students. And we'll make necessary adjustments along the way. Rosetta Stone has wonderful PD that's offered. They are constantly available to us to send us data reports. I've requested that does happen periodically, that we get the reports of usage and all that, and we'll keep in close contact with them to see what could we be doing differently to get more people involved. They have shared different districts throughout Massachusetts that use it. Sharon was on there, Shawsheen Tech. One thing that they did in Shawsheen, students were able to sign up for Italian, and kids went to Italy. So they said it was amazing, the amount of students that learned Italian. We would love to set something up similar. Those of you that have been here for a while know our First in Math. We used to celebrate at school committee meetings. We had trophies for students. They earned badges. It was a big celebration in schools. But we're looking to do something like that. Rosetta Stone is working with their marketing team to help us facilitate that. So be on the lookout for some fun things that'll be happening. And then we will be pushing through different success stories of our students, of our families, teachers, and how they're doing along the way with Rosetta Stone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Member Gailey, Member Pena.
I, too, have almost finished lesson 1. And I have a goal that I am going to be saying my speeches in both Spanish and in English.
Nice.
Because it is such a joy to use this program. And as an educator, it really is like when a friend of mine's son had dyslexia, to try to understand how the brain works for dyslexia. When a child is learning another language, I feel like that child. And right now, I am learning it. And it's like sort of embarrassing because I'll just say things out loud like, hey, bebe, oh, bebe, agua. And I am learning things, but the pronouns are a little tricky. I recall when we were talking about MLEs or ELLs, when I first got on, I approached a student of mine to ask her how she learned her language. How did you learn English? I asked a very specific question. She said, in kindergarten, I was in Florida, in Miami, and I don't know whatever the teacher did, but by the time I finished kindergarten, I was speaking English. Wow. So I'm hoping that this is the key, that they will be walking out of kindergarten like dual language and be able to understand our English, what we have curriculum in English for, and also their native language. So I'm learning, and everybody should try it. It's not bad.
I have a 45-minute ride home every day, so that's what I'm doing. That's great.
I was like 2 or 3 hours one day. I know you guys don't have it, but I was just sitting there, so it was interesting.
Thank you.
Oh, and one other thing. I'm Irish, and I always make a joke of having a flat tongue. But the good news is I'm learning to roll my R's through this program. It just sort of works. It's sort of weird. But anyway, thank you.
It's great. Thank you. Member Pena.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm very excited for this, this program, Rosetta Stone, especially when we can see parents engaging with our students, and because many of them want to know what's going on and to get involved. And this is just like another component to engage that. I had a question because recently you had another rollout. Is this number, the number you have for people enrolled, is that from just recent, or are we still going to have? Is there still an update?
This is still an update. This is ongoing, so families are constantly enrolling. It's the teachers that there were 2 different times.
Yes.
The first time ended, they enrolled. The second one just ended on the 26th. So
For the parents?
for the staff.
Okay, for
Yes.
staff, okay.
Yep, so that's
And
it.
that number's accurate, 642 for staff, or is it 846 total?
For staff, 846. So 642 are enrolled in Spanish.
In Spanish only,
Yes.
okay.
23 in Italian.
Italians.
The numbers don't match up because there might be some other languages that
Yeah.
have been chosen.
Yeah, could we Arabic?
Yes.
It's just different.
Yes.
Khmer. Mm-hmm. This is awesome. I like.
So we'll do a push again for families to just try to get them enrolled.
And obviously, it's still ongoing with the roster because
Yes.
we're getting new enrollments and
Yes.
et cetera. All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation and everyone's work on this. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So lastly, the superintendent's report. As the school year ends, we reflect on a period of remarkable progress, growth, resilience, and achievement within our school district. Our students have excelled academically and personally, embracing challenges and demonstrating unwavering dedication to their studies and extracurricular activities. Teachers and staff have worked tirelessly to create an enriching and supportive environment, fostering a love of learning and a strong sense of community this school year. With memorable milestones from innovative classroom projects and students voicing their need for inclusivity to outstanding performances in the arts and athletics, I want to celebrate the collective efforts of our students, educators, and families. A reminder to all that Curriculum and Instruction has posted summer reading, language development guidelines, and resources on the district website for accessibility. I encourage all students to engage in activities with community partners, pursue creative projects, develop reading lists outside of recommended reading, find community service opportunities, and enjoy outdoor activities this summer. As we look forward to the upcoming year, I'm filled with excitement and anticipation. I am eager to see us continue to build on the accomplishments of our students and the collaborative efforts of all stakeholders. The new school year, 24-25, will be another opportunity for us to align our vision, grounded in equity, with the current reality of the student experience. One day, not long ago, and reflecting on the state of where we are and how much progress we've made during the past year and several months, as Deputy Ruggiero and I transitioned through now, Deputy Ruggiero shared this quote with me, and I've read it a couple of times since then, and I want to share it with you today, and I want to leave with you this meaningful quote until school resumes. We are now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. In this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. There is no time for apathy or complacency. And this is a time for vigorous and positive action. And those were the wise words of Martin Luther King, Jr. I am confident that together we will make the upcoming school year a success, and I wish you all a well-deserved summer break. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. That is the end of our formal agenda, but before we adjourn, I would like to please invite Kimberly Powers up. Being her last school committee meeting, it is just our honor to be able to recognize your incredible service to the Lynn Public Schools over the last few decades. Having worked with Kim now for several years, I know that she has shown an incredible dedication to our district, to our students, from her work as a principal to her work at the district level, never losing sight of the power of learning and the discipline of education and how that can change our students' lives, and thinking about for many years now, thinking about students as holistic people and meeting those needs inside the classroom as well as outside the classroom, and really appreciate your leadership on that issue and many others over the years. And so I would like to share this official citation of the mayor's office. It says, "Be it known that Mayor Jared C. Nicholson hereby extends his most sincere congratulations and his great appreciation to Kimberly Powers in recognition of 35 years of dedicated service." I emphasize that because they're yeah. There is true power and inspiration to that kind of longevity because, as we just talked about, there is an urgency to the work. It is incredibly important. We have the lives of our city's residents before us and on our shoulders as we do this work, and to have that kind of longevity really takes a deep inner commitment to these issues and to our families, and so it's a big deal. To the Lynn Public Schools, and best wishes in your retirement. Be it further known that the entire city of Lynn extends its best wishes for continued success, great joy, and happiness. Congratulations.
Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you so much, everyone.
Can I get a picture? Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Just, with that quote from Dr. Alvarez and recognizing 35 years, I just want to comment that I'm struck every year by, at this time of year, how look how much has happened in a school year over the last 12 months. And, people think of it as school years, right? But our educators, our families, they never stop thinking about education because of how important it is. And so at this moment, we're finishing the 2023-2024 school year, and we're immediately rolling into the 2024-2025 school year. As you all know, so much work happens over these summer months in planning and preparation, and there is both, I think, at times some trials and tribulations about how much responsibility that is to dive right back in, but also I think a moment of renewed hope to see that we have this opportunity to shape our district's future for the coming year. And so I just want to thank everyone for all your work and help as we roll into the next school year. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Have a great summer, everyone.
Have a great summer. Nice.
Did hear from the owner the day after. He said he was not feeling well. Told me he needed to be at the next meeting. So I support denying this. Okay? All in favor to deny?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That license for events only has been denied.
Okay, we have a new flammable license at 517 Linway for Mel's Tires.
Anybody here from Mel's Tires? Anybody here from Mel's Tires? Seeing no one, what's the wish of the committee?
Motion to table.
We have a motion to table.
Second.
Second, non-debatable, all in favor to table? Aye. Opposed? That license is also tabled.
We have a new flammable license at 38 Oakville Street, P&B Welding Fabrication. P&B, yep. He's here.
Is this 42, or is this different than
Nope,
42?
this is different. This is
This
38
different.
Oakville.
Okay, 38 Oakville. P&B, you here? Right here. Excellent, thank you. Yeah. Councilor Walsh? Yeah?
Thank you. I know Councilor Hogan's not here. He's met with the proponent here. I've got to know him. He's been a great neighborhood guy over in that neighborhood.
Excellent.
And well-respected. So I just want to put a word in for him, and that, Councilor Hogan was the support of this also.
Thank you, Mr. President. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Seeing none, thank you, Council President Walsh. On behalf of Councilor Hogan, all in favor to approve? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That license is granted. Thank you. Extended licenses, extended hours?
Yep, we
Take
now
them
have extended
individually.
hour renewals. We'll begin with 9 Austin Square, 7-Eleven, currently at 6 to 11 p.m. They're requesting 24 hours.
Anyone here representing Austin Square 7-Eleven?
Mr. Islam, MD Islam?
Is anyone representing Austin Square 7-Eleven?
Oh, there he is.
Okay. Can you state your name and your position with the...
Franchisee at 7-Eleven.
Okay. Are you the owner, or are you...
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a letter here from the council president. Would you like us to read it? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yep, Council President Walsh.
Thanks again. I've heard from a bunch of people in the neighborhood here, particularly with this increase in the hours. Currently, I believe they're 11 o'clock at night, maybe right now.
Yes, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Yeah, and in this particular neighborhood, there's been some issues with the store after hours. They've stayed open later at times. I think at one point it was actually a White Hen. They might have stayed open till midnight. I would just make a recommendation to deny. There's no reason for the store to be open those amount of hours in that neighborhood. It just doesn't make sense, and we've had complaints and issues. I have a letter that I sent you, so I would encourage a denial.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll enter the council president's letter into the record. Attorney Lamanna, are we voting on the denial of requesting 24 hours, or are we approving the 6 to 11?
He's asking to be able to open after midnight, so it would be a denial for extended hours.
Okay. Do we have a motion to deny the extended hours?
Make a motion to deny
We have
extended
a
hours.
motion to deny.
Second.
We have second. Any further discussion? This is for the Austin Square 7-Eleven. I know there's another one coming up. All in favor to deny? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That license will stay as 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. That has been denied for extended hours. Thank you.
Okay, the next is 60 Boston Street, McDonald's, drive-through 24 hours.
Anybody here from Boston Street McDonald's? Anyone here from Boston Street McDonald's?
Mr. Kosla? Vipin Kosla?
Okay. Wish of the committee.
Make a motion to table.
We have a motion to table. We have a second on the table.
Second.
Second. No, non-debatable. All in favor to table? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
The license for McDonald's on Boston Street is tabled.
Okay, 65 Boston Street, CVS Pharmacy, 24 hours.
Okay. Want to state your name and your position with CVS, please?
Anthony Fort, store manager.
Store manager. Thank you, Anthony. Thanks for being here. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? No. Anthony, I know there's been some burglaries in the area. With that 24-hour stipulation, there are stipulations on it. Just make sure that the property's fully equipped with cameras in that area. Yeah?
Will do, yeah.
Okay, do you have cameras that work on that build?
Yes.
Inside and outside?
Yes.
Okay. And those with those stipulations. All in favor to approve?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That license is granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have 80 Boston Street, Dunkin' Donuts for 24 hours.
Attorney Vitale?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I'm here on behalf of John Mello, the operator and owner of that location at 80 Boston Street. We have no problem with the stipulations, and some members of the council may remember when there was a problem, John was one of the leaders among those folks on Boston Street about keeping it clean and neat.
Yep. Yep.
And I've
I don't-
spoken with Councilor Chakutis, who
and
had no problems.
If I'm not mistaken, they're not open the full 24 hours, but sometimes during snow emergencies, they
Right.
choose to be. That's why
Right.
the...
For the snowplow drives, right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Attorney Vitale. Any questions for the attorney? No. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? None. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That license is granted.
Okay, next, we have 108 Boston Street Burger King. Their hours right now are Sunday through Thursday, 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 6 a.m. to 3 a.m., and they are now requesting 24 hours on the drive-through.
Right. Okay. Is that something new?
Yes.
Okay. Please state your name and your position with Burger King.
My name is Ron Dimmick. I'm the area manager for the store.
Okay. Councilor Vice President Chakutis, do you want to?
I really don't have, to be honest, I don't have any issues down there with Burger King. The property is clean. I've worked with the manager down there. They're very considerate. Anytime we have an issue, they're right on top of it, so.
Yeah. And we just installed new cameras.
Okay, so that was going to be my next question.
Oh, yeah.
You're following the city ordinance where there's cameras?
I think we have like 20 cameras now.
Okay,
so
aiming outside during...
A lot outside.
Okay. What time does the inside part of the restaurant close?
I'm sorry?
What time does the dining room close?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, okay. And so from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., it's...
Just drive-through. Drive-through and delivery.
As far as the barrels that are outside, are those going to be maintained from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll
You don't
make
have
sure.
anything with your insurance that says that the employees can't be outside during that time? Okay.
No. We'll
All
make
right.
sure they're maintained.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second, any further discussion or questions that you may have? None, all in favor to approve?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you very much.
That license is approved for 24 hours.
Okay, next, we have 16 Boston Street Wendy's, drive-through 4 a.m., 6:30 a.m. to 4 a.m.
Yep, please come to the podium, state your name and your position with Wendy's, please.
Hi, Natalie Perez, Assistant Manager.
Assistant Manager, thank you. Any questions for the Assistant Manager? What time does your dining room close?
10.
10 p.m.?
Yes.
And from 10 p.m. until 4 a.m., do you have any...
We just have drive-through.
You have just drive-through, right? You have people maintaining the barrels outside during that period?
Yes.
There's nothing in, no stipulations in your insurance stating that employees cannot be outside? Okay. Any questions at all for the Assistant Manager? No? What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to
We have a
approve.
motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Any discussion or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? That license is granted with the same stipulations.
Okay, next, we have 122 Boston Street, Noria Gas Station and Kiosk, open from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Please state your name and your position with Nori or on Boston Street, please.
Judy Rodriguez, Manager.
Manager, thank you. Any questions for the manager? Yeah? Okay. You have someone that maintains the outside of the property, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, what's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. We have a second. Any discussion or questions? None? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That license is granted with those same stipulations. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay, next, we have 124 Boston Street, Taco Bell, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Anybody here representing Taco Bell? Please come to the podium, state your position. Thank you.
My name's Alberto Valos. I'm the assistant manager.
Assistant Manager for Taco Bell in Boston Street. Any questions for the Assistant Manager? You're open till 1 a.m.? The dining room is at?
Our store hours is from 6 a.m. till 10 p.m. Dining room, 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. drive-through.
Okay. Is this a typo? I see 7 a.m.
It may have been 7
Okay.
a.m., so we'll change it to 6 a.m.
Councilor Chakutis, I believe.
Motion to approve.
This is your ward. Do you want to change it to 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. if he's stating it's 6 a.m.?
What time do you open now?
At 6 a.m. It was recently changed.
I did, okay.
It was recently changed before approval? Is that what you're saying? Okay, we're going to stick with it. I'm going to make a motion from the floor for 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. And if they want approval for 6 a.m., they need to come back for a licensing meeting.
I got you.
Thank you. Please reach
Can I
out to
just
the
ask
council
one
vice
question,
president.
though?
Sure.
At 6 a.m., are you actually serving breakfast, or are you guys in their property?
Just breakfast.
Just breakfast?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like you said, we'll stick to the 7, and then from there, you can come back
Oh, okay.
and try for the 6 a.m., okay?
Okay.
Council president, vice president,
Motion to approve.
motion to approve 7 a.m. or 6 a.m.?
7 a.m.
7 a.m. to 1, is that? I'm sorry.
7 to 10 in the dining room and 10 to 1 in the drive-through.
Thank you. And somebody's maintaining the barrels from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m.?
Yes.
Outside, there's no stipulations in your insurance, the employees can't be outside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you do want an extended license and to start opening at 6 a.m., okay, make sure it's not open at 6 a.m. until you have approval from the licensing committee, please.
Okay.
Okay. We have a motion to approve for 7 a.m.
A second.
Second, any discussion or further questions for the assistant manager? None, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? That license is granted for 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., 10 p.m. in the dining room, and from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. in the drive-through extended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 60 Boston Street, McDonald's, drive-through, 24 hours.
We have a motion to reconsider on the McDonald's.
Yeah, motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider.
Second.
Second, all in favor to reconsider? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, the license for McDonald's. State your name and your position with McDonald's on Boston Street, please.
My name is Bipin Khosla. I'm Director of Operation and a part owner for business.
Thank you. Any questions for the owner?
No.
Okay. It's drive-through is 24 hours. The barrels that are out, what time is the dining room open?
10 o'clock.
Till 10 o'clock?
Yes.
And then when is it open in the morning?
6 a.m.
6 a.m.? Okay. From 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., the barrels are maintained outside, is that correct?
Yes.
So if they start to fill up, they're
Yeah.
being emptied?
Yes, we send somebody there like around like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
Okay. And I know the property manager has a cleaning company that comes around during the day.
Yes, they do. Yes.
I just want to make sure the barrels are maintained, and there's no stipulations in your insurance binder that says that you cannot have employees outside from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., is that correct?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's correct. And we've been doing that.
All right, thank you. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second, any discussion or questions? None, all in favor? Aye, opposed? That license is granted. Thank you for being here.
Hold on. Okay, I'm sorry.
We got-
124 Broad Street, George's Roast Beef, Monday through Saturday, 10:30 a.m. to 2 a.m., and then Sunday, 12 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Okay. Come forward, state your name and your position with the Georges.
Sumit Saini, secretary in the corporation and a manager over there. We just taking over George's Roast Beef. We already own Arthur's famous roast beef in Lynn.
Thank you. Any questions for the owner? Council Meji Madri, I believe that's Ward 4?
Yep.
What George's is that right?
Yes. No, I don't have any questions for him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. The dining room's open till 2. It's not a drive-through, so it is a dining room.
Yes.
Okay. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second, any discussion or questions? None, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? That license is granted. Thank you for being here.
Okay, next we have 668 Chestnut Street, Cumberland Farms, 24 hours, 7 days a week.
Please come to the podium, state your name and your position with Cumberland Farms.
Laurie Bray, Assistant Manager.
Assistant Manager, does anybody have any questions for the Assistant Manager? I have a quick question. Laurie, you're open 24 hours.
Correct.
Is that the inside or just like a drive, like
The
a
whole
slot?
store.
The whole store? Okay.
Yes.
Right, and we haven't had any reach out from any police or anything. I believe that's Ward 1.
Yeah.
Any concerns?
Just, yeah, I just have a couple concerns. So what are your current hours right now?
They're 24.
Well, the overnight shift is 10 p to 4:30 a, and then somebody comes in at 4:30 and works, and then we have our first, second, and like I said, the overnight shift is
So currently you're operating at 24 hours?
correct.
Okay. Yeah, then
That's what the current license is approved for. Okay. All right, seeing any other questions? And what's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Any discussion or further questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? That license is
Thank you.
granted. Thank you.
Okay, we have 120-122 Liberty Street for Speedway, 24/7.
Please state your name and your position with Speedway.
Heather Roy, area leader.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Speedway? None, Council Vice President, that's your ward?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just, I've noticed, been down there a lot, the property is really, it just needs some more cleaning around it during the day or at night. And I know it's not your fault people are littering, but going down there the other day, there was a lot of litter around the property.
I'm not sure if it's your responsibility to maintain the lot, like the Council Vice President said, but if it's not, please pass those concerns that we share on to those that do make the decisions to maintain the outside of the lot in that area. Any other questions? What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion or questions? None. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That license is granted.
Okay, next we have 3 Linfield Street, 7-Eleven. Currently, the hours are 5 a.m. to 12 p.m., and they're requesting 24 hours.
It's a new request for 24 hours. Please come to the podium, state your name and your position with 7-Eleven on Linfield Street.
Hey, my name is Mazhar Nizami, and I'm the franchisee, 3 Linfield Street.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
I just,
Councilor Meany?
I just wanted to say, after consulting with the police department and the neighborhood, I'm going to recommend that we deny this request for 7-Eleven to extend 24 hours, please.
Thank you, Councilor Meany. It's Councilor Meany's ward. I think to just piggyback on what Councilor Meany says, I had people reach out to me, similar to how Council President Walsh has had with the neighbors. I don't think 24 hours is something that I would be in favor of. I think it's been working well for the neighborhood from 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. I know that says p.m., but that's just a typo, I believe, on the record, correct?
Yes.
So do we have a motion?
Motion
as far
to deny.
We have a motion to deny the request for 24 hours.
Second.
Second on the deny. Any discussion or further questions? All in favor to deny the request for 24 hours?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Hours will stay the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we have 377 Linway, Wendy's, 7:30 a.m. to 1 a.m., and fast food drive-through service.
Thank you. Please come to the podium, state your name and your position with Wendy's.
Natalie Perez, GM.
GM. Does anybody have any questions for Linway, Wendy's manager? I do. So again, dining room closes at 10 or 11?
Dining room, 10.
10? And from 10 to 1, you have somebody that maintains the barrels outside?
Yep.
There are no stipulations in your insurance binder that says employees cannot be outside during that time, correct?
No. Yep, go ahead.
Okay. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Any discussion or further questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That license is granted again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have 525 Linway, Gulf Gas Station, open 24/7.
Anybody here from Gulf on the Linway? Please come to the podium, state your name and your position with Gulf.
Abdul Hanan, franchisee at Gulf.
Franchisee at Gulf. Any questions for the franchisee owner? None. Council Hogan didn't reach out to myself or anyone with any concerns. What is the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Discussion. As far as inside, is anybody coming in and out?
Not after 1 a.m. We take it from outside.
From outside. Thank you.
Yep.
And are you maintaining the area outside?
Yep.
Yeah? Okay.
Of course.
Thank you. Any further discussion or questions? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That license is granted.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next we have 535
Sorry.
Linway.
For those that are in attendance, the license will be ready Thursday after 8:30 in the clerk's office. I apologize for not mentioning that ahead of time. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Is it going to get mailed or we have to come?
It'll be here right?
Pick it up.
It'll be here Thursday after 8:30 in the clerk's office. Thank you.
5 minutes.
Okay. We are at 535 Linway, Noria Gas, 24/7.
Please come to the podium, state your name and your position with Noria on the Linway.
Judy Rodriguez, manager.
Manager, any questions for the manager on Noria on the Linway? None? Councilor Hogan did not reach out with any concerns. You have somebody that maintains the outside of the property?
Yes.
Yes, okay. What's the wish of the committee?
Our agenda.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second, all in favor, any discussion or questions? None, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye opposed, that license is granted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay, next we have 567 Linway, McDonald's, 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. for the dining room, drive-through 24/7.
Okay, please state your name and your position with McDonald's on the Linway.
Sure, it's Beth Robbins, and I'm the office manager.
Office manager, thank you,
We're
Beth.
actually open 6 to 10 in the dining room.
6 to 10, okay, so a decrease in the hours in the dining room, which,
No, I think she said 5 a.m.
it does say 5, but
Okay,
yeah.
it's 6.
6 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions for the office manager? So from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., is somebody maintaining the barrels
Yeah, there's
outside?
no stipulation.
There's no stipulations from your insurance company saying you can't be outside? Okay. What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to
We
approve?
have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second, any discussion or questions? None, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye opposed. That license is granted again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have 16 Market Square, Guatemala Restaurant. It's open 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., 7 days a week.
Anybody here from Guatemala Restaurant? Is anybody here from Guatemala Restaurant? Seeing nobody here to answer questions, what's the wish of the committee?
Table.
We have a motion to table.
Second?
Second, non-debatable. All in favor to table? Aye opposed. That license for Guatemala Restaurant has been tabled. Thank you.
Okay, we have 707 Western Ave, Domino's Pizza, 10 a.m. to 3 a.m., 7 days a week.
Anybody? Attorney Vitale?
Chairman, the dining room closes at midnight. We just do online and telephone orders from midnight to 3 a.m.
Thank you, Attorney Vitale. Any questions for the attorney? None?
Motion to approve?
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Second, any discussion or questions? None, all in favor to approve? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, that license is granted. Thank you, attorney.
Okay, we have 969 Western Ave, AL Prime Energy, 24/7.
Please state your name and your position with AL Prime Energy on Western Ave.
Sure. Noor, I'm an area manager.
Area manager. Any questions for the area manager? None. What's the wish of the committee?
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Second. You're maintaining outside. I know I've gone to AL Prime before, and I know it's always been well kept.
Always, yeah.
Always.
Thanks.
We'll make sure that continues. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That license is granted.
Okay, thanks.
And the last one is 341 Union Street, Domino's Pizza, 10
Attorney.
a.m. to 3 a.m., 7 days a week.
Thank you. Attorney Vitale?
The same hours of operation. Midnight, they close the dining room. From midnight to 3 a.m., they take online and telephone orders only.
Thank you, Attorney Vitale. Any questions for the attorney? Union Street, any questions? Councilor Mejji-Mantri, none?
No.
Okay. Any motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Second. Any discussion or questions? None. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That license is granted. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your patience on those. Madam Clerk, we have
We
signed
have
license renewals.
renewals.
Yep. Take the,
We have one
we have one that I want to
one
pull out.
renewal for flammable license.
Yeah, so one I want to pull out for a flammable on 42 Oak Street,
Oakville.
Oakville Street, thank you for that. 42 Oakville Street, is somebody here from Mass Electrical Apparatus Service? You're here? Can you state your name and your position?
My name is Keith, and Operations Manager.
Operations Manager, okay. I have a letter from the Lynn Fire Department. I know they've been working with you on some improvements and requirements. correct?
Yes, as of,
Some of those have been not so,
well, my office manager dragged his feet and didn't file the paperwork on time.
Yep.
So we got this letter, we followed it to the letter, everything's in place. The owner talked to the lieutenant today. He gave us 6 months to put the sprinkler system in.
yep.
He's coming to inspect tomorrow, make sure everything's up, and then we can open up and play again.
All right, so I'd like to see you back here in 6 months then. So can we have I'll make a motion from the chair to approve the license and revisit it in 6 months.
So we're not getting the license?
You're going to get the license.
Okay.
And then we'll see you back here in 6 months. If the vote
Oh,
goes
okay,
through.
okay, I get it,
You'll
yeah.
get the license. It'll be for 6 months. I'll follow up with Mr. Gonzalez from the fire department, who I spoke with earlier today, and then we'll revisit the license to make sure that those people that are dragging their feet
Okay, yeah.
are not dragging their feet any longer.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right. I made the motion from the chair. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Attorney Lamanna, any further discussion or questions? None. All in favor to approve with the stipulation for 6 months?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That license is granted for 6 months.
Thank you.
We'll take the rest as a whole, please. All the other renewals we'll take as a whole. What's the wish of the committee?
Take as a whole.
Take as a
Motion to
whole.
approve.
Motion approved.
Second.
Second. Any discussion or questions? None. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Those are all granted as well. We have a couple of canning dates.
Okay, we have Lynn Classical Cheer Team, adults only, August 2nd, 2024. Lynn Classical Boys Basketball, adults only, July 26th, 2024.
What's the wish of the committee?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve those
Second.
dates. We have a second. Any discussion on those dates? None. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Those dates are granted for canning. Good luck. Be safe. Any other business, Madam Clerk?
Not
Any new
from me.
business? None. What's the wish of committee?
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
We second. Anybody?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? None. All in favor to adjourn? Aye. Opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Long.
I call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Counsel Net?
Present.
Present Counsel LaPierre.
Present.
Present Counsel Allensug.
Present.
Present Counsel Field.
Present.
Present Counsel Meji Madre.
Present.
Present.
Ms. Lopez, you you have the floor.
Presentation.
Is she here?
You're up.
Yeah, you have the floor. You have to do the presentation.
There's a microphone right there. There's a microphone.
There's a microphone behind the laptop.
Yes.
Right behind.
Oh, there we go.
There you
I'm
go.
gonna have to use my big teacher voice. Okay. Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for your time. I'm here to talk about reading outcomes in Lynn. And as we see with the presentations, our students have a lot of potential, and I'm here to make sure that we extend that to everyone. While we wait for educational laws and mandates to embrace justice and equity, we must continue giving our young people what they need to thrive in this world. This is a quote by Goldie Muhammad. So how can we improve and empower parents to support teachers in improving educational outcomes in Lynn? So many districts across the United States are making the shift to what is being called the science of reading. The video is about 10 minutes long. I'm not going to play it, but I'm just going to quickly summarize it. It basically talks about how for the past 30, 40 years, we've been teaching students to read in one way, and that way it was called the meaning-based, where students were doing a lot of guessing and using picture support. However, that is a flawed method in teaching students how to read. The better way to teach them is to teach them the code, which is also known as rules-based reading or structured literacy. Lynn's population is very diverse, but unfortunately, we are not meeting the needs of our bilingual students nor our special education students. So these are the data from MCAS. So this information is found readily online on the DESE website. As you can see, this is from English High School. We had only 32 students and 7 students meet or exceed the expectations. Unfortunately, in 2024, that number got smaller. Same thing for Classical High School. In 2019, we had about 38 students who met or exceeded, and that number again is lower for 2024. If we look at the demographics, the city of Lynn is becoming more and more diverse, and unfortunately, crime is also going up. So in a nutshell, we had 124 students fail the MCAS in 2019. We had 139 students fail the MCAS in 2024. These are different articles, but in a nutshell, we're talking about the early connection with literacy and incarceration. Unfortunately, the city of Lynn has seen a lot of crime. Crime is on the rise. I was at Market Basket the last week, and I was shopping, and I heard so many different languages being spoken. Then the next day, we hear about another fatal shooting. I'm going to play just one quick video.
I interviewed my cousin who had been, one of my favorite cousins. I have a big family. One of my favorite cousins. He had been incarcerated for 23 years. 23 years. We have the same birthday. We played together. We chased little girls together and did all the things cousins do. But I went right, he went left, and he ended up incarcerated. And I interviewed him about a year ago. I said, Boo, I'm doing this thing about reading and everything. And he said, Cuz, did you know that the average incarcerated person has a little less than a 4th grade reading level? Did you know that? Now, I acted like I didn't know because I was ashamed at knowing something like that and not doing something about it. So I was quiet and I let him talk. He said, man, I have them in there and I'll be teaching people to read, or we playing chess or checkers and we talking about this. He said, cuz they can't read. They can't read. And you know, the reality is when you have a wait to fail model, when you don't screen early, when you chase it later, when you don't have a champion, the only thing a lot of people do is bury their head and act like they don't know. But part of what this rally is about today is everybody needs to know. We have a commitment to our children. We're going to prioritize them over politics and personality. And we're going to do what they need to have done on the front end instead of waiting for them to go to the federal penitentiary. Did you know? Yeah, we know. That's why we're here today. Thank you, Mason. Thank you, young man.
And that is what I'm here today to do, is to talk about dyslexia so that we can support our students. So what can we do? So these facts and figures can be very disheartening, but there's also a lot we can do. And I've been going to the school committee meetings, and there's a lot of pressure on teachers. There's a lot of pressure on the school committee. We don't have all the money that we need. However, if we, like the coach said during his presentation, it takes a village. So I just outlined some ideas for what we can do. So to create and share family-friendly information about dyslexia as early as possible, Massachusetts passed about 4 years ago some dyslexia guidelines, and I'm still shocked at how many people haven't heard of the word dyslexia. They don't know what's going on. And so to create family-friendly resources, because if you look at the website, it's all very technical language, a lot of jargon, and our families, a lot of them are new to this country. They just cannot access that information. So I started a Google site. Next is to partner with the libraries. So the libraries have a lot of potential. We can have a selection there for decodable books. For example, teachers can share what skill the student is working on. Families can go visit the library where they have the sections. For example, if they're working on short vowels, we'll have the books available for them. Also include the REAL program and the free little libraries. There's so much potential there. Making sure that the information that we're giving with parents, given to families, are also aligned with what the school is providing. I know that the middle schools are getting a new curriculum. We can spend time creating resources so that the families feel a nice connection between what is happening in school and how they can support their children at home. Also broadcast different videos. We can get together and create videos for families to actually learn how to teach their students in Spanish, in different languages. I know Lynn has a lot of different languages, so that families feel comfortable, so that they can transfer over those skills from their home language into English to find success. and even create programs to include more biliteracy. I know Lynn has a lot of biliteracy programs and the sale of biliteracy in Spanish, but we can extend that to reflect the multiple languages that are spoken here. Also include information about summer learning that could be publicized on where our community is. For example, the Torrente radio station, Link Public Television. There are so many resources that the Lynn has to offer, but families just don't know about it. So communicating a little bit more with them. And finally, to provide older students with interventions. Okay, so most of the crime that is being committed in our city is teens and young adults. The youth are feeling helpless, they're stuck, they have limited options. The world is very different from when I grew up, and even in 4 years after the COVID pandemic, things have been different. We need to respond to the needs of our children. Regardless of what their interests are, they need to be literate. They need to have basic literacy skills, which if we're using the MCAS data to gauge, they are not getting those. We can seek to build partnerships with North Shore Community College or Lynn Tech to create materials and resources for our students that are homegrown. All hands need to be on deck. We're going to end with a quote. Everybody can be great because everybody can serve. You do not have to have a college degree to serve. You do not have to make your subject and verb agree to serve. You do not have to know about Plato and Aristotle to serve. You do not need to know Einstein's theory of relativity to serve. You don't have to know the second theory of thermodynamics to serve. You only need a heart full of grace and a soul generated by love. Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lopez. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was very wonderful and that's very helpful. So any new business?
Motion to adjourn?
Okay, all in favor?
Second. Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Right, good evening again. Welcome to the Ways and Means Committee meeting. Madam Clerk, I call the meeting to order. Please roll call.
Councilor Net?
Present.
Present. Councilor Hogan? Absent. Councilor Chakutis?
Present.
Present. Councilor Walsh? Present. Present. Councilor Field?
Present.
Present.
And could you please read transfers?
Okay. We have $3,360,000 from free cash to the Capital SAB Fund for the purchase of Market Street Eastern Bank. City Comptroller is hereby authorized to release $360,000 for the deposit to purchase the property without further vote of the Lynn City Council.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes. Council Hogan, absent. Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Council Field?
Yes.
Yes.
Next.
$55,000 from reserve to the IT expense.
Which committee?
Motion approved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes. Council Hogan, absent. Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Council Field?
Yes.
Yes. $1,300 from the reserve to the council payroll.
Motion approved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes. Council Hogan, absent. Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Council Field?
Yes.
Yes. $78,371.68 from ISD expense for ISD prior year bills.
Motion approved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes. Council Hogan, absent. Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Council Field?
Yes.
Certified funds, please.
We have $33,780 to the school department for the FY24 FAFSA completion grant award.
Motion approved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes. Council Hogan, absent. Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Council Field?
Yes.
Yes. $13,000 to the school department for the FY25 FC 509 Glean Summer Cohort J grant program.
Motion approved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes. Council Hogan, absent. Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Council Field?
Yes.
Yes. $10,000 to the school department for the FY25 SC 644 21st CCLC Summer Grant Program.
Motion approved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes. Council Hogan, absent. Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Council Field?
Yes.
Is
That's it.
any emergency with this, Mr. Spencer?
Motion to,
All
motion
emergency.
for emergency.
Second.
A roll call, all emergency, please.
Council Net?
Yes.
Yes. Council Hogan, absent. Council Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Council Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Council Field?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so any new business?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, meeting adjourned.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
This past few weekends, Lynn's under 12 and under 14 girls soccer teams were crowned Essex County Youth Soccer Association champion. Together with Councilor Natasha Medri and our fellow city councilors, and with the mayor, it is our great honor to recognize these fine athletes and their coaches. Just a side note, it is a fact that these girls and their sport is not widely covered or talked about in Lynn. They are always under the radar of some sort, or only a few know about this. But to tell you quite frankly, their double victories brought honor to our city. Their contributions put Lynn on the map of the world of soccer. Though few people know about them, tonight we will make sure this will not happen anymore. And we're all here to say thank you and congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause. I would like to call the mayor of the city of Lynn, Jared Nicholson.
Thank you, Councilor Alan Sugg. On behalf of the City of Lynn, it is my honor to congratulate Lynn U12, U14 girls soccer. We are fortunate to have such a strong program here in the City of Lynn, and that doesn't happen without the commitment and dedication of all our volunteers. So a round of applause for all our coaches and volunteers. The parents and families who support our student athletes for all that you do. Congratulations, parents. And most of all, congratulations to all the athletes. We are so proud of you. I know that you know that the work that you do for Lynn Youth Soccer is going to be with you for the rest of your life. The lessons that you learn about teamwork, about competition, about yourselves and one another. We're proud to see that unfolding on the fields of our city, and we're grateful for your commitment to yourself because it makes our city a better place. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to request all the coaches of both teams to come up here. Let's give them a round of applause. Come here. Yeah, don't be shy.
All the way up.
This is your home. All right, as I call your name, please come up here, get your citations both from the City Council and the Mayor, and we'll have a group photo and we will let you go. All right? Sounds good? Mm-hmm. All right, good. The first one is on U12, Juliet Chevalier Jonathan.
We're on vacation.
Oh, okay. Elizabeth Claudino. Wow. Ali Compton. Angelise De Leon. Catherine Friedman. Aw. Kayla Gonzalez. Lucy Labe. Marin Miller. Madison Shacklewood. Isabel Tully. Camila Velasquez. Laura Weber. Stay here. You have to come back here, stay here so you can have a group photo later. Thank you. Lindsay Woodbury. And the coaches, Stacy Woodbury and Karen Miller. Let's give them a round of applause, everyone. Wow. The next one would be the U14 girls, another champion, another Lynn champion. Lexiana Batson. Isabel Candelario. Mia Duncan.
Ireland.
Charlene Dovert. Dasha Gomez. Heidi Gomez. Camila Martinez. Kaylee Johnson. Zulia Lopez. Devin Moniez. Yenelis Reyes. Maria Isabel Romero Nolasco. Madeline Son. And our coaches, Steve Johnson, Sierra Johnson, and Saram Son. I would like to request all the Lynn City Councilors to join us for a group photo. Let's give them a round of applause. And parents, don't be shy to take photos. You can come forward. Congratulations.
Maybe not.
Some of you can join us here. Come on, don't be shy. After the photo, come on, move forward. You're the starter. Slide in. Get everybody?
Yeah, that's good.
Parents, got everybody in the picture?
Not yet. We just have to, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Why can't I be in the picture? I hope so. And then we'll get it up to her. Excuse me, can we just get it behind you? Thank you. Sorry.
Everybody freeze.
All right. Yeah, champions, you shall be yelling.
Good.
All right, so of course I didn't plan this. Good afternoon, council members, the Honorable Mayor. Just want to say on behalf of Lynn Youth Soccer, thank you very much for this recognition. LYS, it's truly depends on volunteers. It takes a village, as I say, to make this grow. Our teams did have, it was quite a battle going into the finals. We do feel proud, and it's very thankful to be represented and recognized for what we've been able to accomplish, given what we have to work with. We do need additional help, volunteers in particular, as well as I'll take my moment now to say we need additional funding as well too. But notwithstanding that, I just want to say thank you. We do have a small token for the mayor in recognition of what we've accomplished and to thank you for this particular moment. Ladies, so just want to represent, this is a token sheet of what the teams have won throughout the season as well as championship. It has your name as well as the number of currently the number 59 for the Lynn Mayor of the city. So.
Yes. Can you do
The other side,
Yeah.
man. Ready?
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Pretty cool. I like the colors.
All right, we also want to recognize and honor another Lynn resident this evening. Excuse me. Matthew Severance is here with us this evening. For those of you who may not know Matthew, Matthew has had a very storied football career here in the city when he was a standout player at Lynn English High School during his high school career. And I first got to know him and his great parents, Michael and Christine, his sister Ariana, when Matthew was actually a student government, was a counselor at large for me, pinch hitting during student government day, taking my place for the day. And he did such an outstanding job during student government. And this is a young man who epitomizes, I think, everything we want for our future to be in the city of Lynn. He went on from English High School and went to Bentley University, where he's a graduate in business. And he continued to take his talents on the field playing for that football team as well, and made it through the pandemic and persevered through 2020. And most recently, this spring, was actually invited to be a participant in the NFL Kansas City Chiefs minicamp, which is the pros. And for a student of his caliber and a scholar athlete to make it out to Kansas City and participate with Coach Andy Reid and defensive coach Steven Spagnuolo, and learn during that 3-day minicamp what it meant to be a pro player and the hopes of signing on and becoming a professional athlete from our city. He was rewarded with the news that he was going to be signed with the Alouettes in Montreal, which is the CFL, the Canadian Football League, and had a signed contract. What makes Matthew stand out is his decision to seek a higher ground than professional football. He is choosing to instead be a part of a Christian ministry through Bentley and Boston College. And although he's putting his football career on pause right now, he wants to lift up the spirits of not only our city, but our youth, and put his talents to work in, I think, a very noble, the most noble of professions, our ministry. So that, in a snapshot, encapsulates this young man and where he is heading. And when we heard about his accomplishments, we had to honor him before he embarks on this career in ministry. So without further ado, I'd like to also call up the Mayor, Jared Nicholson, as well, before we present citations respectfully to Mr. Severance. So, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lapierre. On behalf of the City of Lynn, I just want to congratulate you for the excellence that you have achieved on the field. We are proud of you from your days playing here. We're proud of what you have achieved on the field going forward, reaching the highest levels of that sport, and even more proud for your decision to serve the community, the young people, and your faith. And your example is one that we are proud to hold, given the work and the commitment, and ultimately the decision to commit to that higher calling. We appreciate all that you've done for the city and the role model that you are. And on behalf of the City of Lynn, we extend our deepest congratulations. Come on up, and I have an official citation of the mayor's office. Be it known that Mayor Jared C. Nicholson hereby extends his most sincere congratulations and great appreciation to Matthew Severance in recognition of your outstanding academic and athletic achievements representing Lynn at the collegiate, national, and international level. And be it further known, the entire City of Lynn extends its best wishes for continued success, great joy, and happiness. Congratulations. Thank you.
And also to Matthew, on behalf of the City of Lynn and the Lynn City Council, in recognition of your tremendous athletic talents on the football field, but most importantly, your devotion to God, your commitment to continuing your educational pursuits, and your service as a role model for the youth of the City of Lynn. This Lynn City Council acknowledges your accomplishments, dedication to the community, and overall excellence, serves as an inspiration for all to follow. On behalf of our grateful and proud city, this bestowed upon you this official citation given on this day, June 25th, 2024. Congratulations. Pictures? Yeah, we'll get pictures. Want to invite the other councilors like to come up for a photo opportunity with Mr. Severance. Family can take some photos. Give her.
The one in the middle is the important one.
Hold on one more.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. I'd like to call the council meeting to order for June 25th. Roll call.
Council Alonso?
Present.
Present Council Chakutis?
Present.
Present Council Field?
Present.
Present Council Hogan, absent. Council LaPierre?
Present.
Present Council Matul?
Present.
Present Council McLean?
Present.
Present Council Meany? Absent. Councilor Meji Madre?
Present.
Present Council Net?
Present.
Present Council Walsh?
Present. Just really quick, Councilor Hogan is on vacation, and Councilor Meany had a neighborhood meeting tonight for everybody. We ran a little late, so he had to go out for that meeting. So would all rise for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. President, I have a number of moments of silence, unfortunately. I'd like to start with the Honorable J. Warren Cassidy, the 48th Mayor, City of Lynn, passed away on June 12th. Keep in memory the King family, the Tavernese family, Connor family, the family of Bob Roach, and I think certainly during the citation presentation, there was a camera missing that for months and months and months, you know, to see Pat Jacoya here in the council chamber at really every event throughout the city. Pat, you know, gave his time, his talent, his treasure. And for somebody like that, there's certainly so many organizations that have been affected by him. I ask for a moment of silence for him.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And flag. Our flags are back.
Flags are back.
Right? So, with a flag, we got it down. Accept the minutes from June 11th. A motion to accept them?
Accept.
A motion to second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Accept the minutes. Communications.
We have following communications from the mayor. Dear councilors, I am hereby appointing the following members effective immediately. To the Citizens Advisory Board, Brenda Reed Womack, 24 George Street, as co-terminus. To the Election Commission, Arthur J. Richard, 1 Diane Circle. His term will expire November 30th, 2028. To the Park Commission, Jerry Cashman, 16 Arbor Street. His term will expire May 1st, 2025. Juan DeLeon, 14 Haviland Ave. His term will expire May 1st, 2028. Drew Russo, 25 Bellevue Ave, as a reappointment. His term will expire May 1st, 2026. Mary Gatlin, 24 Log Cabin Road, as a reappointment. Her term will expire May 1st, 2029. To the Zoning Board of Appeals, Brianna Maggio, 18 Hawthorne Street, as a regular member. Her term will expire on January 15th, 2026. Victor Olson, 10 Kings Beach Road, as a regular member. His term will expire on January 15th, 2027. Peter Christopher, 285 Weston Ave, as an associate member. His term will expire January 15th, 2025. Edward Marcy, 62 Superior Street, as an associate member. His term will expire on January 15th, 2026. Catalise Paez, 20 Winthrop Street, as an associate member. Her term will expire on January 15th, 2027. And finally, I am also appointing Kiara Palomares, 32 Grant Road, to serve on the Lynn Housing Authority Neighborhood Development Commission. Her term will expire on May 25th, 2025. Sincerely, Mayor Jared C. Nicholson.
It's the wish of the council.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Second. Any discussion? Do a roll call?
Sure.
Roll call.
Counsel Alanson?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan absent. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Matul?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel McLean?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Meany? Absent. Counsel Meji Madre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes. Public hearings.
We have the City of Lynn's FY25 Annual Action Plan.
Anyone wishing to speak in favor, come on up to the podium.
Good evening, Shirley Kelly, Community Development. The annual action plan identifies the federal entitlement fund allocations that come into the city and are administered through our office. There are 3 entitlement funds. The Community Development Block Grant Fund, which is $2,109,274. I'm going to start that over, $2,109,274. The Emergency Solutions Grant, which is $181,852. The Home Investment Partnership Fund, which is $784,054. The annual action plan identifies all of the projects that are going to be funded with these entitlement funds. I provided the council with a line item budget, which is about 3 pages long, so you can see each individual project. For the block grant, the activities will span across categories of public service, housing, economic development, community facility administration, activity delivery. Then for the Emergency Solutions Grant, the activities will, this funding actually goes toward activities that assist individuals experiencing homelessness or at risk for experiencing homelessness. So the projects there are more geared towards street outreach, shelter operations, rental assistance, things of that nature. And then the Home Investment Partnership Fund is all housing-related activities. So if there's any questions on the projects, I'm happy to answer them. And then the housing activities are carried out by Elhand, and Peggy Phelps is here that she can, from Elhand, to assist with any detailed questions on those.
All right, if you have a seat for a second, we'll
Okay.
continue the public hearing. If any questions, we'll have you come back up. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Seeing on that part of the hearing is closed. Anybody in opposition? Anybody want to speak in opposition? Anybody in opposition? Seeing on that part of the hearing is closed, what's the wish of the council?
Motion to approve?
A motion to approve.
Second.
Second. Any discussion or questions? Okay. Roll call.
Counsel Alanson?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan absent. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Matul?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel McLean?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Meany absent. Counsel Meji Madre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, carries. Public hearings to be set down.
We have the petition of Jefferson C. Hooper, 44 Summer Street in Nahat. He wants to operate a laundromat 7 days a week from 5:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. at 158 Lewis Street. Petition of National Grid for grant of locations at the following: 225 Essex Street to install a joint-owned pole, 554 Western Ave to install conduit, and 554 Western Ave to install a joint-owned pole.
It's the wish of the council.
Motion to set them down.
Motion to set them down. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Set them down. Committees, licensing, Councilor Field.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have unanimous vote by our licensing committee. I make a motion to approve.
Very long licensing committee, if I may say.
It
So we have a
was.
motion to approve. We have a second.
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Education and Environmental Affairs, Councilor Net.
Yes, Mr. President, there was a presentation made by Ms. Lopez. No vote was made.
Okay, for no votes needed. Okay, great. Thank you. Ways and Means, Councilor Net again.
Yes, Mr. President. All voted unanimously voted by the committee and make a motion to approve, sir.
Would the clerk,
Second.
we have a second. Would clerk read the transfers and
Yep. $3,360,000 from free cash to the capital stab fund for the purchase of Market Street Eastern Bank. City Comptroller will hereby authorize to release $360,000 for the deposit to purchase the property without further vote of the Lynn City Council. $55,000 from reserve to IT expense, $1,300 from reserve to the council payroll, $78,371.68 from ISD expense for ISD prior year bills. Certified funds, $33,780 to the school department for the FY24 FAFSA completion grant award, $13,000 to the school department for the FY25 SC 509 Gleam Summer Cohort 1 grant program, and $10,000 to the school department for the FY25 FC 644 21st CCLC Summer Grant Program.
Okay. It's the wish of your motion.
My motion
You have a
to
second?
Second.
Any discussion on it? Roll call.
Counsel Alanson?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan absent. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Matul?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel McLean? Absent. Counsel Amini? Absent. Counsel Meji Madre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes.
Yes.
Was there emergency on that, Council Annette?
Yes, they were all emergency voted by the committee and make a motion to approve. Thank you.
Approve. Second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Counsel Alanson?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Chakutis?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Field?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Hogan absent. Counsel LaPierre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Matul?
Yes.
Yes. Counsellor McLean absent. Counsel Amini absent. Counsel Meji Madre?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Net?
Yes.
Yes. Counsel Walsh?
Yes. Motion carries. Any old business from the council? I've got some new business, if I could. I'm going to have John Tebow from the mayor's office come up. We're going to be instituting a new trash hauler after the 4th of July. I believe it's like July 7th, if I'm correct.
July 1st.
July 1st? Oh, okay. All right, even earlier than we thought. Monday. So we thought it'd be a good idea to just have him come up. Might be some questions maybe you have or things like that, or just want to beat him up a little bit, whatever you'd like. So, all right. You want to give us a quick overview, John?
Sure. Good evening, councilors. Thank you for having me here tonight. John Tebow, Mayor Nicholson's office. So as Council President mentioned, on Monday, July 1st, we're going to be starting services with Capital Waste. They will take over all the routes. We've been speaking with them over the past few months to make sure that they have everything they need. Every route has been mapped, including recycling and lawn and leaf, which is a little early, but they're ready to take that underway as well. They hired and trained new drivers, many of whom have come over from who will be our former vendor, so they're extremely familiar with the routes. There'll be no changes to the weekly trash and disposal schedule, so your constituents shouldn't see a change in service at all in terms of the day that their pickup occurs. There may be a slight change on that day, transitioning from morning to afternoon, but that'll be told as service starts. The trash and recycling barrels will remain the same, colors and all. The new barrels, which we've purchased a few thousand of, will have the city seal on them. But as people's barrels broken, get older, need to be replaced, that's how we'll work through that system, which DPW will take over. So all inquiries regarding barrels, such as replacing lost or broken barrels, can be directed to the Department of Public Works. For everybody's information, the number is 781-586-8015. And the process for curbside bulk waste pickup will remain the same as well. Residents will now call Capital Waste to schedule a pickup. That number is 1-855-533-3400. And it should be noted that the price for residents to have bulk waste pickup is actually now going to be $20. So there's some savings directly to our residents for that. Purple overflow bags still are available for purchase, and we encourage residents who are experiencing trash overflow to go ahead and purchase those bags. We're actively searching new vendors to help us out with that. So if there are any stores in your your wards that would like to find out about how to sell bags, please encourage them to call DPW. We could always expand that service. And again, as we continue this new vendor with Capital, we feel pretty good about it, but there will be some hiccups. We remind people to have patience and strongly encourage people to reach out to our office or the DPW, and would ask that you all do the same. We're happy to answer any questions that may come up. So thank you for having me.
Any questions from the council? Council Field.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Tebow. Couple quick questions. Something came up the other day. I got a call from a constituent that they received a letter saying that they're no longer eligible for curbside services. Those calls being directed to the mayor's office or DPW if they've received a letter and we don't know how to answer it.
Yeah, it should be directed to the DPW, although if they make their way to our office, we're happy to assist as well. As we started going through the list of properties that were receiving services, there are a number that aren't eligible, and so they should have received a letter, work with the DPW to figure out and help them get onto a private vendor contract for that.
And next question, is there going to be a mailing of a calendar? That's some of the questions.
Yep, the calendar's been finalized and will be mailed out. The form has not changed. It'll look exactly the same as what you've seen in the past 12-month look ahead. Recycle dates, holidays, lawn and leaf pickup, Christmas tree pickup. It'll look exactly the same, all pertinent information that people need to know. That my understanding is that that's been produced and will be mailed. If it hasn't already been mailed, it will be mailed in the next few days or weeks.
Thank you.
If I could just what would make somebody ineligible? Could you give us a quick overview on what that would be?
It's per ordinance. I don't know offhand, but it's a certain unit size or a commercial property.
Okay.
Private ways, too.
Right. I believe commercial property, anything over 6 units.
So that was anything over 6 units that are considered commercial properties would need to find.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Any other questions from the council up here?
Just had a couple questions, John. I am assuming that all this information you gave us is going to be on the DPW website with the phone numbers especially.
Yep, it's already up, and
Already
I
up.
appreciate that question. If you visit, lynma.gov, all that information will be on under the DPW page.
Great. Could you please go through, we had Commissioner Hall here during budget debate, and he mentioned when a resident wants to either purchase an extra or has an extra, there's a proration involved. And can you walk us through that piece for residents?
Yes. So any resident that has not already, so a new customer essentially to an extra barrel after July 1 would go directly to DPW. If people previously had barrels, which they rented through Waste Management, the old company, my understanding is Waste Management, as of 2 months ago, has not been sending out new bills. We received that list and have been working to go through that, and why some residents may have received, letting them know they're ineligible, or if they are eligible, letting them know how to continue to pay for that service with the city. What we'll be doing as people call in is review if they've paid at some point in the last year, so that it wouldn't be a full calendar year. We will work to review and prorate them. The city will work to review and prorate them. And I've spoken with the CFO's office, and he's in agreement that that's how we'll do it, so that it's not an inconvenience to our residents. They don't have to go between the city and our old vendor.
So they're still charged the same annually. It's just going to be a different makeup after July 1 because for new people, it's not an issue because it's, what, $108 a barrel?
That's
108 is the cost for an extra barrel.
For an extra barrel, right.
Okay. And proration piece from the former vendor will be worked out with the city, so they're not paying double for that extra barrel in a calendar year.
Mm-hmm. And going forward, we'll be aligning our billing on a calendar year, so July 1st. So it'll be a little bit to pull people in, but we will work with them to make sure that nobody's
And I should
overpaying.
say this is separate and apart from the trash fee, which is a whole different annual fee.
Yeah. Overall, this contract will save the city $3 million, which is why we found it in the best interest for the city and for our residents to transition to this service, which you will not see any interruption in provision. But
5-year contract?
It's a 5-year contract.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other questions from the councilors? I just had one more. I don't know if you would know the answer to this, but when we were talking about, they said some of the drivers would have an opportunity to transfer over to their company that already were driving for Waste Management. And just thinking about institutional knowledge about some of the streets that are kind of, there's some really small streets certain trucks can't get down. There's some instances where houses get kind of forgotten because they're tucked in the back. Have we had any success with that, John? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't want to speak too much on Capital's behalf, but I did have a conversation. Not only they were able to obtain the services of a supervisor with our former vendor, who has really brought people up to speed on training, but a good number of drivers came over as well. So that institutional knowledge will carry over. There will be some learning curves, of course, but they felt pretty confident in, the services and the knowledge that they were able to bring over and retain here in the city.
Yeah, I know when Councilor Staub was doing the Ward 2 thing, we had meetings with Waste Management because there was some small streets, particularly in the Highlands, that just weren't getting the pickup as needed and things because there's certain reasons why, but a lot of it had to do with institutional knowledge between the drivers because once they're on a route, they know that issue. It's very similar to snowplowing where when we have people with nutrition and things that leave, that's not passed. So hopefully that gets passed. And any other questions from the council at all? I think we're good, John. Thank you. And
well, I just wanna say-
any complaints, we'll send them to the mayor's office, as you said, right?
Perfect. Please do. We understand that there is the possibility of hiccups, and we want our residents to know and your constituents to know that we'll continue to work through that to alleviate any of those pains and headaches. So thank you for the time tonight.
All right, thank you. All right. Any other new business from the council? Councilor Ellingson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we all know that we hired a new urban forestry fellow for the city.
Oh. All right, you were already ahead of me. I was going to go right ahead. Have at it.
No, the reason why I mentioned this because I've been communicating with her.
Yep.
And I scheduled an appointment with her for me and her to visit Ward 3 because there's areas in my ward that really, there's even a street there that not a single tree is available. So I want to walk around with her and for her to familiarize the areas. And since I saw her, I might as well invite her so there will be a face to the name and to the title and for the other councilors to learn as well.
Yeah, so Erica Holmes, if you want to come on up, she's our urban forestry fellow, it says, from the planning department. So I got the privilege of talking to her for about 45 minutes today, and really I'm kind of excited about it because as councilors, we've had issues where half the people want the trees cut down, the other half of the people want them to stay, and we're kind of caught in the middle. And have an expert, that can tell you that Dan Small, who's our tree warden, has done a great job trying to fill in those roles, and he still will continue to do that. But Erica's here, so if you want to just introduce yourself to us, it'd be great.
Hi, yeah, nice to meet you. I'm sad that I haven't met all of the counselors yet, but it's nice to see you here. My name's Erica Holm. I've been working on urban forestry in Boston for about 5 years, and I am an International Society of Arboriculture certified arborist. I'm here to help. The DPW has a fantastic crew that goes out and manages some of the risks that trees can pose and some of the problems they can pose, but trees also provide tremendous benefits to every neighborhood. So I hope I get the chance to walk around every ward with each one of you.
All right, great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We look forward to working with you. All right, any other
Great minds think alike.
We were already ahead. I talked to her for 45 minutes today, and I told her all my thoughts. And I'm a fan of trees, and I feel like there's got to be a good way to be able to look at trees that need to come down in some instances, and trees that shouldn't come down for those instances, maybe. So having some education, even on our end, from someone that knows is going to be very helpful. So we appreciate. I'd just like to say that she's here from a grant also. So she's on a grant for a certain period of time. So we thank her again. All right, anything else from the council for new business? Councilor Field.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just be quick. On behalf of Councilor Chakutis and myself, co-chairs of the Litter Committee, we just concluded our 7th season, our spring season for Keep Lynn Clean Saturdays. I just want to point out that we've had a significant increase in volunteers this season, and we certainly appreciate our colleagues on the council for helping coordinate almost all of those events every Saturday. We didn't have to cancel any because of poor weather, but they've been successful. There's so many different organizations, and I'd be remiss if I started naming them because I know I would miss some. But just one particular group in particular that I do want to mention is Pastor Caceres. He's been instrumental in gathering members every week, and families have participated, entire families, where the kids would be playing on the equipment that is available to them at those playgrounds, while the parents and older siblings would help make a difference in the park. And this, like I just mentioned, is our 7th. We just concluded our 7th season. We'll be looking forward to welcoming the community development employees for the summertime work jobs to continue that cleanup through the summer. And we'll continue with our 8th season this upcoming fall. So again, on behalf of Council Vice President Chakutis and myself, thank you so much to everybody, especially Lisa Nerrick from the DPW and all the DPW workers and everybody that has helped make a difference keeping our city clean.
All right, thank you. Council up here.
Continuing this trend on a new business, Mr. President, I wanted to just mention briefly that construction has begun on the Pickering Middle School. The Sisson portables have been taken down as of this week, and I serve on along with Councilor Amini on the Pickering School Building and Councilor Chakutis on the Pickering School Building Committee. And I think what I'll do is work with that committee through the mayor's office to provide this council with a building update on Pickering in the fall, so that everyone can see the magnitude of this construction, the magnitude of the cost associated with it. But we're very proud to have broken ground, at least not officially, but with the removal of the portables now that school is out, and what we hope to be a shining star and state-of-the-art middle school in a couple of years when that is built into its completion. So really proud of this week, and it's been a long time coming, and I just want to give councilors a report of what's happening right now at the Magnolia site.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you for that. It's a good idea. Anything else from the council? Councilor Field.
One last thing. I know Councilor Hogan's away with family, but just on behalf of the Lynn City Council, congratulations to our 2024 world champion Boston Celtics.
There you go. All right, all right. I think Councilor Net has something.
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to adjourn. Sir.
Motion to adjourn, second. All in favor? Aye.
Welcome, everybody. I'm just going to have Pam do a roll call, and then we'll get right into the meeting. Councilor Jakutis? Present. Mary Joyner? Present. Smitty?
Here.
Debbie Craig? Here. Jackie? Betty? John T. Marie? And our friends, Director Best? And Joe? Present. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm going to go move the agenda around a little. Laura's here from City Hall, who is basically, she's not technically doing the renovations. She is completely in charge of what's going on for the senior center. So you would rather listen to her than me right now. Laura, you have the floor. You can do your reviews. And Laura, may I have your last name for the minutes, please?
Sure. It's STOCK, F as in Frank, I, S as in Sam, C as in Charlie, H as in house. You got it.
I wouldn't have been able to spell it.
But no one ever spells it correctly. Right, I'm sure they know. I'm sure they know. So, like I said, just before we start the meeting, we have our weekly project call on Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. And we had ours this morning. We have a partial schedule, which I printed, but I forgot to grab when I walked out of the office. So they are looking at starting construction, mobilizing, and being on site on the 15th of July. That will mean that this office area will need to move upstairs temporarily. They're thinking about 8 weeks for construction, but they might be able to do better.
So how much disruption are we going to have? Is the dining room going to be able to stay where it is, or are we pushing the dining room down this way?
The dining room is staying where it is.
Okay.
There will be some patching work that we will do as we work through the project, but we will coordinate that as it gets closer and let you know.
Okay.
If there's a Friday that you're not going to be open,
Yep.
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and they'll give it at least 48-hour notice.
I don't like
Just so they know, because there are activities planned on certain days, so just that are already paid for, we can reschedule them and just let the seniors know.
Yeah, I will come by with the schedule and I'll run through it with you. That way you'll know me and what's happening when. We've told them that when they bring stuff in, that they should bring it in early. That way there's no disruption, or they should come in through a door that's closest to you. That way your operations can continue. They would like to do the kitchen and the cafe work at the same time, so have all three going at the same time. So we had talked about bringing food in and not using the kitchen, having everything catered. So probably on or about the 15th, we will need to make those arrangements.
So when we were saying bringing food in, so basically what we're going to be looking at is more sandwich type coming in instead of anything hot.
Correct.
Stuff that we can just pass out. So we'll have to give notice to the seniors that it's going to be cold meals for a few weeks during the construction. Is that in where we get the food from? We can do that, correct? Because they do have...
They do have a cold meal every day, yes.
So we're going to have to switch. It's going to be a pain, but it's going to be worth it in the long run.
Right, but when the cold food comes in, we take it, check the temperature, we put it in the refrigerator, so not sure how.
We're gonna have to pull the refrigerator probably out of the kitchen and put it down in one of the areas where it will not be in construction.
So this will also change prep work, right? So will this be delivered more like Meals on Wheels individually? So that people don't have to be served from
You've got it.
Okay.
Yep.
So it will be a little inconvenience, but like I said, in the long run, it will be worth it. And I'm saying this, granted, because I'm not here every day, it may...
I'm just trying to visualize how we're moving these refrigerators to keep the food and where am I putting them?
We can walk through that together and look at that together. With next week, we are not having a project meeting because of the holiday. It makes it kind of a weird week. But the following week on the 10th, we will be meeting here.
All right.
And we can walk through the kind of logistics of that with you then.
My only problem is meeting on, just because you order the food
a week ahead.
A week ahead, so they have to at least have a week's notice before they put that following week's in, so we just have to...
So I'll
you
grab
two can
Justin next
coordinate.
week and we'll come next week. How about that? Before the holiday.
I have a question because I had to step out. I apologize. This work's going to start when?
July 15th.
Okay. And it's for the kitchen down there and...
This office area. So in the kitchen, but also the cafe that we'll be putting in as well.
Okay, thank
which
you.
involves the stairs going up to the second floor.
So they're going to be
Laura,
working...
I have a question. When we first looked at this site, I noticed that the rooms are very small. And I thought Chris had said that they would be knocking down some walls. Is that still in the plan, so we'll have a bigger meeting room?
You will have small meeting spaces and you will have large meeting spaces.
Wonderful.
We want to give you the option. And the cafe will be a nice place where, you know, it'll be more intimate, smaller than the large room, but not quite as big.
Right. How many is the cafe going to hold?
I don't remember off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine, because I know, like, say today it's a smaller group, they could almost sit in the cafe and they could conduct another thing in the dining area where it's a dining area right now.
Is the cafe going to be self-serve or is it going to be somebody has to be there?
I believe it's self-serve.
Okay.
Well, I think somebody has to be behind the lines serving it, right? Or
so like I think they had planned on like urns of coffee or tea that
in the cafe.
Yeah, so you wouldn't need a staff person there when you're not serving food per se. But if somebody wanted to go grab a quick cup of tea and just sit down while they're waiting for a class to start, they would have a place. And they didn't want to be in the big room, or if you wanted to go with a friend and have a conversation, right, rather than hearing B26 or whatever.
Mary, did you have another question?
I did, because you said the cafe is going to be self-serve, you said? What's going to happen to people who can't move around? and they're in a wheelchair or something, how's that gonna work out?
The logistics of how someone gets their cup of coffee is...
Well, there'll be volunteers.
It will probably
That's
be
what
the
I'm
same way
asking.
we do it.
That's what I'm
Right.
asking.
Yeah.
I need clarification on that. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's not a problem. Thank you.
That sounds good now. So they'll be doing the stairs, will we still be able to, because right now they're so excited because we're doing chair yoga upstairs. Are they still going to be able to use that portion while this is under construction?
Yes. So the stairs are going sort of on the far side of the elevator. So when you come off the elevator, you're going to see a temporary wall constructed. You will not be able to turn left. You will only be able to go right.
Does anybody have any questions for Laura?
I was typing. You said the second floor will be usable?
Yes.
During
This,
right?
if you want to think of it as the eastern
yeah,
side,
just one side.
will be accessible, yes.
So we'll be utilizing that.
He'll be up there.
Yes. And the length
Yeah,
of
that'd be a
time?
good.
There's no place else.
And under construction for 3 weeks?
They're thinking it'll take about 8 weeks.
8 weeks.
They may be able to do better than that, but that's what they're planning on right now, correct.
You know what, I will say this is exciting news. We've been waiting for this for a long time. And I know it's going to be difficult during construction, but in the long run, it's going to be worth it. It really is. This is something we've been working on, and like I said when we first started this, it doesn't happen overnight. It's going to take at least a year or so. So I want to especially thank Laura for doing all this, all the detailing. She's been working with the contractors, the architects.
Thank you.
She's been working on this all the time, so we may not see her down here, but she is at City Hall doing her job, and we can't thank you enough for this. This is so exciting for us.
I'm excited for you guys. It's going to be Massey Construction.
All right, that's so exciting. Does anybody have anything else? Because I know she does have another meeting to go to.
I'm going to go talk about parks next.
Oh, which one?
It's a weekly project meeting up there.
Sagamore Street?
Working on it.
No, thank you, Laura. Really, really
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Laura.
Thank you for all you're
Anytime,
doing.
and if you have any questions, just feel free to call. I'm going to grab the colors and we'll go from there. Okay. Have a great meeting.
Thank you so much for coming down here.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so everyone happy with this?
Very happy. Very exciting. Very.
I know what it's like. I had a lot of construction at my house. It's frustrating.
It is.
It's irritating,
It's
but you know
all
what? It's worth it. It's worth it. It really is. We've been waiting for this. We've been waiting for this. And we knew it was gonna happen because we finally got part of the upstairs going.
Cool.
We're moving in the right direction. So it's taking a while, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
I think that we should all thank our chair
Yes,
and
we
Councilor
should. Thank you.
Jacutis for the time.
It was a group effort. It wasn't just one person. It's been
It was only
everybody.
a group because you put a fire under them.
No, it's a group effort. We all work together.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so next, I'm just going to turn it over to Megan.
I would like to say that the Lynn Senior Center continues to grow and be a beacon of light for our seniors. And I think that that comes from the support of City Hall and the dedication and caring of the staff that we have here. People are very much invested in the seniors and making this work, gelling as a team and working together cooperatively. We've done a lot in the last 11 months. I can't believe next month will be my year anniversary here.
July, yes. Wow.
So we've worked on standard operational procedures for the center. We have a concrete time for breakfast, a concrete time for lunch. Programming blocks are put in place. We've established groups and clubs. In the past, there was a card writing club that was mentioned earlier today with Mary, and there was also a knitting club, but now we have a gaming club, a decor club, the chorus, AKA the Songbird group, the photo baking. So we're really moving and developing more. We are still in our infancy and we still have a lot, but here we are at a little past the 2-year mark, and some significant changes have been made that support the senior center and support our seniors. We've also established 3 outings a month for the center. So we go to a local venue, we go to a casino, and we go out to lunch. So we're giving people opportunities to do things in-house, but also be out in the community. We've been utilizing grants for art and music classes here, and people really enjoy that, so we're going to continue to try to get more grants towards that. Right now, we're in ukulele. I think that ukulele is probably wrapping up, and then we've got to start some more art classes. So we'll use like the smaller room for art, but we're going to continue to do that. I want to share an update on staffing. Our outreach coordinator is in place, and she is a fireball. We are getting great work done. People are communicating well with Rachel. It's very, very nice to see. Very inclusive process. She's very kind. We will be interviewing. I'll start interviewing tomorrow for another staff person to support us down at the center. Smitty. We got the Comcast fixed. They came down. That internet was a big issue. We finally got a service call, so we kind of rectified that issue. And the van is back with the sideboard on it. So that is really good. And since July 3rd of last year, 168 seniors have joined the program here.
Whoa, in a year? Since 168?
Go on. The word's getting out. I tell everybody.
Yeah, that's
I'm in the grocery store. I tell everyone. It's a beautiful place.
Any questions?
Oh, wow. What's the outreach coordinator's role? What is she going to be doing?
What she is doing is she is engaging with seniors to help meet their unmet needs, whether it's people who are having issues with mass health, well, that kind of goes to Claudia, with DTA benefits, helping people figure out transportation, just helping people navigate problems that arise for seniors. And she's done an excellent job. She's even gone online and showed people how to take bus 1 to bus 2 to get to where you need to be. She very, very, very helpful. Just paperwork that people need assistance in processing, she does that as well.
Does she do housing?
Yes, anything that brings Rachel, she's doing. And she's also managing our gardens outside.
Which looks fabulous.
Yes, yeah, it's already, I can't even believe that this is, those are the plants that the kids from St. Mary's planted when they were here a while ago during school vacation, and that's, we're starting to harvest already.
Right.
And we have the rooftop garden upstairs that we're sharing, so we're starting to do some planting up there. There's some herbs growing up there. And we're sharing that space now with the school department, but it's a beautiful space.
Wait a minute, what do you mean we're sharing that?
Yeah.
Just
it down.
that garden is the senior centers. All right, I'll deal with that after.
Please do. Practice what you do.
Okay, I'd like to move on to activities. That's okay. For July, we are celebrating 2 Independence Days. We're celebrating Independence Day for the United States and the Independence Day for Venezuela.
Yes.
Yes. So on July 5th, we're going to be celebrating Venezuela's Independence Day. We are going to have the supper club on Tuesday. We're going to do crafts to support with the color. We're making beautiful flowers of the colors of the Independence Day flag for Venezuela. That's our activity. So we're pulling those together. There's a lot of programming. Harvard Pilgrim is going to do Tai Chi with us in July. We're going to continue the walking group with Gliss. And we are starting an 8-week, 30-minute meditation program that is supported through Gliss. We're continuing our walks with public health on the Lynn Commons. And McLean Hospital is coming on July 25th to start their three-month series on mindfulness. We're having a July 4th barbecue on July 3rd. And we're going to have our second play in July. We had our first play last month and it was wonderful. So we're having another play And that is, again, sponsored through the council on, the Arts Council and grants are what we're getting those plays and the artwork. For this month for the casino, they're going to the Brook. And we're going to Lynn Heritage Park, that's our local venue. And we're going out to lunch in Beverly at La Copas. I'm probably saying that wrong. But what's going to be great about that is that some people are going to take the van and some people are going to hop on the commuter rail right behind us and go to Beverly, so the people that have more mobility. So that's great.
I love that.
Yeah, because we had a lot of people who were out there when the state came and it opened up. So we're going to do that.
Nice.
So, yeah, that was a wonderful idea that Tanya came up with. I have to give her all the credit for that. That's marvelous.
That is marvelous.
Great.
For presentations, we're going to have Elhan here for senior chat. We're going to have a presentation from Gather, which is a new health organization in the city. And Element Care is going to do a health presentation in July. Lynn Police Behavioral Unit is going to do a presentation in July. And McLean's is going to do the mindfulness. And Public Health is going to talk about pulmonary diagnoses. And Rosemary from Bliss is going to do a presentation on the importance of sleep.
Yeah, it's very important.
So that's what's cooking for July. There'll be a big announcement in July at the center, but we've got to save that for the center itself.
Surprise.
A surprise, a big surprise, yes.
Question.
Yes.
I think this is a follow-up to a request. I think I made a request last week. I don't know if it's on the minutes. About getting the calendar sent to us as an attachment. When we get the minutes and the agenda, can we have the upcoming month calendar sent to us? So that if, so that if we want to print it off, we can? I know that
won't be ready by the time our meeting the following month. They're still working on the July right now, so we wouldn't be able to get it.
Okay, so how you could access it online. So when we send it to the printer, then it is uploaded to the city's website. So
that was the conversation last month. I don't have that many hours in the day to figure out where it is
That
online.
website.
Well, actually, our tech support girl, Lynn, is really working on that. We were working on it a bit yesterday. We're continuing to work on that to make it have easier access. Because there's a couple of websites. There's the Facebook page, and then there's the business page from Google Business, and then there's the city's page. So we're trying to incorporate and put links on those so that everybody can have the same information.
And is it in a format that's printable?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is printable format.
And that schedule is on the Facebook page also? Because the city hall is very hard to navigate.
I don't know, but I will ask.
It usually goes up on
the Facebook
on the Council on Aging Facebook. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
As soon as it's available.
Okay.
Yes, Ray, that was it. And I forgot. I was going to let you know that by the time that our minutes go out, it would be this month.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So that might.
Got it. And I understand that. I mean, we're a few days ahead of the month.
And I'm glad that the tech person is working on that, and maybe Councilor Jakutis, we could also maybe have the City Hall website manager.
Well, Lisa has offered us some support around that from her staff from Public Health.
She has?
Yes, she has.
Well, I think that it would be good for the website manager to hear from the community some of the challenges that people have from that, rather than, and I appreciate Lisa and her team saying, okay, we can fix this, but I think overall, if we could just make it more user-friendly for all the, all the boards too, because I'm sure the library board wants to see theirs, and that we had people that wanted to fill out applications for this, and I've been on here a long time, and I could not find the application for the boards anywhere I looked. So,
Megan, can we have, just as a group, one day, you pass out a piece of paper, what would you recommend, what's wrong with the website that you can't navigate? And then maybe we could send it into the person that's doing the web, but to say, well, the seniors want this and this, that they actually see what their difficulties are.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I'll add my difficulties too.
just because I'm so, because ease of mobility, I mean, there's an information, what do we call it, the digital divide? Yes. And so if we want to have people get ready access to the information, because there's all this wonderful information, but it's only good if it gets out to the people, and for the people that are here, it's wonderful. But so I've done a survey of websites for different communities that I think are very easily accessible. Because that's what City Hall wants to be out there, and our City Hall is doing a wonderful job. I just think the pathway to getting to that information is challenging. So I would be happy to be part of the
That's a brand new
Yes, it is.
website.
Yes, it is.
Yes, wasn't it supposed to make it easier for people to navigate? That was the purpose for it?
It is. I think my problem is, I got used to the other website that was very difficult,
So
I
you
could
don't-
find things, so now I have to get used to this, and I'm supposed, once I get used to it, I'm gonna know where everything is.
I tried, you can't.
I can give you a list of communities that have easily accessible websites, beautiful to look at. And so, but that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah,
But for the seniors, it's really important that there's an ease of access of information.
I agree.
Okay. And even if you could just have like the seniors write down what their main concern is or the difficulty is. It's probably something we could submit, it would be a little easier, so the webmaster who's doing it can say, okay, see if there's a better navigation for it.
Is it possible maybe to set up a meeting between Jean Marie and the website, since she's already done some research?
I would love that. I think focus groups are really fabulous, and they're just so valuable. And I've been a part of many of them, whether it's on a personal, whether it's Wrigley chewing gum or real estate agent services. And I think for seniors especially, to be heard, a nice focus group for them would be great. But I would love to be able to interface with whoever is responsible for that that website to just give feedback.
If I can get a meeting together.
And then, and focus group with the seniors here. I think that could really be helpful. People want to be heard.
We've had one class, a group class in the large conference room showing people how to get to the website, and we're going to do that again.
Yeah.
So we're going to continue to do that, and that's going to be part of our utilization of our technology grants as well.
That's wonderful, because that's the other thing. The technology is always changing, and guess what? They don't send you out a memo when things change, and suddenly you're on the same site and you're thinking, I was just here like 3 weeks ago. Why am I going crazy? And no, it's just that they've changed things.
Yes.
Right.
So ongoing tech training is so valuable and critical for all of us.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, any other questions? I think we just have financial report.
The budget sheet is there. It's not the most up-to-date because the head clerk was out, but this is accurate as of June 3rd. So we continue to look at utilizing grants to support the senior center for additional programming. So we're looking at grants to help with our kitchen coordinator, because that was a part-time position, it's no longer funded, so we have to figure out how to get him and keep him, because it's been a great asset to the center to have a full-time kitchen person. So we're working on that, and we're working on additional grants with local venues for art and music, because the seniors really seem to enjoy that. And I have to thank Joan and the rest of the Friends for a fabulous musical presentation on Flag Day. That was just over the top, wonderful, wonderful. Yes. It really was, and I believe that group is coming back in December. Yes, they are.
So, interesting, a lot of people were requesting that they were going to go to City Hall and find out why that group isn't at Red Rock, because they've been trying for years to get into Red Rock. And I was talking to the Maitland brothers the other day, and I brought it up to them, and they said, well, the reason that they cannot be there, and they won't even listen to them, is because they only hire groups that do their own music also, not just cover groups. And that band is just a cover group. It does not have any of its own music. So they don't even want to listen to them.
I would question that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that the Maitland brothers didn't say the truth, but I think that maybe that's something that could be brought up to Bob Tucker. You know, I mean, he's the one who organizes that, right?
That's Friends of...
Yeah, Friends of Lynn and Hunt Beach.
That's not even... That's
Right.
Question them, right.
Question about this budget. Can I have a question? Sure. We're on a calendar budget, not a fiscal, right? Or is this a you know, January through?
This is a very interesting budget. Our city budget is on fiscal year, but the MCOA part is a calendar year, so it's two budgets that combined.
Okay, so this balance is through December. The balance of 453,000 is
part of that balance ends in July, and the rest of it goes to December. Yeah, so this is it's tricky, and I'm just learning how to navigate this to be 100% transparent.
Okay, so is this kind of reflective of the way it always goes? I mean, that's a large balance, right?
That's payroll and everything in that. Payroll.
So
but she said the clerk was out, so she doesn't have the itemized, so this is the staff's payroll included in this, her activities and her expenses. So yeah, wow, we have a lot of money, but it's also going into weekly
pay. Yeah, weekly salary. So
salaries. Thank you.
But if we've spent year to date from January 134, so these numbers then are reflective until what? Till the end of May or something? And I'm not saying this isn't correct. I'm just it's exciting to see numbers like this.
Right.
Yes, part of the budget goes until July 30th. Part of this, and then there's the payroll will be allocated into a separate line, and the majority of the funds really wind up going to payroll, to be honest.
Sure,
and so
absolutely.
We're trying to balance that out now, and trying to keep the staff that we have, and trying to get a little more, and trying to work with our kitchen coordinator to stay. So
got it.
We have moving parts, but it's moving in the right direction, I think, for the most part.
And then the grants that we get, that's in February or March, is that?
So I think the MCOA, I believe, is like October and then February. So those are.
That's what I was thinking, the February one.
So regarding kitchen staff, so you said that you're short of funds for that?
Yes.
And the reason for the shortage of funds?
It was a grant position, and that grant has expired.
Is it difficult to find grants for kitchen, given that's part of nutrition? You know, are they hard to find?
I am working with the Friends right now on applying for a grant for the kitchen, but we have to find out if the grant is going to be accepted. Our proposal is going to be accepted.
The meeting, when, I know Laura already left, but from what I understand, I could be wrong, because I haven't looked at the plans in a long time, the new kitchen is going to be, you walk through the line, correct? Is that what we're still doing, or no?
I have advocated for that not to happen, but it looks like when I looked at the last design that was still there, so.
Okay. So, because I know the old senior center and some others, when you walk through, it's like cafeteria, you have your tray that slides down, and I was just curious if that was still the same way.
I think it would be extremely challenging for seniors to have to carry that and then walk down to the dining room to eat. I think that's.
Seriously, that's. I mean, this is a senior center, right? This is not grammar school or high school.
That's how a lot of some senior centers, not all of them, some senior centers are set up for, they go down, no, I don't want that, I want that, and get their food. Instead of being served, they can pick what they want.
So can I say I serve on Mondays, and they go up and they pick out what they want. And then for most of the time, the serving staff, without volunteers in the room, bring the stuff to the table for them, because there's no way they can coordinate carrying a tray. They just couldn't do it. They can't carry, most of them have a hard time carrying a cup of coffee.
So especially the people with the limited mobility,
Right.
the people in the wheelchairs, the people with the
How did
canes.
you do it at the other senior center? Because that's how it was set up. They went through, and there was no issues, right?
They had enough volunteers that used to be assigned to each table.
Okay, that's what it was.
So, and they were served.
Mhm.
The
Right.
seniors did not go up and get their meal with the tray.
So can we really get clarification on that? Because that's a critical piece of, that excludes a lot of people, and that might make people feel that they're not good enough or whatever if they can't walk through the line. Can we really get some clarification on that?
It's already in the...
It's in the design, and I looked at it, so it looks like that is still in there, and that's the plan. And as Deb said, a lot of people, we will bring them the food to their table, so I think that that's just gonna have to continue.
Well, wait, so, as Joan said, the line is just the setup of the food, okay? So what happens is, at all senior centers, even if they have that, is people have it, they get their tray delivered. I know many times at Silsby Street, it didn't matter how mobile you were, you sit still. You did not get up.
Right.
So, you know, it's really dependent on how many volunteers come that day and how many are there, how much can be given, served. So I believe that the line will probably work. It has at others, it's just that we need volunteers, just like it.
So the line is for food distribution, but it doesn't require that you go through enough.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense.
Mary?
From time to time, when I've been here and it has been short, I will get up and bring food to people, because I'm still mobile.
Right.
Right.
It's always appreciated.
Yeah, I know.
And when we're serving food, we know who the people are that need service. We call it, can you service them? And we usually are preparing to bring it to them as they're walking through the door, because we see them and we know what they want.
Like for breakfast, this morning, like I saw, they get in line, and but you know the ones that...
They don't get in line, they sit at their table.
So they are taken care of?
Yes.
Nobody is...
No one is
leaving
not getting fed, everybody is getting fed.
Well, or filling. You know, you don't want to be feeling like it's done very nice. You know, one day I was helping a person that comes in every day, is very non-mobile, and I said, you know, she'd like a cup of tea, and Debbie goes, no, she would like 2 cups of tea and a milk. And I said, oh, okay, thank you very much for that. That'll save me another trip.
Is there, or what's the, how do we accumulate volunteers? Is there an easy way for people to know that there's volunteer opportunities here?
A lot of times, City Hall will have it in...
Through the abatement program.
The abatement program.
Okay.
And that's where they get
Okay.
volunteers from the abatement program.
And then we have some super volunteers that just stay on past their hours, like Diane and Deb, that just come in and support the senior center.
Do the volunteers all come through the abatement programs? Okay.
Not all. Some
right,
just
good.
come and just want to help out.
Right.
But now, if you want to be a volunteer and you're not a part of the abatement volunteer, do you have to make out an application for that as well?
You'd have to give us some information. We'd have to do some background checks.
Oh, good. Quarry and all of that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we're going to go on to transportation update, which I think you basically told us already.
Yes, it's here with the sideboard.
Oh,
yes.
And the signage.
And the signage. So the van has the city logo on it and the COA logo on it.
Nice.
Oh, forgot to share. We are getting a sign put on the outside of the building. It says Senior Center, and then a sign over the awning that says COA entrance.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Good.
Yes, good. Nice.
That should be here within the month, I hope.
Oh, that's great, great news.
Yes.
All right, next on the agenda, Joan, Friends of the Council on Aging.
Okay, the Friends of the Lynn Council on Aging meeting was held on Thursday, May 30th, 2024 at 9:15 at the Lynn Senior Center. Excused absence at this meeting was Recording Secretary Barbara Montero and membership George Harvey. The following donations to the Friends was acknowledged by President Noble: Cindy LeBlanc, Patty LeBaron, and Ann Breen. The Blue Note schedule for the July 3rd celebration requested an additional $70 for this event, and it was voted to grant this increase as everything else has risen in price. A verbal request from Director Best for the Friends to take over the thrift shop on Thursdays was relayed to the members. Since there was not enough information for any decision at this meeting, President Noble will request a written description of what this would entail, and it will be presented at the June 28th meeting. Basically, the monies from the thrift shop would be deposited into the Friends account. Thank you to Deborah Craig for the very successful Flag Day celebration on June 14th. Also to Ann Green and Barbara Montero, who provided important information as to the observing of our nation's flag. We also wish to thank Director Best, who won the 50-50 raffle and donated the money back to the Friends.
All right.
The Friends voted unanimously to cancel July and August meetings, and the next scheduled meeting will be held Thursday, which is tomorrow, at the Senior Center. Respectfully submitted, Joan Noble, liaison from the Friends.
Thank you, Joan. Does anyone have any questions for Joan?
The meeting tomorrow is at what time?
9:15.
9:15.
Regarding Flag Day, is there any, do we have any event for retiring of flags here in Lynn? And is that something that?
There is one in Lynn at the Salamini.
Oh, the Salamini after summertime.
And then they have the veteran, Lynn Swampscott Veterans does it on Fisherman's Beach.
Okay, fine, yeah. Yeah, in Swampscott, yeah, right. I know there's one in Nahant, that's why, yeah, and I didn't know Salamini did it, I just thought.
I think they do it right on Flag Day, don't they? Or is it?
Usually it's done on
right
Flag
around
Day.
there?
I
Yeah.
think so,
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Joan. Let's see, we have new and old business. So the construction we did, Laura updated us. Megan updated us on the staff update. And the next one is, basically, I know in past we have taken July and August off. Just want to get a feel from the board here. How do they feel about that? We can continue, but if you want July and August off, if something urgent comes up that we have to discuss, we can have a quick meeting. But how does everybody feel about taking July and August off?
I feel good about it, yeah.
Should we do a vote on that?
Yeah.
How many months do we take off? Oh, just
July
four?
and August. July and August, and usually January, February, March.
Don't do that by video.
Oh, that's right.
We take
Okay,
November,
video.
November,
Okay, fine.
December.
Just two,
November,
just
December, yeah.
We do November, December by video?
No, we take July, August off, November, December off, and then January, February, March by video, by Zoom. Yeah.
Smitty?
Yeah, I was asked by the seniors, I think this must go to the Friends. They were requesting an ice cream truck. So,
Megan?
This Salvation Army is coming down once a week with popsicles for us. So, I don't
That's
know.
a nice treat.
It is.
It's not
Point
ice
of
cream.
order,
No.
point of order. We haven't had a motion on the meeting for the summer before we move on.
Right. Do I have a motion to suspend the meetings for July and August?
I make a motion to suspend the meeting.
I second.
Deborah Craig.
All right, so we'll just need a roll call on it.
Why don't we just do, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay. May I make a proposal? just because I know that seniors don't take time off and this center doesn't take time off, and we're here to support the center, that maybe we take 1 month off in the summer?
Let's see how July
I mean,
goes, because like Smitty
But we're under
wouldn't be
construction
here.
too.
Yes,
That's another
yeah.
problem.
Smitty wouldn't be here today because it's bingo. He doesn't come in on bingo days. Joan, if it's too hot, she's not gonna have to go out of her air conditioning just to come down for an hour.
Got it.
Am I correct?
I have to share this with you. I'm on standby for surgery at New England Baptist. I might not even be available anyway.
Right.
And I don't know that there'll be space available.
Well, that was the one thing. I mean, I know 2 months of a stretch is sometimes it's,
If
there's a
something
lot to
important
catch
comes
up.
up, we email, or if we have to have a meeting,
Okay,
we do.
okay.
But for the most part, we just found in the summertime,
It's just not, okay,
yeah,
fine.
we don't have a quorum.
Oh, well then, fine, okay. Okay, great, then I'll say aye.
All right, does anybody have anything to add?
I just want to add one thing. We normally, whenever there's a function at the center, you hear complaints. And I have to say, we did not hear one complaint about Flag Day. And no one left. Usually people left they leave during performances. No one left. Everyone had a wonderful time. And I thank Deb because she took the bull by the horns and
She has good leadership skills.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, it keeps things moving.
So, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'm Mary E. You want to make a motion?
What about the ice cream truck?
Jackie wants to go
Don't you just ask the ice cream truck to change their route? They go around anyway.
You can call them
Yeah,
and
you
we
book
did
it.
it. Yeah, you just book it, they come.
Has anybody been to the ice cream truck? Because I was there with my granddaughter the other day.
It's expensive.
$5 an ice cream.
I figured it's not like
that's-
anything
that's-
else.
Let me add,
It's gonna
because
be-
you mentioned
It's really gonna be a
popsicles. They're not paying for the popsicles.
No.
The ice cream truck, but the senior that she approached me also and requested that the ice cream truck come and they will pay their own. I don't think she realizes it's $5
Right.
for a hoodsie.
You can,
That was an ice cream
you
sandwich.
can, yeah,
Oh.
but you know what, you can always negotiate, and if you tell the driver, hey, we don't want anybody to pay more than, whatever you want, $2, $3, and then just subsidize it.
Right.
The friends subsidize it. You could, we can look and, I'll help you. Me and Debbie can work on that to get prices and then bring it to the friends.
Sounds good.
Yeah, because when I had a meeting with the Captain Emmanuel, he took over the Salvation Army, and he has his truck, and they'll come by here, what's he gonna come by, once?
Once a week, or once a week or every other week. So he's
Every
gotta
other
come
week.
back,
And he's just gonna bring
bring
popsicles for
popsicles to
the
the seniors.
seniors. I actually have him, a Saturday, I have the Challenger Little League Special Needs Kids Banquet, and I called him, I'm like, listen, would you do something like that for the special needs kids? He goes, absolutely. So
So he has like an ice cream truck?
they have their truck when, the emergency truck, so if there's a fire somewhere, they go out, they have food, refrigeration.
Services, okay, okay.
Yeah. So when I spoke to him and he was looking for somewhere to go, I said, senior center.
I got it. Why don't we just buy some ice cream
And
for
put it in
the
the truck.
Salvation Army truck?
Yeah.
And then let them.
Yeah, exactly. That way.
Yeah.
And then people could still pay $2 for their
Right.
ice cream, and it could go back to the friends.
I have a better idea.
Uh-oh.
Let's do an ice cream social one day. I will pay for it all. I will donate everything. And we'll do hot fudge sundaes for the seniors.
That was my idea.
Wow.
That would be great, do the ice cream
You
social.
tell me the day,
Yeah.
and I will have all the stuff, and I will bring it down, and I just might need volunteers to help.
I will
Yeah,
certainly help you do that.
Yeah.
I will pay for, I will donate it all, and we'll have an ice cream social.
Thank you, Diane.
Great, thanks. That's great. Thanks.
The one that can't eat ice cream.
I can't
The
eat
granddaughters ate ice cream the other
Not
night.
even the lactose free.
I'm good. I'm good.
All right, so I think we're all
Probably sure.
set.
Good.
But if anyone has any questions through the summer, just call
Yeah,
or
okay,
email
that's
us.
good to know, yeah.
Because there have been in the past that we had to have, I think once we had to have a meeting, but it's very quick and simple.
Right.
Well, thank you, everyone, and enjoy your summer.
Have a good summer.
Motion to
Happy
adjourn.
construction. Oh, yeah.
Good morning. Many of you are friends, and for all our new friends, I'm Bob Delholm, founder and CEO of the Charter Companies. On behalf of the Charter team and our partners at the City of Lynn and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, I'm proud to welcome you all here to a truly momentous occasion as we gather to celebrate the groundbreaking of Lynn Harbor Park. Today's an important day for us. We started this in 2016, so I have written remarks because I want to make sure that I provide the right commentary and the proper acknowledgments. So I'd like to start off by saying thank you to Mayor Nicholson for his citywide leadership and commitment to creating a waterfront that is accessible by all. Thank you, Mayor, and the City of Lynn for co-hosting and helping to organize this celebration today. I'd also like to thank Undersecretary Stephanie Cooper from Energy and Environmental Affairs, Representative Capano, Representative Cahill, Senator Creighton, and representatives from Senator Markey and Congressman Moulton's office for your partnership on this project and joining us here today. It's been an absolute team effort from so many committed stakeholders to get to where we are today. I would like to recognize our early partners from the genesis of this transformative project. Former Mayor Tom McGee, he's here. Yes. Council President Jay Walsh, who's here with his daughter Jayla. This will be your park one day. And Councilor Hogan, not here today. Lynn EDIC Executive Director Jim Cowdell. And especially Kurt Gaitner, EEA, for steadfast commitment to the Lynn waterfront. When we needed a boost of energy, Kurt brought it. So much of the work that Charter does is where the land meets the water to mitigate impacts of climate change and deliver resilient and sustainable solutions for communities to enjoy for decades to come. When Charter Development first acquired these parcels along the Lynn waterfront, we knew we had a unique opportunity to make a transformative and generational impact. Beyond remediation and cleaning up the parcels and designing a fortified green space, we really wanted to deliver an active and impactful community space accessible to all. It became clear early on that the city-level vision of planning and intentional investment, paired with dedicated and collaborative leadership at the city and state level, we had a unique opportunity to really deliver a new park that is foundational to the next chapter of Lynn. From the beginning, it's been very transparent and collaborative in nature at all levels of government and from the private sector. I also want to recognize National Grid, represented here today by Jim McGaugh, who was really instrumental early in the process in terms of transacting on these parcels and unlocking the opportunity that we're looking at today. Now that we are here celebrating an important milestone, the capping of the landfill is nearly complete and the construction of the park is underway. Today we will place the final tree of our first planting season as we transform over 30 acres of underutilized former industrial land into a vibrant public space that will not only beautify the city, but also serve as a catalyst for economic revitalization. A unique trait of this project is the environmental public-private partnership. Together, we took a landfill that was threatening to collapse into the harbor, meaning the loss of this land and contaminants entering this spectacular waterfront and waterway. We've been able to fund complete remediation of the property within our control that now protects the coastline and creates a new signature public park that will serve the community for generations. As we break ground today, I want to thank everyone who has played a part in making Lynn Harbor Park a reality. This park is more than just a green space. It's a symbol of progress and potential for Lynn, a vision that Mayor Nicholson can speak to far better than I can. I'm proud to welcome up Mayor Nicholson so he can share his vision with all of you today. Mayor Nicholson.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Bob, for that introduction and for all your work here. This is such an exciting moment for all of us here and for the city of Lynn. You know it's a great project when you have so many people to thank and so many people involved. So first I'd like to thank Charter and Bob Delholm for all your work here and leadership. Thank you so much. Thank you as well to EDIC and Jim Cowdell for all your work here. We could not have done this without the support and leadership of Energy and Environmental Affairs. Thank you, Undersecretary Cooper and Kirk Gaitner, who are here. Another state supporter that's been critical, Mass Development. Thank you so much to the Mass Development folks. I am so fortunate to be following my predecessor and who was instrumental in this project, former Mayor Tom McGee. The City Council has been amazing partners, particularly under the leadership of Council President Jay Walsh. Thank you, Jay. As well as Councilor Hogan, whose ward we're in, who couldn't be here, but we're also joined by Ward 3 Councilor Coco Allensug, Ward 4 Councilor Natasha Meji-Madhu. Our state delegation, Representative Dan Cahill, Pete Capano, Jenny Armini, as well as Senator Crichton. And our federal delegation, we have representatives here from Representative Moulton's office, Senator Warren, Senator Markey. Thank you so much. Our neighbors who played a critical role in this project, Bob from A.W. Perry, thank you. As well as the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission. Our team on the city has done amazing work, so thank you to Aaron Clausen and the Planning Department. The Law Department, George McCompoulos and Jim Lamont have been terrific. Department of Public Works, Andy Hall, Lisa and Erica here, thank you so much. Our financial office, as well as my office, Dania Smith, John Tebow, Valerie Vaughn are all here, thank you so much. Ron Richardson and Rowe, we're fortunate to work with them on multiple projects. You can see what's coming together here is beautiful, so great work, Ron Richardson and Rowe, thank you so much. And a local business, my neighbor in New East Land, Leahy Landscaping, thank you. That's a long list. We could probably keep going because this is such a team effort, and I so appreciate everyone's help here. What you are seeing is truly a transformation. This was a landfill. It was waste, and it's being transformed into something beautiful. Back to nature in a lot of ways. And what was a barrier, literally a barrier, cutting us off from the waterfront is now an invitation to our entire community to come down here and enjoy this breathtaking view. And we have aspirations as a community, and what was a detriment to those prospects is now an impetus for investment. We see some of our partners here who are building all around this. And from an environmental perspective, it was a liability. There was a threat to our natural world that's now a centerpiece of our strategy to protect it. Truly a transformation. Transformations, I think while a lot of us are excited, they capture the imagination. Truly, they can shock, they can inspire. One of the most famous pieces of literature of all time, Ovid's Metamorphoses. It's a collection of hundreds of myths, all of them transformations. People become animals, animals become constellations, statues come to life as living, breathing people. In most of them, someone or something is objectified. A lot of times it's brutalized. And then it becomes something beautiful, often by divine intervention. And we had a landfill here on the Atlantic Ocean. The landscape was brutalized. And while ancient Roman deities may not have been involved, instead of divine information, we have science that's taking a landfill and making it nature, as well as something that I think is even more elusive and magical, a true public-private partnership. That is It's often talked about. It's hard to execute. Thank you so much to Bob Delholm and the team at Charter and all the other folks I mentioned. And I think there's another transformation that awaits us here. And right now we're here at a groundbreaking ceremony, and this needs to be transformed into something open and public and inviting. And I think a distinction to some of those transformations that have been documented in works like Metamorphoses is that oftentimes a transformation can be seen as involuntary, something that happens to someone. And it's our job, it's our work here so far and in the future to make sure that what we're doing here includes our community and our city, both here in this park and through this entire neighborhood. What this South Harbor can be will power our city for generations in the development potential that it has. Thousands of units of sorely needed housing, millions of square footage of commercial space and industrial space for sorely needed jobs. And for it all to be meaningful, it has to include the residents of our community. And that is the work we have before us, and I can think of no better way to start that than a public park, one of the most inclusive spaces that you can imagine, where people will be welcome, where people can enjoy for all the amenities that we have there, above all, this incredible view of the Atlantic Ocean. And as Pythagoras says in the last book of Metamorphoses, just as every wave is driven forward by another, so the times flee, and at the same time, they follow. And every moment's occasion is a renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. You just energized the entire Charter team to get through this project. That was fantastic. Next, I'm happy to welcome Stephanie Cooper, Undersecretary for the Environment in the Healy Driscoll administration, to share remarks. The Commonwealth has been an incredible partner for years. From the Secretary's Executive Office to Mass DEP, incredible regulators to DCR, you've been invaluable partners. Undersecretary Cooper.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm so excited to be here. I will say, a really tough act to follow. He's speaking, and I'm thinking, am I next? That's going to be so hard, and I've seen him do this before. But I am thrilled to be here today on behalf of the Healy Driscoll administration and Secretary Rebecca Tepper of Energy Environmental Affairs. So it's already been talked about very, very articulately, I would say, about what an exciting moment this is. So creating a brand new public park on this scale, on the scale of this harbor park, and seeing it kind of take shape around us is a really rare and special thing, and something that we should treasure and aspire to, and that's why we're all here to celebrate. And it has already been said, but I don't think you can't talk about partnership too many times, and you can't say thank you too many times in my view. So this is a unique kind of partnership, and with different partners who are all in, and so I do want to recognize them again. The City of Lynn, Charter Environmental, with tremendous leadership from Bob Delholm, who we've heard from already, Mass Development, the Lynn EDIC, EEA. We were very happy to be part of the partnership. And, you know, we talked about our elected officials, and we can't do anything without their support. So our wonderful state delegation, federal delegation, and then the local city council, to all who have really, really important roles. So Charter Environmental could have recapped the landfill, you know, done the right thing, sort of, you know, met all of the environmental standards and rules, maybe put solar panels on it, which would have been a good thing. That would have been a public benefit, the clean energy. But instead, they had the foresight and really the grit to stick with it and put time and effort to working with the city and the state to do something much better. And so, you know, their financial contributions really should be recognized. The cities, and nearly 10 million from us, from the state Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, have brought us to this point where work is underway. We're starting to see the benefits of it, and we're making this site as much as it possibly could be. And as the mayor said, maybe something more than anybody could have imagined. So I do want to recognize my colleague, Kurt Gertner, who's here, who's been recognized already, but can't say thank you too many times, Assistant Secretary for Environmental Policy, who manages our Gateway City Parks program. And that's the program from which the state funding came. And so that program is all about investing in our gateway cities, of which Lynn is one. And so I want to recognize Kurt. I can't see him, but I know he's here. So one of the core values of the Healy Driscoll administration is about outdoors for all. And so what does that mean? That means that wherever you live, you should have beautiful places to be outside, close to home, to get fresh air, to be active, to be healthy, to connect with each other and to connect with the natural world. And it means paying special attention to people and places that historically haven't had their share of those natural dividends. And so Harbor Park is really a poster child for outdoors for all, and we're so proud to be part of it. So the park design is a collaboration between Langdon Environmental Engineering and Brown, Richardson, and Rowe Landscape Architects, and they're all here, and they should really be recognized for the beauty that they've created. And it's going to last, result in something lasting like Spectacle Island in the Boston Harbor. Many of us have talked about as we walked up the drumlin here, comparing the experience of being here to being on Spectacle Island. Spectacle Island, out in the harbor with a beautiful view, up high where you get a breeze. Well, we have all those things right here. So now we have them right here in the city of Lynn. I also want to mention another colleague of mine and the team at DEP. So our Northeast Regional Director, Eric Worrell, and his team really approached the capping of the landfill and the complicated permitting with a can-do attitude and the idea of making this site an asset for the community and taking away the liability. So some of the park features, and I know others will talk about them more, but accessible pathways, which are taking shape already, benches and other amenities to enjoy the beautiful view. And there's a future vision that we're going to keep working on together, thinking about things like basketball and other courts on the flatter area, of course, planting, and then really thinking about and working on elements of this park that will provide enhanced resilience to storms that are so critical in this coastal location. So any investment that we're making should really have that at the forefront. So we're here to celebrate the creation of a park, and this has been talked about already, but I do want to just spend a minute talking about the city of Lynn and the broader transformation that's unfolding under the leadership of Mayor Nicholson, with also a lot of hard work and visionary work by former Mayor McGee and all of the state and local leaders. So Lynn has been working really hard, and with assistance from the Commonwealth, which are, I would say some of the best investments that we've made in terms of planning and thinking about how to transform the waterfront from a vacant, underutilized space into a vibrant, active mixed-use district with improved access to the shore, places for people to be outside, a waterfront promenade. And so there's a lot more work that remains to bring all those plans to fruition. But I want to just compliment and say that we're with you, and we're going to continue to kind of make progress along in implementation, bringing this park to life and bringing the rest of this vision to life, because it's well worth everybody's time, resources, and imagination. So in conclusion, I just want to congratulate all of the partners. Thank you again to Bob Delholm for hosting us. And next year we'll be back, right? And in between, but we'll be back to celebrate the opening of a park on this site, and I can't wait to celebrate that occasion as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Undersecretary. I'm happy to welcome Representative Capano, who represents this district of Lynn at the State House and is a tireless advocate for this community.
I want to thank Bob Delholm, too, for all the work and for putting this together. It's hard not to repeat what was already said, and I don't think I can articulate any better than the mayor did. I think what you meant was they have no freaking idea what it's going to be like out here right now when they get here. I mean, this is beautiful. I live right down the street, across the street, down the street a little ways here, and I know we've had conversations over the years with Jay, with Council President, Dan Cahill, Brendan Crichton, talking about the waterfront on the city council many, many years ago. I think you might have been in high school, Brent. So to me, this is just like one piece of the puzzle. And not only is it a park, this is going to be a showcase from what used to be a dump. And that was a party place. Probably Jim Cowdell was down there too, partying in high school. That's how I always remember this. And I always wanted the waterfront to have, you know, something where Lynn people could come and enjoy and look at the view, right? You know, and all the people we thanked, I want to thank you also. I also want to say, Kurt, over the years, I don't know exactly what it is that you do, but every time you're there, something good happens. So please keep coming. I also want to mention Clarissa in the back from Richardson and Rowe. All the conversations we had years ago about down here, and I can't emphasize enough, you know, what it means. It's not just the park itself. I mean, we've heard it's a public-private partnership, and you hear that all the time, and you always hear that's what we should be doing. We are actually doing that here. This is exactly what's going on, and this is the result of it. I'm just happy to be, you know, a small part of it. I'm glad to see, you know, how far we've come, and it just shows you, you know, if you have the resolve through a recession, probably the worst one since the Depression, COVID, a pandemic, multiple naysayers, you know, that people had to deal with. I know Jim Cowdell's been part of this, you know, since the very beginning. So to be able to be the glue, a lot of the people in here were the glue that just held this all together all these years through all that, and had enough determination and will and confidence and the belief that something good could happen if we all stuck together. And this is the result, and I'm happy to be part of it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, that was terrific. Thank you, Representative Capano. As our final speaker of the day, I'm thrilled to welcome Representative Dan Cahill.
Last one.
I want to say, he's been an advocate. He's been
distracting, I know.
I wish I felt half as good as you look. As our final speaker of the day, I'm thrilled to welcome Representative Cahill. He's been an advocate and a partner from the project from his time as a Lynn City Councilor from the beginning. I recall specifically a meeting in your office at the time where you only provided encouragement and a can-do spirit. And now, as you chair the Joint Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, you're still an incredible supporter of how powerful, accessible, active green space can enliven and protect the community. Thank you.
Bob, thank you. Well, you might all be wondering why a bunch of people from Lynn are here to celebrate a dump. But there's history to this. Although there's a lot of folks we have to thank. If you haven't been here before, you have to realize that, you know, 10, 15 years ago, there was high power tension lines running across our waterfront. This was an active landfill. There was a flea market down there, and there was really not much of a vision for this parcel. Now, over the time, this spans back I've been around a long time, 4 mayoral administrations, where former Mayor Chip Clancy, who was a former state senator, was working with our friends in the EDIC. We have Charlie Gator and Jim Cowdell here. And it started off with a vision. Lynn knew they needed to do something with this area, with its pristine location, beautiful views that no one got to see. Actually, I never got to see, well, I won't tell you when I got to see it, but I was with Jim. And it was at that point in the Patrick administration where we went and said, we'd really love some money to try to relocate these power lines on this waterfront. I think the administration thought we were crazy, because then they came down, looked at the place, and said, what do you want to do with this place? It's a dump, it's a flea market, there's not much here. But they stuck with us. They moved the power lines over across the Linway, and then we waited a little longer. There was a recession, but the vision kept on going. And I mean, the mayor thanked just about everybody, because there were so many people involved in this, and it's taken us so long to get this to this point. But now you're seeing, and by the way, in this 1 square mile, for those who like, this is planner's paradise, right? Every problem the Commonwealth faces is right here in this 1 square mile in the city of Lynn. You want to talk about affordable housing? We're building it on the waterfront. You want to talk about transportation? We have a ferry system just a a couple of 100 yards that way, and we have a commuter rail that we're trying to activate. You want old industrial land? We have plenty of that, but we're redeveloping it now with the help of the city and the state to try to get biotech jobs here, housing here, more jobs here, right? And then you talk about the environment. Boy, an unlined landfill on the waterfront. Well, now we're dealing with climate change, rising tides. This is a resiliency issue. This is a climate change issue. This is a public access to Chapter 90, Chapter 91, Chapter 90, right?
Chapter 91.
Chapter 91. Assuming chapters right. Chapter 91 access land. I mean, it's all here. By the way, if you're a developer, we really need to talk to you. But it's all right here, and it's because I give complete credit to the people of the city of Lynn. You know, in some communities, it's really hard to build anything. I mean, it's hard to build affordable housing when we need it in a lot of communities. Not here in Lynn. We've had a vision from day one. We are inclusive, and we're risk takers. And we believe in a vision when we feel like some people don't believe in us. But we believe in each other. And this is like the first, you know, the real catalyst of what we're excited to see down here. And this is for the city of Lynn. I'd like to thank Al Moynihan. Al, Bob was very kind, Bob, when you said that I had an open mind in our meeting. You remember what I told you? I told you you were crazy. Yeah, I think Al came in on an issue on a billboard in the Linway, which is very normal. 10, 15 years ago, billboards in the Linway. He introduced me to Bob, and he said, oh, we want to, you know, cap the landfill, and we're going to put it into a park. And I go, okay, you know, you hear, as a politician, you have a lot of meetings with a lot of people, and you go, oh, okay, yep. Sorry, sunglasses were on the whole time. And you don't really believe him. But Al is someone who had credibility. He's had tremendous private and public career in the Commonwealth. And when Al walks through the door with someone like Bob, you listen. And then Bob told me he was doing the Muddy River restoration in the Fenway. And I said, oh, so Boston let you do some work there. And you know if Boston lets you do some work there, you must be pretty good. And I was watching that restoration. I thought it was magnificent. So we knew there was an opportunity here. So we took a chance. And we built a new billboard. But aside from that, we took a chance here. No, we didn't. We rehabbed it. Remember that? We fixed it. We rehabbed it. That's where we got the determination from ISD. Don't worry, Mayor, it was long before you were studying antiquities in Princeton. Oh, I love this stuff. I do love my job. I have the greatest job in America. But in conclusion, everyone who's been thanked, we really mean it, you know, from the bottom of all our hearts. It is the most exciting thing I think I've been a part of in my career. Yes, the transformation of Dump has been the most exciting transformation of my career. Really, Lynn should elect better people than me, but they haven't. So as we move forward, just know that this is just the beginning. This is something that the state and really the country can look at as a way that we can really truly all work together, all levels of government and the public, to really make things change without having to drag things through years of planning and years of permitting. No, it gets done here in Lynn because we want to get it done. And Lynn's been making things happen for centuries and will continue to do so. So to all of you involved, take pride in this work. Really, you really should. It's really a great day for the city of Lynn. And I appreciate it greatly. I'm not going to end with politically. Yeah, some dead Roman. But I will end with a very heartfelt thank you to all. And come back to enjoy our park one day when it's all fixed.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. I'd also like to just take a moment. I'd like to just recognize and thank my charter teammates who are out here all day, every day, putting this work in place. So thank you all for being here and celebrating with us today. As we break ground today, let's remember the possibilities that lie ahead. This park is more than just a green space. It's a symbol of progress and what's possible for Lynn. Together, we're shaping a brighter future for generations to come. Now we're going to have a chance for all of you to be able to meander and look around as you'd like. Just again, we would ask you to be just careful. It's still a site under construction. And we're going to head over and do a tree planting and have an opportunity to get photos and to take advantage of this gorgeous view a bit further. So thank you very much.
Call meeting to order. Roll call.
Chairperson Patricia Bart.
Present.
Commissioner Miguel Freeman.
Present.
Commissioner Bell. Absent. Attorney James Mana.
Present.
And Captain Christine. Absent.
We do have ready on. Okay, we have minutes from our meeting on May 21st. Do we have a chance to read them?
I did.
Any corrections?
No, it seems to be okay, so I'll do make a motion that we approve the minutes for May, what was that, 21st?
Yep. I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Then we have 3 one-day licenses. The Lynn Museum, the Lynn Music Foundation, 25 Exchange Street on June 22nd from 2 to 8 p.m. for a free live music event. The Lynn Museum Foundation, 25 Exchange Street on June 25th from 7 p.m. to 12 a.m., another live music event. And lastly, the Lynn Museum, 590 Washington Street, the Alicia Hill Bingham Leadership Foundation is hosting a fundraiser on June 29th from 6 to 10.
On June 29th.
Yep.
I'll make a motion that we approve the one-day license.
And we'll waive the fee.
The what?
We'll waive the fee for.
And waive the fee, yes.
Okay. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, then we have 2 hearings here. First on the agenda is LaFonda, David Don 1. Anybody here from LaFonda? Okay, we'll hold it to the end of the hearings. Provenza. Okay, if it's at all possible, because there's only 2 of us here.
You're right, I lost count.
Right.
No, I saw 2 women.
Right. Right. I would like to table this to our July meeting.
Okay.
And any word on the appeal, your appeal?
Yes. We have a date. We have a date, yeah, August 7th.
Okay.
But we have to file something before that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but I'll work with Jim on that. So what's the date of the meeting you want us here?
The 3rd Tuesday in July. So it's I think it's 2. Just double check it. I'm sure. Yes.
6, is this going to be the same all the way through?
I'm sorry.
I'm here on more than one matter.
Oh, okay. No, just
for this
yes, in Esteban's. Provenza and Esteban's.
All right, so I got Provenza and Estefan, so those,
2.
yeah,
We'll table till
the July 16th.
July 16th.
That was the issue.
I'd like to make a motion for us to approve the decision to table this Provenza and Stefanis for the meeting on July 20th.
July 16th, yeah. I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm glad you got a cool room. I was amazed.
I'm shocked.
Is this room air conditioned?
I am shocked.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't see it, but I feel it.
Have a nice day. You too. Yeah. Pelican.
Madam Chairperson, Mr. Commissioner Funes. My name is Attorney Vincent Phelan, and I'm representing the Pelican. I've been to an appearance here with you earlier.
Okay, and we're here because of overcrowding. And, well, and because of that, that results in lack of management and control. Guys, I wait. Say, have a seat. What have you put in place so that this doesn't happen? Yes.
If you will. But if I could set the stage for that particular evening too. This establishment does a lot of entertainment in there, and on this particular night, there was a band there, and the band was in for Wounded Warriors. And what happens at that point in time is the band, we have to move, the tables have to be moved out back. And so there was a little sloppiness, because it's very easy to understand how many people are there when there are chairs right there, except for when you move them. There wasn't an exact count. By all accounts, though, they cooperated with the police officer when they came. And when he said, it's crowded in here, we kind of said yes, and in a sloppy manner, no doubt about it. But they never took account, so we don't know whether it was, and I'm not questioning Officer Fucci, so there wasn't an exact count there. So we don't know exactly how many people were in there at that point in time, and I'll tell you, they were sloppy. Absolutely, no doubt about it. They didn't have someone counting at the door, and that was a mistake, no question about it. So then that's not going to happen again. They'll be having people come in from Make-A-Wish. Toys for Tots also comes in.
Something in the summer, but Make-A-Wish, we do, we have something in October, but we run something every week. We do every picture.
So they do. This was they're doing some things for charity. Though. What we've done is we've gone and have some preventative measures for you. What some of those preventative measures are, we're going to have someone counting no matter what, in and out, 2 different counters at all times, so that we have an accurate count. We know what the count is. And we know what our number is, and we also know that you can't have members of the band. Those are included in there, and the staff. Additionally, we've applied for today outdoor seating, and for an additional, basically an additional 20 people outside. We know that we can't get completely approved here this evening, that it has to go to ISD, but we'd be asking for that to be approved with conditions that it be approved on the portal for ISD, for parking, for all of the other criteria that's needed. We're asking that this board not find, because there wasn't a count, and not find that it was overcrowded, but we're very cognizant that procedures have to be in place, and they will be. We've been working on this since that report came. So we think that this is a one-time occurrence, and it's not going to happen again. In regard to the parking, too, I think this was a big thing which kind of brought the police there right away. Typically, there aren't as many cars, but there's an auto body shop where sometimes they put the cars that they're working on right out in the street. They're trying to be good neighbors and not fight with them on this. And but we're going to be addressing that with them so that there's not going to be a problem with that also.
So the capacity for the place is 59 people?
59.
So, and then you want an extra
20.
For 20?
Right.
That will include the people inside, so it will be like 30 people inside, 39?
No, we're asking for an additional 20 for those tables, an additional 20. They're turning people away from these events.
They have to stay outside.
They would absolutely stay outside, no question about that.
And you also asking for to use part of the street?
We would go through the parking department. If it's approved here, we would go through the parking department. We know that there's going to need to be a space for people to walk by. We'd be getting the concrete barriers and doing it enough out in the street where the people could walk by, and it would be large enough for handicapped accessible.
Okay. first we'll deal with this violation. And as a result, it definitely was a violation. And this is your first offense, so it is 7 to 10 days suspension. I would see us doing 7-day suspension or 7 days in payments. It's no further problems within 6 months. First time, yeah.
I'll make a motion that we hold 7 days in advance for 6 months, providing that nothing happens. If it does, then the 7 days will.
You do the 7 days plus, it'd be a second offense, so you add on.
For the Pelican,
I would just once again argue that there technically was not a count, and Inspection Services actually wrote a letter and said, because there wasn't a count, they can't enforce what they're doing at this point in time, and I would say the same to you.
Do you have that letter?
I do. It technically didn't say that they can't enforce it, but it did say, I'll read it. Inspection Services Department has received the reference consent report from the Lynn Police Department. It indicates that on the evening of March 23rd, there was an apparent overcrowding situation where there was no official count of the occupants. The police officer estimated that there was a violation.
And I say it's management's responsibility to have a count.
And what I would be asking for is that you find if there's going to be a violation here, then I would find a lack of management and control, not find the overcrowding, and would take the 7 days in abeyance for that particular violation, not the overcrowding violation.
I'm doing it for the violation of local boards, rules and regulations, and violation of laws or regulations of the ABC. That's what I'm doing to that. First offense, 7 days. So
I understand that, but what we're trying to avoid is a finding of overcrowding. We would accept most likely those other violations of that as opposed to the overcrowding.
again, violation of rules and regulations.
I understand.
Yeah. First offense, 7 to 10 days. So your 7-day suspension, you hold the 7 days in abeyance for 6 months. If there's no problems, then we'll just wipe it clean. If you do have another offense, then we'll go the second step.
I understand.
And you'd serve the first step and the second step.
Thank you. Yep.
Any motion?
I'll make a motion that we do hold 7 days in advance for the Pelican for 6 months, based on the rules and regulations, and mainly for safety as well. If anything happens before the 6 months, then we go back to the 7 days. We fulfill as mandatory. Plus, like Madam Chairman said, whatever incident might happen, I hope it doesn't happen, but if it does, it will be already 7 days that you have accumulated, plus.
Okay, I'll second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. It's good seeing you.
Good seeing you too. Oh, wait a minute, okay. We may as well do them both at the same time, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and now you're requesting outdoor dining.
Yes, we are.
Okay, and you know that there's a procedure that has to be followed. So if we do approve this, it would be contingent upon the approval of all of the other.
Attorney Lamont filled me in that that's exactly how it happened, so I'm kind of up to date on it.
All right, so then I will make a motion, I'll make the motion, that we do approve outdoor dining at the Pelican contingent upon approval.
Thank you.
Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
You want your letter back?
No.
Okay. Great. Okay.
Have fun.
Yeah. And we have, Eclipse.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Member Funes. The owners of the Eclipse here with us. I understand there's two, according to the letter, two alleged violations. Okay. The first one, with respect to March 11th, 2024, the last four of the Lynn Police Report 6734. This one, the police reported a disturbance. There was a guy in there that was causing a scene. He wouldn't cooperate with the police. The security guards had called the police and had asked him to leave. He wouldn't listen to them, and I don't believe they couldn't figure out what he was saying, and they asked him to leave. He started an argument with the DJ, which turned into an assault, and it was started by this unruly assailant. So they did the right thing. They called the police. They escorted him out of the bar and the establishment, and he could not care for himself. He was placed in protective custody by the Lynn police. He had emotional troubles. He made his way in there, and very shortly after making his way in there, he was escorted out. So we don't believe he was served anything there. He just was intoxicated.
He came in intoxicated?
He came in and he made his way in intoxicated. It was during closing. People were leaving, and he got in somehow, and he was immediately escorted out. That's April, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm complete. All right, so I might as well deal with April. It's okay with you, Madam Chairman, what I'm just talking about. That gentleman, he was in there for about several minutes, and he was asked to leave. And he was highly intoxicated, not from the Eclipse. And they had to put him into a detox later on, it looked like. They were trying to get him into a detox, exactly. But he was not served at the Eclipse.
Okay.
It was in front of it.
Okay.
The second one...
That's the April.
That's the April.
Yeah, that's pretty right.
Yeah.
According to the report, too.
I apologize.
That's right, it's the March one, yeah.
Okay, so on the March one, this gentleman made his way in, and it was clear once he sat down that he was intoxicated. They asked him to leave. He had ordered a drink, and the drink had been put on the bar apparently. He had one drink that he quickly drank. He was escorted out, and he did not pay his bill, and the waitress was going after him to get the money for the bill, and the establishment called the police, called 911. Jalen, one of the waitresses, went out to Vanessa's aid. The waitress went after the gentleman for the money. He was later charged with assault and battery. He punched her in the jaw, one of the waitresses, and I believe he assaulted the police officer as well. He was charged with disorderly conduct, A and B, and defrauding a restaurant. But he was, the security did the right thing and got him right out of there. And at that time, he kind of snapped and was uncooperative, wouldn't pay his bill and what have you. I mean, that one to me was, they did the right thing. They called the police. They were trying to get paid for the drink. And the police did promptly respond, and they took the gentleman into custody, who had, I think, more than...
But he was clearly intoxicated.
He was
Clearly
intoxicated.
intoxicated.
He was intoxicated.
That results in possible over-serving.
Right. No, he had one drink. It was $11 was the bill. It was one drink that he ordered, and that was it. The bill was $11.
How did he get drunk off of one drink?
He came in and talked.
So why on earth would he be served a
Same question I had.
over-serving? I mean, come on, we have to say no. You're drunk, I can't serve you.
We addressed that with the security personnel, not to even let them in, let people in. Shouldn't have got past the front door.
Exactly.
We need help on that.
Exactly. So that is a clear violation. And we're back to square one. Last time we were here, it was back in November. You're well beyond the 6 months, so it's starting fresh. So that is a definite violation. And it's going to be, it should be 7 to 10 days. It's going to be a 7-day suspension. But because you realize the seriousness and that you won't do it again.
No.
So somebody's drunk.
Que no va a pasar, yo no voy a hablar de inspección, se verá. Pero que está bien, que lo dicen que no puedo ver.
Okay, we'll hold the 7 days in advance, 6 months. Any problems? And I'm really, I intended to be a tad lenient because I'm still myself a bit confused why I'm dealing with the box police report in June with just so many things. And so, right, so, yeah.
Who was the manager that day? Was that
Yeah.
And when people come in, are you in front of the
You get up to speak, that's when you're...
Se lo traduco, porque cuando la gente entra, que se puta la sí, ese señor.
No, it's there, this person making it. We couldn't see that he was
Cuando
intoxicated.
entró, no tiene como que no ve que estaba tomando.
But there's other ways that you can tell if I'm talking to you and I'm coming in. I mean, my breath still, you know. And also, the way the person might talk to you, that might give you a sign. This just comes with experience. I'm sure that later on you're going to see what, you know, this means. But what about security guards? Do they check for that?
Yes.
They do. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so, entertain motion.
What was going to be the
7 days for within payments.
For
For 6 months, yeah.
So I do make a motion that we do hold 7 days in advance for 6 months. Nothing happened, we go back to normal, like the director said.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'll second the motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then, let me see, what's gonna be, yeah. The funding. The fund. They need,
No, they
Right.
they just come.
all right. Yes, okay. Okay, yeah, that was pleasant. So we're fine, okay. You were first on the agenda and you weren't here. Yeah.
How you doing, guys?
I'm doing, how are you doing?
Not too good, but it's not your fault.
I know, you are absolutely right. Absolutely right. But you're here today because once again, the noise coming from your establishment is causing problems. And your response to the police is causing. when they come in to tell you to lower the music, you need to just lower the music. You don't need to be telling them that the neighbors knew what they were getting into when they moved in. That's not how it works. Everybody in that neighborhood has the right to peace and quiet, and it's up to you to make sure your establishment keeps the noise down.
Let me explain what's going on. She is my tenant.
She's what?
My tenant.
Oh.
She is the one who called the police. Okay. Before the midnight, I told her, listen, if you're uncomfortable with the music, please, here is my number. And any problem, you can call me. For any reason, she got misunderstanding. I walked to the apartment. When I came, the police was already there. I said, what's going on? Because she don't speak English. She was trying to explain the police what's going on. And they went with me directly. Are you the owner? Yeah, okay. We went directly to the music. They said, well, the police forced me to shut the music down. We shut it off the music, and that's it. But I call misunderstanding with my tenant, and I don't know how you guys gonna take it. You can ask her if he speaks Spanish. He can ask her, how's the music now? Because we did some variation.
Now you're doing what you should have been doing all along. You're controlling the music. And you don't tell the police. You don't tell the police. It shouldn't be a problem with the music because the tenants were aware of loud music when they moved in. That's not being cooperative. If one person complains, you have got to just comply and turn the music down.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have those apartments upstairs, and she was new.
That's how most of the drinking establishments in our city are located in residential areas, unfortunately. So you have to be very aware of.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. After that, we remodelate the speakers, and we have now our own control of the music. Now, I think one of the disc jockeys who was here, I think he was the one who was there. I hope they learned too. But my equipment now is regulated not to go to such a level of volume.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm informing to you guys. And my intention really wasn't to hide that type of high music. If she feel it high.
What is your name? Giselle. Okay, just checking to make sure you're really the person.
you doubt on me.
Yeah.
I told her. I told her that day. I told her, listen, now we have to go in front of the board.
Yeah.
And she said, I'm sorry, but now it's kind of late.
No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry.
For the record, the police report does say that the officers could hear it when they got out of the cruiser outside.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay. Now, it was 12 o'clock.
Yeah, well, 12 o'clock.
And so it's like midnight already. Makes sense. I think that it'd be wise for you if you just reduce the volume, maybe after 11:30. Because 12 o'clock, people want to sleep.
Yeah, I understand that. And I don't remember what day was it, Thursday or something. Anyway, I apologize. And
I think it was on a Wednesday.
On Wednesday, yeah.
Yep. Well,
mid of the week.
It's a clear violation. Okay, and I believe we lost that. Yep. You just made it. So you just made it because you did have a 10-day suspension back in December. That was December 14th, okay, and this is June.
Yeah.
So if you're under 6 months, so you're okay.
Okay.
You're okay.
Made it by 3 months. By 3 days.
Yeah, you made it. Yeah, he made it. But I believe you served on 10 of your days. Correct? You closed down for 10 days?
In December.
In December, yes, I did. Yes.
All right. So, let's pick up 5. Okay. Yeah. All right, because this is your second offense. Yeah, it's 14 to 30 days. Okay? So we're gonna issue you the 14-day suspension.
14-day suspension?
Yes. But because you're saying good things here now, you're gonna cooperate with the police and whatnot, and with your tenants. Suspend your license for 14 days, but we will hold, we're gonna hold off 14 days in advance. If you cause any problems, if there are any more violations, you're going to serve the 14 days plus a third offense, and that could be 30 days to a revocation. We could take your license. You understand? All right.
Could you repeat that in Spanish, please?
Lo que ella dice es que le van a suspender el 14 días, pero lo van a usar como avanzado en advance. O sea que usted no va a tener que cumplirlos.
Ok.
Pero si algo pasa en menos de 6 meses, tenemos otra queja, entonces se le va a suspender. Usted va a tener que servir los 14 días más lo que sea la nueva penalidad del castigo.
Straight?
¿Se entendió, verdad?
Yeah, entendí.
Okay, so I will make the motion, okay? That his license be suspended for 14 days, but we will hold off for 14 days in abeyance. And if there are no further problems, in 6 months' time, we'll erase the suspension.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
I have a question. If I'm planning to move my place to another different location, can I move it, the license?
With the approval of this board, yes.
Yeah, because I don't want the tenants. We have a neighbor next door. They are with more education, and probably they're gonna like the noise. And I may have a plans to move my place to another quiet place.
Well, that word to the wise. Don't give them a reason to complain.
I try it, but you know, there has to be some punish to those DJs too.
Well, you're the one that hires them.
Yeah.
You hire them.
You know, in a moment, they get so excited and start getting, boom, go up. Say, well, please. They do it. You know, we're living in the Spanish neighbor, Caribbean roots, and they are kind of noisy guys. Okay, well, all set. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have police reports. I think we can hold the police reports to the next meeting. And then we have other business, just for FYI, the lodging house renewal, 124 Union Street, Gladstone Bennett II. And we have a few common vigils, and everything's in order. Any other business?
Nope.
Then meeting is, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. So sorry. That's why I actually got everything.
So we need a
Yeah, we
motion for
do.
that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I make a motion for the Latin House renewal, 124 Union Street, 125 Union Street, what is that, Gladstone?
Yeah, Glad Bennett, yeah.
To be approved.
I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. Okay, and then we have the common victular entertainment licenses for George's Roll Speed, 124 Broad Street, with the new owner. Palmer's Cafe, 38 Exchange Street, it's a new business, Linda McCormick owner. Polo Real Dominican Kitchen Corporation, 680 Western Avenue, it's a new business, Domingo Perez is the owner. And One Mighty Meal Cafe, 68 Exchange Street, and that's a renewal. I make a motion that we approve those common virtual entertainment licenses.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, so, all right. Anything else? Any new business? The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman.
A meeting on the Board of Health scheduled for today, June 4th, 2024, 6:30.
Yes, ma'am. And your first agenda item is?
Today is it the approval for the April 2nd, 2024? Voted and anticipated. Referring the 2025-2020 order declaring the racism as an emergency in public health crisis.
Did you guys vote to approve the minutes?
Not yet.
Okay, let's do that one first.
So I make a motion to approve the minutes from last meeting.
And I second that. So we voted. We second that.
Yep, so now do you want, the next agenda item is the discussion for reaffirming the June 25th order. Did you guys get a chance to review that?
I did.
Okay.
I got the email 2 days ago.
So I know that there was like the original one and then there was like,
There's certain wordings on there.
yeah, so I reviewed the original one. You know what the updated language is?
Yeah, so the original one, I had added some newer updated information per your request from our community health assessment, forwarded it to the mayor's office to see what he would like to update it, where it is a joint order. And then, so the copy that you have are some of the things that I added and some of the things that the mayor himself added. That would include, so under the preamble, you will see based on information contained in the first City of Lynn health assessment, all that is new language, and that comes directly from our Lynn Community Health Assessment.
Okay.
Maybe if you'd like, do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Based on information contained in the first City of Lynn health assessment performed in 2023, we know, quote unquote, in the City of Lynn, people of color face worse and worsening health outcomes. In discussion of health equity, it is important to recognize the structural and institutional factors that influence an individual's ability and inclination to make decisions that lead to better health for themselves or their family. Nationwide, neighborhoods with a higher percentage of people of color and households with lower incomes are exposed to environmental injustices and hazards that impact nutrition, physical activity, morbidity, and mortality. Institutional racism and classism contribute to and perpetuate the conditions that limit the ability of all residents, regardless of background, to grow up healthy and stay healthy throughout their lives. The health and well-being of people are profoundly shaped by community conditions and environments, residents' homes, children's schools, places of employment, city streets, and social systems through which forms of privilege and discrimination have uneven impacts. The conditions and environments, often referred to as the social determinants of health, then play a significant role in people's choices, health behaviors, and the conditions and outcomes they experience. And then the mayor's office did add some language, the next paragraph. Our administration strongly believes that we have a responsibility in addressing issues of racism in our community, and that includes the intersection of public health and race. We have worked with the Lynn Racial Justice Coalition to launch an unarmed alternative to police response that will address acute mental and behavioral health, community issues, and quality of life matters. The goal of the program is to eliminate barriers and increase access to culturally relevant, responsive resources. We have also put together a working group that is advising the mayor on how to spend the opioid abatement funds. This means relying on people with lived experiences and experts that can inform the city on the best harm reduction practices and to destigmatize substance use disorder. This past year, 5 life-saving Narcan boxes were installed that dispenses for free across the city with opioid settlement funds. This allows accessibility to this important resource despite your background, experience, or income. Since language plays a critical role in communicating effectively with our community so that they are all able to receive the same services and opportunities, the city hired a language access coordinator to coordinate interpretation and translation services for all city departments. We understand that housing is a social determinant of health, and we have a responsibility to continue thinking about affordability and access to safe housing. Therefore, our administration partnered with Northeast Legal Aid to allocate them $400,000 from the American Rescue Act plan to fund an eviction prevention project, which has now assisted more than 215 tenants. Finally, as it is important to hear from the community directly, especially as it pertains to community violence affecting mostly our communities of color, we spearheaded 2 community canvases in 2 neighborhoods that had been affected by violence, which gave them the opportunity to hear the concerns directly from those most impacted. We reaffirm our own commitment to reducing racism in our city and is hereby making the following known. Whereas racism and discrimination in all its forms is a threat to public health and safety and is a paramount social determinant of health, shaping access to the resources that create opportunities for health, including public safety, housing, education, and employment, and is a persistent barrier to health equity in our community. And whereas, in addition to having an independent influence on the social determinants of health, racism and discrimination in all its forms, in and of itself, has been proven to have a broad-reaching and direct negative impact on individual health incomes, including Lynn residents who are more likely to live with chronic diseases than those in general in Essex County and the Commonwealth. And I just want to let you guys know that in these areas is where I also added information from our community health assessment that was like very specific to like what we saw in there.
Yeah, I think the Essex County.
Yeah. And then whereas racial justice is the creation and proactive reinforcement of policies, practices, attitudes, and actions that produce equitable power, access, opportunity, treatment, and outcomes for all people regardless of race. And throughout the U.S., there has been a history of policies that reinforced racial segregation and disinvestment in communities of color. And whereas agencies of the City of Lynn government must recommit to address the impact that racism and discrimination in all its forms has on the lives of all our neighbors and how it impacts the overall health of our city, including information from the Mass COVID-19 Community Impact Survey, which found that poor mental health was more prominent in certain demographic groups. These groups include people of transgender experience, non-binary people, and those questioning their gender identity, LGBTQA+ people, American Indian, Alaska Natives, Hispanic Latinx community. And whereas the data indicates that continued health disparities based on race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status persist here in the city of Lynn, as they do nationally, including groups of Lynn residents report higher percentages of being uninsured, including those between the ages of 19 and 25 years old. That's 10.6%. Those who may be undocumented at 10.9%. Those who are unemployed at 12.6%. Single father households at 8.7%, those who identify as Black at 5.9%, and Hispanic or Latina at 5.3%, and households with incomes of less than $50,000 a year, 9.3%. Whereas all Lynn residents and businesses are welcome to join in working toward a city where all residents live fulfilling lives, free of racism and discrimination in all its forms, poverty, violence, and other systems of oppression. And the rest of the language is just, it's kind of like what was in there before. So this is, we added a lot more recent data to this from 2020 because I think we felt it really wasn't Lynn specific, and we did give it to the mayor because Mayor McGee had put some language in it, and we wanted Mayor Nicholson's administration to be able to review that and comment on it. So, I did not ask the mayor to sign it yet because I wanted to see what you guys felt and if there was anything you wanted to tweak on that, and then I would send it back. But yeah, basically wanted to know how you felt about this.
Yeah, it seems a lot more,
Language.
it seems a lot more current now.
Okay.
Because the initial thing was like during the pandemic and so much has changed.
Yes,
right?
agreed.
And so the ultimate thing is that it declares a public health emergency, and then the question is, what do we do with that?
Well, yes, that is the next question. Well, which actually brings me into a couple of the next summer activities stuff. So do you
need to vote on this?
I would like that actually, and then I can print it up nice and have it signed. If you guys approve this and then the mayor signs it, I also would like to speak with Councilor McLean, who is coordinating next week's Juneteenth flag raising, and ask her if reading this or, talking that we have this, reaffirmed at the Board of Health meeting would be an appropriate kind of activity during that event. All right, so do you guys?
Yeah, I'd make a motion to approve this.
Thank you.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Great, that's great. So next up, actually, I think I would like to introduce you to our new lead public health nurse. Woo! Kitsia Diaz, stand up. This is Kitsia. Dr. Clark Vandenberg, Lynn Community Health Center, Rosie O'Mora, Board of Health. You'll meet Ronnie at another time. Kitsia comes to us with public health nurse experience. She was the regional nurse, and we wooed her with all the awesome things that we're going to do here. We said, come to Lynn and be with us. And she said, yes, that sounds like fun.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Welcome.
So she's actually been helping since Jen left. She's been working with MJ on the TB cases. But yesterday was her first official City of Lynn day.
Yes.
Cool.
So
So
pleasure to
welcome
meet
aboard.
everybody. I'm excited to join the efforts of the amazing health division team, and yeah, so I'm just excited to get to work. Really, yeah. So pleasure to meet everybody.
Likewise.
Okay, next up, summer activities. So, I think I had mentioned to you guys that I had a young person, recent college graduate, reach out to me. We are hiring her for the summer. It's been all approved. She and I have worked out a job description. She's going to be our public health fellow. She has presented a proposal to the health department for youth mental health team. So she's going to come this summer and work on putting that together. And we're going to have her work with summer youth employees through the summer program with the City of Lynn, working on putting together youth mental health teams for a program that hopefully can stand on its own through the public health department after the summer with the teens. She's also going to be working with Candace on some SUD coordination activities related to youth and potentially putting on a new conference in the fall. We're also going to have the summer youth go out to the parks and do like health trivia. So I don't know, hey, how long do you go before you reapply your sunscreen? And someone yells out an answer, we're gonna have some stuff that we can throw. Want to get the kids accustomed to talking about what health is. It's not just like get your shots, it's eat well, be healthy, feel healthy. Want to get the kids teaching the younger kids. We want to get the van out there so people start to see the van.
Yeah.
Also to let you know, we will be at the Cook Street Fiesta this coming Saturday with Councilor Matul, and we will be at the Mayor's Jump into Summer kickoff June 15th at Manning Field with the van. So in terms of the programming that we are doing in regards to racism as a public health hazard, we have also been working, Norris has been working with the Community Health Inclusion Index Grant on finding people with lived experience as a disabled person, and particularly people of color. And we have managed to come up with a pretty, I would say, diverse group of, whether it's caregivers or people, to start working on implementing some assistive technology in Lynn City Hall. So to help people who may be visually impaired or hearing impaired navigate getting through City Hall. We had some, well, Norris, I'll let you explain. You do it better than me anyway. Plus he does a lot of the work, so he deserves to say it.
No, so as the director was saying, like the IHC is the really a really important piece to that, and those are folks with lived experience. We've got a parent who is the mother of a child with, a disability. We've got the vice chair of the Disability Commission. We've got some really exciting potential members to join. Right now, we are at the tail end of year one of the grant, and that year one is all about data collection. And right now, we're at the point where we're going to be engaging the different nonprofits that lots of folks with lived experiences are serving or who are being served by these places, or who just go to these places frequently. That might be, the YMCA. We're getting some recommendations from the Disability Resource Center, which is the independent living center that serves Lynn. So exciting things are happening. As the director mentioned, we just bought some technology that's going to, I'd say, assist in all parts of inclusion, in the sense that we're a city hall. This technology will be able to, for example, transcribe meetings. We'd be able to, if someone would, to help folks with visual impairments. So there's a whole HDR, or I'm just going to call it like a viewing machine, but it amplifies like texts and amongst a variety of different things. So some really exciting things are happening, and stay tuned for year two, which starts in July.
Nice.
Cool.
So, in terms of how do we address racism as a public health emergency, I think we need to get out to communities, right? We can't keep expecting communities to come to us. It's not working. It hasn't worked. Certainly, I think we're making better efforts at having people come here, but the van is really our driving force in getting out there and going, taking that van with this mural, the mural that's on the little t-shirts, and letting people make the connection that when they see this is public health in action, and going out to the communities to give out things and to give out information. With free stuff, just to start to get people used to coming to us. We're all going to be taking at some point mental health first aid training, and we're all going to be taking a health literacy training, so that we can then offer those classes, whether it's here, whether it's at other organizations in the city. And I have started lining up opportunities to present our community health assessment to other organizations. So Tina McLaughlin over at MGH was interested in, and Megan Hamill and I are meeting next week, and we're going to bring that up. So I think, bringing it out there and showing people the statistics, showing people this is what we came up with, this is why it's an emergency, and what are we going to do together, trying to be like the catalyst for saying to people, what can public health do to help support your efforts, and what can or what can you do to help support our efforts, quite frankly.
Yeah. And I love the idea of having them come up with the ideas of what we could do to help them, right? I'm
really excited about working with the youth this summer too, because I feel like we've seen a lot of that as well. A lot of COVID-19 things affecting the youth. I think in general we find, I don't know if we did like a demographics, if there are more youth of color than there are folks my age in the city now. But I think it's going to be really exciting to have young people working to make a difference for other young people and to do things. Everybody who applied for a summer job has some kind of health background or interests. So it'll be really interesting to see what they put together. We are also going to be working in September with the Lynn Tech Allied Health Services program. Those young people some of them are already CNAs by the time they get to senior year. So we're going to be working to have them do blood pressure, weight, height clinics here, and at the senior center. So we're trying to put together programs that also start to provide access. Right? Access to public health. People who are interested in the medical field, or even just someone who might be whatever I learn, I can bring home and talk to my parents about. Just providing that access to people, that we're available. They're here to come and ask questions. They can, find out the information that they need.
And you'd mentioned something about helping people enroll for insurance. Is that there's a training for that? Looking at this,
Yes, thank you. I forgot to mention that. This close. Still just waiting for a little legalese from the state, but once they say yes and we sign the agreement, I have money set aside to start with at least a part-time person to be a mass health specialist so people can come here to get signed up. So if somebody just says, today's the day. Today I have off and if I'm gonna get signed up, today's the day they can come down here and get signed up or at least get the process started. That's something that I really am hopeful to have in place too by the time the flu clinics start, because this coming flu season, I'd really like to work on doing better with the people that we identify as not having insurance at the flu clinics and following up with them about, can we help you? Can we schedule an appointment? Can we, come to your house? Can we meet you somewhere that you're comfortable? We can bring our van.
Kill two birds with one stone and just have everybody here.
Exactly. So I think that will be super helpful. And we got a couple other things coming on. We're looking for maybe like a social services navigator, a part-time role that someone would be able to, if there was someone came down here, we could have someone who could make referrals and call up a place like, hey, I can get you an appointment on this day at this place. Not necessarily a case manager, but someone who can kind of be like an administrative manager for that person, just kind of get them started and on the road where they need to be. Like how do I sign up for SNAP benefits or where's the nearest food pantry or that kind of stuff.
Especially with the Phoenix Food Hub, right? Like we really shouldn't have people that don't have food anymore.
Right. Norris, what are your thoughts on that?
Second that.
Yeah. Yep. And we do have the community refrigerator across the street still over at the Centerboard parking lot. So I think it's pretty ambitious, which I'm fine with. We're also looking to put together Public Health Academy. Haven't 100% figured out how that's going to work. I am talking with Megan Hamill about it because I think it might dovetail with some of the work that Lynn Community Health Center may be trying to do through some funding opportunities they're looking at. But what I'm thinking about is a lot of local towns do like Citizens Academy, and you learn what every department at City Hall does. I want to do that for public health, whether it's for adults, whether it's for kids, whether it's here, whether it's there. But just, my idea was kind of like three 90-minute segments. And, like the first segment would kind of be like, what is public health? Where is public health going? What are the social determinants of health? And then the next one would be like nursing and epidemiology. And then the next one would be like community health education work and grants. Just kind of talking about like overall, what does public health do? And I'd like to think that if it took off, again, health literacy, teaching that class to people, like how to be literate in knowing how to take care of yourself and maneuver all that stuff. So yeah. So we got a fun summer packed up for us in this non-air conditioned building. We're building up the heat.
This is the basement.
Yeah, it's actually much cooler down here than it is anywhere else. So, but I mean, we don't have a ton of stuff, but I figured if you guys are going to be here, I wanted to give you an overview of what we're doing and kind of the direction that we're moving in and tell you we're still hard at work.
No works. I think we can adjourn.
Yeah, is that all the old and new business?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I did have one new thing. I apologize. Excuse me. I did receive an email from Save Kings Beach. Are you guys familiar with the folks who do like the Save Kings Beach? It's a community group that are very responsive to making sure the public knows what's going on at Kings Beach in terms of Stacy's Brook. Are you guys familiar with that? So Stacy's Brook is on the Lynn Swampscott line, and if you're at Kings Beach and you see the two big holes and the water is always coming out, those are when there's overflow and when it's essentially contaminated wastewater, right? Like it's
smelly.
It's storms, it's sewer system water, it's storm water, it's a whole bunch of stuff that gets mixed up. They asked us if the Board of Health would, recommend to people and let them be aware of the dangers of like swimming in that water, because there are times when the water at that brook is big enough for like kids to wade in, or they think it's like, oh, that's a great body of water for my 3-year-old to sit in and splash in, without realizing that it's not just natural water that's coming into the ocean, and people maybe aren't really recognizing.
Is there signage there?
I was just gonna say, I do want to let you know, and I did have an article from 2 years ago printed up from the item that did celebrated signs in English and Spanish: do not swim here, like in the brook. FYI, DCR does test the water at Kings Beach. They're the ones who make the notification if the beach itself is closed. Our website does list every time there's a CSO and SSO, as well as we did recently add the state's beach portal. So if you were going to a beach anywhere in the state, you can look it up and say, is that beach open today based on testing?
Yeah.
So we are really doing everything we can. She asked, just looking for the Board of Health to communicate the dangers of swimming in polluted water. The Stacy Brooks outfall is a contamination of raw sewage into the runoff drain, is a constant flow of bacteria. And we feel that Lynn residents, especially English language learners, are not always aware that the outfall is polluted. And we asked the Board of Health to help getting this education out to the community. So, and I did let her know that unlike other beaches locally, we do not oversee Kings Beach because it's owned by DCR, whereas the beaches in Swampscott, the Swampscott Board of Health oversees because the beaches are actually owned by Swampscott. And the same with Short and Tudor Beach in Nahant. And she was aware of that, but she just asked for our assistance in, educating people. And I said I would bring it to the board.
And I'm sure an alternative would be very expensive.
Yeah. Well, I know that there's been discussion on, ways to clean it all up. One was like infrared light or like bleaching it.
I read that in the
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something that's being worked on by the state delegation. I think everybody recognizes the impacts that it's having, especially in a community like Lynn, where we are already an environmental justice community.
In the light of what we just read, it's not an accident that it's in Lynn, right?
Yeah, well, it is in Swampscott too, technically. There actually are two. One is Swampscott's and one is ours. I think it's just the way the old system was built. Part of what we're seeing down on Commercial Street with Lynn Water and Sewer, I believe, is to help alleviate that from happening. I could be wrong, but I do know that Lynn Water and Sewer is in a multi-phase, multi-million-dollar process of, working to make sure there's no illegal hookups and, that we can handle storm runoff because, as we know, storms are getting bigger and they're occurring more often. And the CSOs are occurring a lot more. But more importantly, when we think about it in terms of when you have a community with a high number of people with lower incomes and high renters. How many of our 3 families do we think in this city have central AC, right? So on a hot day, you at least live in a community that has a beach, and now you go down to the beach with your children to cool off and you can't, right? Like, which makes us an environmental justice community, and we have to take it seriously that, that this is a mechanism for people to be able to take care of their families and themselves. I mean, it's part of climate change and all that. But I do for sure think that everybody's working on it. It's just not an easy fix. Back in the day, they thought it was okay to dump everything in the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is there anything specific we need to do with that?
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, we talked about it. I think we'll probably put something up on our website about it just to let people know, message from the Board of Health, please note the dangers of swimming in the Stacy's Brook outfall, and, please see our webpage to see what beaches are open and when. Yeah.
Okay. I guess make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
A motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Motion. Next meeting would be July 2nd. I'm going to assume people want to enjoy the 4th of July week without a meeting.
I'll be out of town.
Good for you. Okay. Do we want to just wait and see if something comes up before we make a decision? Do we want to have a date just in case something comes up?
Yeah, we can put something on the calendar at least.
Okay. I believe maybe the next Tuesday is the 9th.
Yeah, to the 9th.
Yeah, that works for me.
Does that work for you too?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll hold that as a placeholder in case something comes up, and I can certainly keep you guys posted about that. And if you hear of any events that are happening in the neighborhoods, let us know so we can get the van there.
Stan Vitale, the Commission's General Counsel. This is a public hearing conducted by the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission. I want to thank all the participants who are here. I see members of the senior staff are present. This hearing is pursuant to a notice that was published and posted in accordance with the requirements of the law. A copy of the notice has been submitted for the record and is to be made a part hereof. We will now entertain comments. I believe the first speaker is the Executive Director, Daniel O'Neill.
Thank you, Attorney Vitale. I'd like to read from a prepared statement into the record. Tonight's budget is the result of the review and input of all departments of the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission. The total proposed budget is $33,927,399. Of this amount, $23,970,583 is allocated to the Commission's operating budget, and $9,956,816 is allocated to the debt and reserve requirements of the Commission. The Commission's workforce has maintained a level of 59 full-time employees, excluding contract operators at both treatment facilities. With the current manpower and its associated expenditures, the Commission will continue to provide high-quality, award-winning water and wastewater services to the residents of Lynn. The Commission's third modified consent decree and its preliminary projected construction cost is now $200 million due to the need for a pump station to address climate change, tidal surges, and future rainfall events. 5 of the 10 CSO phase projects are being constructed or have been completed at the cost of $99,881,100. This project, along with its many mandatory regulatory programs, will require additional revenues for years to come. A new wastewater treatment facility contract with $74 million in capital improvements was executed in fiscal year 2022 and will place a significant financial burden on the Commission. Staff is committed to examining and evaluating all capital improvement projects to ensure that all projects are constructed effectively and efficiently. Inflationary cost increases have been mitigated by numerous actions commencing with the refunding of general revenue bonds in previous years. This refunding, along with level-funded operating expenditures and health insurance modifications, has contributed to the stability of rates. Unfortunately, a rate is necessary to build up the rate in anticipation of the $200 million combined sewer overflow project and the new 20-year wastewater treatment plant contract with $74 million in capital improvements, which is coming very soon. This year, a 4% increase is necessary. The Commission's capital improvement program, fiscal year 2025 through 2027, includes $13,440,000 for improvements to the water system, $44,660,000 to the wastewater system, $70,125,000 to the combined sewer overflow program, and $3 million to other capital improvements projects. The Commission debt and reserve requirement is at 29% of the fiscal year 2025 total budget. During these difficult economic times, we will continue to prioritize the capital improvement program solely for projects mandated by the regulatory agencies. At this time, I'd like to yield the floor to the Commission's Treasurer, Ryan Boisel, to speak on the proposed rate structure and fee schedule.
Thanks, Dan. Good evening. My name is Ryan Boisel, Treasurer of the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission. I am reading from a prepared statement that I would like to offer for the record. The Executive Director gave a general overview of the proposed budget. I would like to speak more specifically on the revenues and expenses of the Commission. The fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024 approved budgets added 4% to the rates of the Commission. A new forecast period through 2026 anticipates the need for additional revenues to support the mandated third modified consent order and a new 20-year operation and maintenance contract and capital improvements at the wastewater treatment plant, which began in July 2021. At this time, we are projecting stable sales will contribute to the Commission's revenue for fiscal year 2024 and will meet working capital requirements. It was projected that revenue from user charges would come in at approximately $35,966,461 for fiscal year 2024, and at this time we are projecting this amount will be met. Revenues will be used to offset the fiscal year 2025 rate revenue requirement and build working capital for the anticipated costs mentioned above. End of fiscal year transfers were made of $2 million in fiscal year 2021, $3 million in fiscal year 2022, and $3 million in fiscal year 2023 to fund these anticipated costs. Working capital remains at adequate levels to ensure cash flow. Expenses for the fiscal year 2025 budget proposal before debt service increases the operating budget by 0.025%. Inflationary and contractual obligations have contributed to this minor increase. Annual adjustments in healthcare costs, pension obligations, and workers' compensation are factors that affect the fringe benefit line item. The fiscal year 2024 expenses are in line with budget approved by the Commissioners. The expenses for this proposed fiscal year 2025 budget are projected to be $33,927,399. In preparation of the budget, the department head's goals were to level fund and cut line items where possible without limiting service to taxpayers. The Commission was able to keep the expenses incurred within inflationary adjustments. We will continue to work diligently in two other areas to bring fairness to all. One is to aggressively collect customer billings, and secondly, continue the meter changeout program to ensure each customer is being charged accurately. The Commission has been very fortunate in the ever-changing interest rate environment to refinance any eligible Commission debt, which was instrumental in reducing rate increases. The cost effectiveness of refunding its 2003 bonds in the fall of 2013 was beneficial, and the Commission took advantage of similar opportunities with the 2015 refunding of the 2005 bonds, and then again in the summer of 2021, refunding its 2011 bonds. The increasingly fixed nature of the Commission's expense budget has put a burden on the user rate revenue obligation. The rates in 2009 through 2018 have been in line with financial planning and have kept escalations of rate increases to a minimum. Debt service on the Westland CSO project, as well as the capital improvements at the wastewater treatment plant, will increase future budgets dramatically with an increase of $2.68 million in fiscal year 2025. Debt service projections for fiscal year 2026 show an additional increase of $3.78 million for a total projected debt service obligation of $14,097,829. A rate and fee schedule will be presented at the June 10th Commission meeting, increasing the current first block rate from $12.87 to $13.38, or 4%. Going forward, the Commission will continue to look closely at refinancing higher interest rate debt. Any new mandated projects would add an increased encumbrance to debt service and ultimately pressure the rate revenue requirement in future years. In conclusion, the proposed budget will meet contractual obligations of the Commission and pay debt service to the bondholders who have invested over $120 million in the Commission system. The Commission will meet all bond resolution debt covenants and ensure a positive bond rating by both Standard & Poor's and Moody's rating agencies, with the caveat that the Commission is at the mercy of the City of Lynn's financial stability, the agency's views of the impact of the third modified consent decree, and the current and future debt for the ongoing capital projects. Lastly, and most importantly, this proposed budget will provide the ratepayers with the services and the quality that they are paying for. Thank you.
Treasurer Boycell, were there any written submissions prior to this hearing?
There were none, Attorney Vitale.
Well then, thank you. Is there any other person who wishes to make a statement or a comment? Well then, hearing none, the purpose of this hearing was to gather information. I want to thank the Executive Director, our Treasurer, the members of the senior staff, Engineer Anthony Marino, Deputy Director Robert Pinnell, and all those who worked on this matter. The Commission's next scheduled meeting is here at headquarters of the Lynn Water and Sewer Commission at 400 Parkland Avenue. It will take place this coming Monday, which is the June the 10th. The Commission's deliberations with respect to the budget and the rate proposals will be made at this meeting. Once again, I want to thank all of you for participation in this year's rate hearing and wish you all a good evening.
Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls, I ran through the street calling out your name. Met you in the dark to feel the same. Always in your dreams, you hear my voice singing in your head. My darkness calls, hearing your young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. This awkward, anxious tension builds up in this quiet room. I'm fueling up my vision just to build up and decide. One more lust conviction, one more kissing suicide. pounding hearts, they speak too soon. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. You walk alone down that long and lonesome road, carrying with you every road, and I hope that you found yourself some relief. Hope you finally get some sleep. Oh, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. Had a dream you were high above the clouds and spoke to me, but you didn't make a sound. What you said, well, I couldn't be sure, but I think I got the moral of the story. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. Friend of mine, friend of mine, friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory remains. It's kind of short. Make me feel like an outsider staring through a pane of glass. It's a constant reminder of the things we never had. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so alone. I gave you every piece of me to feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. Take another taste of the apple that you stole away. Don't you waste all the happiness that grows. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. And then I don't know you, but I've seen you before. Saw your face walking through my door in a dream. Maybe deja vu. Doesn't seem that way to you. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Your eyes tell me a story so true, gentle sighs. Tell me more than I knew. You're an actress trying to pretend, damsel in distress, crying to contend. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, you know it's true. Do you remember out in the pale moonlight outside on a dark and cold December night in the park? The old trees swaying in the breeze, the birds and the bees, yeah, trying not to freeze. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true.
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows, it's a river that lives, it's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly, gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure, slow down, be still, my child, be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive His healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, In the precious name of our soon coming King, be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus, the precious name of Jesus, the healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. Just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. Somebody saw me standing there. Somebody saw me, I don't know where. I'm on the run. Somebody saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on the run. I'm the man Started in the parking lot. I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. Startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Look for her and she for me. The only thing that we could see was a gun. I searched for thoughts, how could this be? For there he was right next to me with a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight. Pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. Pray for the moonlight. That was then and this is now. I still remember, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days all of your beauty in every way. In my mind and in my soul. 'Cause please don't regret. I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone. 'Cause that true love we had constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me. 'Cause that was then, and this is now. I need you by my side. If you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, this is now.
by my side.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Get to my job and my boss is in my ear. He tells me I'm a worker, not a peer. But I can't help it if I've got better ideas. Why does no one recognize what I've known for years? Tells me I've got a bad attitude, my future's not too bright. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and I never even had the chance to fight. Politics, wars, and household chores, there's no rest when you can't ignore the truth. I'm just saying what's on my mind, but it turns into a struggle every time. I'm not saying I'm better, just that everyone else seems worse. Man, it is so hard living with this curse. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Evening, dishes in the sink. Tuesday's takeout boxes stinky. Change my shirt, doorbell rings. My girl's waiting there, looking forward to an evening in. She steps inside and her nose wrinkles up in her eyes get small. I get a pissed off lecture and a dirty look, and she leaves me there, standing in the hall. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody wanna mess with me? Through a root canal, I've lived through a spinal tap, I've lived through a heart attack, and I can live through you. I made it through my summer jobs, I made it through public school, I made it through state school, and I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk, my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I've talked to a Democrat, I've talked to a Republican. I'll never do that again, but I can live through you. I've lived in small towns, and I've lived the city life, the subtle trauma of suburban strife, and I can live through you. I made it through gym class, I made it through the school dance. Neither gave me half a chance, but I can live through you. Yeah, I may be stumbling, yeah, I'm a little drunk. Yes, I let my friends fill my head with junk. Yes, I've seen some sorrow, and I've seen some sin, and I've seen my blood enough to wonder what could do me in. I made it through my first kiss, and I've caught some cold fish. I might have a death wish, but I can live through you. 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 We share the best of worst times. We can talk about it now. All the drunks are driving home, so let's stay for one more round. We were tempered in an epidemic, never caught their disease. We got problems enough of our own without choosing to believe. There are just two sides we can stand on, us and them, yours and mine. There are just two of us here, and each of us has just one life. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks, pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. 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 I was there when your head exploded. You were there when my guts caved in. Though it might have been many years between, we never asked where you've been. I can feel you somewhere out there when I'm feeling all alone, stretching out over the curves of the earth, between the places we call home. There are the places that we stick to, and the places we have to be, and the dance we have to do around some people just to take a few steps free. All the sweat we pour into the ground in the city or the sticks, drawing lines around our easy chairs and waiting for a fix, and the energy we spend on all our little tricks to pretend we're someplace that we've never been. It all falls away when you sit down with one true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend. One true friend.
they speak too soon. This awkward, anxious tension builds up in this quiet room. I'm fueling up my vision just to build up and decide. One more lust conviction, one more kissing suicide. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Darling, let your secrets out. Confess. Teach me all those things I don't know yet. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the Take me, lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Take me for a fool, don't mistake me. Lately I've been really hard to find. Free me from these changes I'm needing, holding all of this yearning on the inside. Dealt with young temptation, pounding hearts, they speak too soon. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but the memory of you remains. Friend of mine, you left before your time, but I'll see you again. You walked alone down that long and lonesome road, carrying with you every road, and I hope that you found yourself some belief. Hope you finally get some sleep. Oh, friend of mine. stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so alone. I gave you every piece of me, feed your shallow soul. I've never felt so empty, but I guess you'll never know. You make me feel so alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. Take another taste of the apple that you stole away. Don't you waste all the happiness that grows. You make me feel so all alone. You make me feel so all alone. My broken heart has turned to stone. Look at me, I'm so alone. You make me feel so all alone. I don't know you, but I've seen you before. Saw your face walking through my door in a dream. Maybe deja vu. Doesn't seem that way to you. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't say maybe, 'cause I think you do. Tell me, baby, do you know me too? Don't drive me crazy, I think it's true. Ooh, you're
No, the earth has not stopped turning. The sun has not stopped coming up to shine new light into your life and your situation every single day of your life. The sky is still painted a faithful blue to prove to all men everywhere that God is true blue, faithful from one end of heaven to the other. He will fulfill his promises. And it can happen for you, whatever it is you need. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter what the scar. It doesn't matter what the sin. It doesn't matter how you fell. Somewhere along the way, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. He looks beyond how far you've gone. He looks beyond when you were hurt. He looks beyond who stole your song. He looks beyond what made it worse. He looks beyond what others failed to reach out to you and say, there is healing for your life today. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows. It's a river that lives. It's the river of life, living waters it gives. There's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. It's a river that flows from the fountain of God, and it heals everything, everything along the way. I've tasted and know that for every broken heart there is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus' name. There is healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus, healing in Jesus' name. In the midst of my confusion, time of desperate need, when I'm thinking not too clearly. Gentle voice does intercede. Slow down, slow down, be still. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. In the time of tribulation, when I'm feeling so unsure, when things are pressing all about me, comes a gentle voice so still, so pure. Slow down, slow down, be still, my child. Be still and wait on the Spirit of the Lord. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. Slow down and hear His voice, and know that He is God. And know that He is God. In the book of Mark, chapter 11, verse 22 through 27, the Bible tells us how to believe. Believe you receive, and you shall have. That's as simple as it can be. Believe you receive is something that you do right now. Shall receive is something that God will give to you when you're ready. He knows the time. He knows every human heart. He knows every situation. But it's up to us to do our part, for God to do His part. So why don't you, right now, just reach out with your heart and receive your healing today. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By His stripes we are healed. His love is everlasting, so join in prayer and fasting. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed in the name of Jesus. By his stripes we are healed. He loves you oh so much, receive his healing touch. Be healed, my friends, be healed. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. Be healed, be healed, in the precious name of our soon coming King. Be healed, be healed. I have not silver nor I gold, I have no riches to behold, just the powerful name of Jesus. The precious name of Jesus. The healing name of my Jesus.
Got a crazy baby just as pretty as can be. You think that she's an angel, but there's more than you can see. You think that you're in love, but she just takes you for a ride. Beneath that pretty angel, there's a devil deep inside. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. My blue-eyed crazy baby, she just won't leave me alone. She drives around my house at night to see if I'm at home. She calls me on the telephone all hours of the night. I swear to you she does it so that she can start a fight. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She knows my every move, every thought within my head. She comes to me in dreams when I'm lying in my bed. I got a crazy baby, just as pretty as can be. As long as she's around, there will be no peace for me. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. Strikes you way down, down, way down, down. If you see my crazy baby, you'd better run away. just stop right in your tracks and walk the other way. She's got eyes that shine like sapphire, you just can't look away. And once they get a hold of you, there's nothing left to say. Pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down. She drags you way down, down, way down, down. She pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, pulls me down, drags you way down, down, way down, down. Somebody saw me standing there. Somebody saw me, I don't know where. I'm on the run. Somebody saw him screaming loud. Somebody saw me in a crowd. I'm on the run. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight, pray for the moonlight. Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Just let it be. Started in the parking lot. I ducked my head when I heard the shot of a gun. Startled me, it went so fast. Thought I saw the muzzle blast of a gun. I'm the man on the run. I'm the man on the run. Hide in the daylight, but I wish I knew how to forget what once was and look to see. I need to see what can be. Oh, how I can see like the clearest of days all of your beauty in every way, in my mind and in my soul. So please don't regret, I hope we can make it. I can't do it alone, 'cause that true love we have constantly gets in my way, keeps me awake, can't think straight. Oh, I'm so caught up in your love. I've had so many sleepless nights. How can I dream if dreams haunt me this way? So I'm asking you please to be with me, 'cause that was then and this is now. I need you by my side. So if you feel the way I do, I will provide a supreme love for you. Start a family built on love and trust. Oh, I'm so glad for your love. That was then, this is now. Oh, I'm so glad that was then, and I have you now. Stay by my side.
Wake up in the morning, turn on my TV. Weather says it's gonna rain all week. Get in my car and I head off to work, and everybody on the road is a flaming frickin' jerk. Get cut off twice by an SUV swerving in my lane. I get a clip fender and a dirty look, and other strangers hate it. I can't explain. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody want to mess with me? I'm the nicest guy you'd ever want to meet. Still everyone's offended every time I speak. I'm so hard to deal with. Why does everybody